request everybody to be seated, please. The Honorable Minister has arrived. He will be joining us in the auditorium in another few minutes. This is a national level event. I request everybody to maintain the decorum of this event, please. If there's any issue with anybody to maintain that decorum, I request you to leave right now and not later on. I again request everybody to make sure that your phones are on silent mode. No flash photography and videography during the event, please. I request everybody to be seated. Student upstairs, you can sit in the steps, please. Nobody will be hanging from the balcony railings, please, or stand in the sides. The Honorable Minister will be reaching the auditorium in another 2-3 minutes. Students upstairs, standing near the exit, please be seated or stand on the sides at the back, not on the railing, please. I request the organizing team, the hall management team, security personnel, NIFTEM staff to not gather at one place. Please be seated or stand in a straight line. Students standing near the exit gate, you can sit in the steps over there at the back. If you're comfortable, you can sit over the steps there, otherwise you need to move upstairs. Nobody will be gathering near the exits or entrance doors. Please don't crowd the exit and entry doors. Students, hall management team, volunteers, please help them out. Another important announcement, at the end of this inaugural event, we have national anthem. So I request after the vote of thanks, nobody will leave their seats. We all will rise and respectfully sing the national anthem, please. Faculty members, our dignitaries, guests, the staff of NIFTEM, I request you all to please be seated. Hall management team, please ensure there will be no in and out movement once the dignitaries and Honorable Minister has arrived in the hall. We have empty rows in front. There are three rows empty in front. If people can shift a little forward. Volunteers. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Minister has arrived. I request you all to rise from your seats and welcome the Honorable Minister with a big round of applause. Can we have louder round of applause meeting the vibrancy of our Honorable Minister, please? Thank you. No hooting, please. I request everybody to be seated, please. With your permission, may we start? May we begin? Thank you. A very good morning, namaskar to all my respected dignitaries, distinguished guests, members from the food industry, startups, members of press, my dear colleagues, members from government, and my dear students. And a very warm and special welcome to our guest of honor, our chief guests, and our special guests on dais. Thank you so much for joining us today at the second edition of SUFALAM, which is being hosted by Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Government of India, with support of National Institute of Food Technology, Entrepreneurship and Management, Kundali. SUFALAM 2.0 is an extraordinary initiative. It is just not an event. It is a startup forum with a vision dedicated to nurturing aspiring leaders, bold entrepreneurs, visionary mentors, and forward-thinking investors who are all gathered here today to shape the future of India's food processing industry. Without any further delay, I will request to begin this August gathering with an invocation of Goddess Saraswati and lamp lighting. I request our honorable chief guests and dignitaries on dais to please join us for lamp lighting.
या कुन्देन्दु तुषारहारधवला या शुभ्र वस्त्रावृता या वीणा वरदण्ड मण्डितकरा या श्वेत पद्मासना या ब्रह्माच्युत शंकर प्रभृतिभिः देवे सदा वन्दिता सा मातु सरस्वती भगवती निशेष जड्यापहा.
So that was Saraswati Vandana, spreading positive energy in entire NIFTEM and making sure that SUFALAM 2.0 is vibrant and brings in positive, impactful results for the food processing sector. With lighting of this lamp, we have marked an auspicious inauguration of the second edition of SUFALAM. After this, we would like to present to our honorable dignitaries on dais a NIFTEM song. I request the team to kindly play a song which identifies and which marks the spirit of NIFTEM-Kundali and the aim that we project. Can we play the song, please?
अन्नदाता का निफ्टेम से बहुत प्रसन्न, अन्नदाता का निफ्टेम से बहुत प्रसन्न। हम हैं निफ्टेम, सजती है धजती है हमसे धरती माँ की पैदावार। संग चले कौशल विकास, संग संग चले नए रोजगार। हम हैं निफ्टेम, हम हैं निफ्टेम, हम हैं निफ्टेम, हम हैं निफ्टेम। फूड प्रोसेसिंग से बढ़ता है भारत अपना, सही दिशा में पोषण हो तो फलता है हर एक सपना। अन्नदाता का निफ्टेम से बहुत प्रसन्न, अन्नदाता का निफ्टेम से बहुत प्रसन्न। हम युवा को देते आसमान, हम युवा का ऊंचा है अरमान। खेती की हम है बढ़ती शान, इठलाए हमसे देश महान। हम हैं निफ्टेम, हम हैं निफ्टेम, हम हैं निफ्टेम, हम हैं निफ्टेम। स्टार्ट अप भी हम हैं, देते नई तरह की मंजिल। फूड की इंडस्ट्री की ऐसी धड़कन की खुश हो दिल। नई तकनीक हमारा दम, हम समय के साथ है मिले कदम। जहाँ शिक्षा और उद्योग मिले वह उन्नति के सेतु है हम। अन्नदाता का निफ्टेम से बहुत प्रसन्न, अन्नदाता का निफ्टेम से बहुत प्रसन्न।
Hum Hai NIFTEM. This song reflects the work of NIFTEM under the aegis of Ministry of Food Processing and Industry. We're working towards strengthening our food producers, our food industries, promoting startups by providing food technology solutions, enhancing nutrition and sustainability in the food chain. After this, I will request our respected director, Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi, to kindly extend a floral welcome to our honorable chief guest and dignitaries on dais. So we also request you to felicitate our guest with a shawl, which marks our respect towards our honorable chief guest. So we also have a very special gift. This painting has been made by a very special young artist, Arav Katiyar, who is a special child with Down syndrome, and he has painted these paintings specially for you all. And your sketch has been made by one of our students, Sarthak, who is a big fan of yours and has painted specially for you. Sarthak Agarwal, first year BTech student, if you're in the auditorium, please come. Sarthak really draws inspirations from your words, sir. He's a young budding food technologist, and we're sure he'll definitely be making big marks in this industry. Can we have a big round of applause for Sarthak for his hard work? This painting has been made by a young artist, Arav Katiyar. He's a special child with Down syndrome. Now I request Director Sir to kindly welcome our guest of honor, Dr. Subrata Gupta, Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing and Industries. Thank you so much for joining us today, sir. I also request you to felicitate our honorable guest of honor. So these beautiful plants come from the horticulture department of NIFTEM, who's been working hard to grow these beautiful plants within the campuses. Again, another painting by Arav. Can we have a big round of applause for Arav as well, please? A hard-working special child with Down syndrome making beautiful art. I request Director Sir to kindly welcome Professor Harpal Singh. He's a Professor Emeritus from Indian Institute of Delhi. We welcome you, sir. Thank you so much for joining us today. I also request you to felicitate Dr. Harpal Singh. Now I request Director Sir to kindly welcome our guest, Professor Rakesh Mohan Joshi, Vice Chancellor, Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, Delhi. Sir, thank you so much for joining us today. Can we have a big round of applause for all our dignitaries, honorable chief guests, guest of honor, our special guests, please? Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, as now we open this dialogue, and with this I invite Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi, Director NIFTEM-Kundali, to deliver the formal welcome address and set the tone for this event.
Namaskar and a very good warm morning to everyone. Most respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, welcome to NIFTEM-Kundali, welcome to SUFALAM 2025. ये मेरे NIFTEM परिवार का और इस सभागार में उपस्थित सभी सदस्यों का सौभाग्य है कि आज हमारे बीच वो शख्सियत मौजूद है जिनका हम काफ़ी देर से इंतज़ार कर रहे थे। Please, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our Honorable Union Minister for Food Processing Industries, Shri Chirag Paswan जी। सर, हम तहे दिल से आपका अभिनंदन करते हैं, स्वागत करते हैं, आभार प्रकट करते हैं कि आपने अपना व्यस्त समय से कुछ समय निकाला हमारे लिए, और काफ़ी देर से हम इंतज़ार कर रहे थे। और जब भी हम कुछ भी इवेंट करते थे तो ये जो मेरी छोटी सी निफ्टम के फैमिली है, परिवार है, जिसमें मेरे बच्चे भी शामिल हैं, फैकल्टी भी है, स्टाफ भी है, ये पूछते थे कि सर कब आएंगे। तो मैंने कहा सर उस मौके पे आएंगे जब एक एप्रोप्रिएट मौका होगा, और आप इंतज़ार कीजिए, क्योंकि कई बार जो इंतज़ार का फल मीठा होता है। सो सर, हमारा सौभाग्य है, वी आर रियली ऑनर्ड टू हैव योर ग्रेशियस प्रेजेंस हियर। एंड फर्स्ट टाइम व्हेन आई मेट श्री चिराग पासवान जी इन हिज ऑफिस and told him that about close to 1000 students, उन्होंने मेरे से 2 सवाल पूछे। शायद सर आपको याद नहीं होगा कि आपकी टेक्नोलॉजी, आपका रिसर्च कैसा चल रहा है। तो जब मैंने उन्हें बताया कि हमने 10 पेटेंट हमें अवार्ड हो चुके हैं, 26 हमने फाइल किए हैं, हमारी करीब 53 टेक्नोलॉजीज़ जो हमारी ऑलरेडी पब्लिसाइज हैं, जिसमें से 26 ट्रांसफर्ड हैं, और हमने करीब 45 स्टार्टअप्स को हैंड होल्ड किया है, तो उन्हें बड़ी खुशी हुई। उन्होंने कहा yes, this is what is required. So besides being a very handsome, charming and charismatic leader, Shri Chirag Paswan ji is very passionate about his work. He is a real visionary. I'm sure we're going to hear to him about the plans that he has for the ministry, और जो उनके plans NIFTEM के लिए हैं वो हमारे साथ साझा करेंगे। सर आगे फिर से एक बार NIFTEM परिवार की तरफ से और इस सभागार में उपस्थित सभी सदस्यों की तरफ से हमारे मंत्री जी का हार्दिक स्वागत, अभिनंदन। मैं स्वागत करना चाहूँगा हमारे सेक्रेटरी साहब, हमारे अपने सेक्रेटरी सर डॉक्टर सुब्रता गुप्ता जी का, who has been a big force behind NIFTEM since the time he has joined। मेरे साथ वो डीप टेक साइंस की डिस्कशंस करते हैं। To be very honest, sir, I have hardly seen bureaucrats, because I have also been working with bureaucrats, discussing this deep science about food। और मैं सबको ये अवगत कराना चाहूँगा कि फूड के पीछे बहुत बड़ी साइंस है। हम लोग सोचते हैं कि फूड एक होम मैनेजमेंट है, अचार चटनी जैम बना लेना फूड प्रोसेसिंग है। नहीं, फूड प्रोसेसिंग कहीं हटके है, इसके पीछे एक साइंस है, एक टेक्नोलॉजी है और इंजीनियरिंग है। सो ही डिस्कसेस ऑल ऑफ दिस विद मी, एंड प्लस ही हैज़ बीन अ बिग सपोर्ट टू अस। कुछ भी मंत्रालय में काम होते हैं, ही इज़ ऑलवेज रेडी टू सपोर्ट मी, रेडी टू सपोर्ट द इंस्टीट्यूट। हमारा एक जो इशू चल रहा है HSCD के साथ, सर खुद चीफ सेक्रेटरी से फ़ोन करते हैं, उनसे बात करते हैं, उनको चिट्ठी लिखते हैं कि इनका इशू सॉल्व कीजिए। ही गोज आउट ऑफ द वे इन सपोर्टिंग अस। सर, वी आर ग्रेटफुल टू यू, वेरी ग्रेटफुल टू यू फॉर ऑल द सपोर्ट दैट यू ऑफरिंग अस, एंड लुक फॉरवर्ड टू मोर ऑफ ए सपोर्ट इन द कमिंग टाइम। वी हार्टली वेलकम डॉक्टर सुब्रता गुप्ता, गेस्ट ऑफ ऑनर दिस मीटिंग। प्रोफेसर राकेश मोहन जोशी जी, वो अपने आप में एक ब्रांड हैं। जब भी आप इंडिया में ट्रेड और कॉमर्स की बात करते हैं, एक्सपोर्ट्स की बात करते हैं, एक बहुत बड़ा नाम है ये। ही इज़ डायरेक्टर ऑफ इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ फॉरेन ट्रेड, एंड आई एम वेरी ग्लैड टू शेयर विद यू, इनके बहुत सारे छात्र आज भारत सरकार में सेक्रेटरीज हैं, भारत सरकार में एडिशनल सेक्रेटरीज हैं, और कुछ स्टेट्स के में चीफ सेक्रेटरीज भी हैं। तो इन्होंने इस तरह का एक क्रिएटिव वो काम किया है अपने संस्थान में, जहाँ की उपज जो है आपके सामने दिखाई देती है। So it's an honor and pleasure for me to welcome Professor Joshi to SUFALAM 2.0. Welcome, sir. Professor Harpal Singh, he is a very renowned professor at IIT Delhi. इनका मेडिकल डायग्नोस्टिक्स का काम बहुत सराहा गया है। कोविड के समय पे इन्होंने कुछ किट्स तैयार की थी, जिनका इस्तेमाल भारत सरकार के काफ़ी संस्थानों ने और काफ़ी सोसाइटीज़ ने किया, काफ़ी डिपार्टमेंट्स ने किया। और ये आईटी में प्रोफेसर होने के साथ साथ ही हैज़ 2 स्टार्टअप्स, वन इन इंडिया अनदर इन यूएस। तो इसलिए हम चाह रहे थे कि ऐसी शख्सियत हमारे यहाँ आए जो हमारे बच्चों को, जो हमारे स्टार्टअप्स को बताएं कि स्टार्टअप जर्नी क्या होती है, जो तकलीफ़ें दर्द इन्होंने सहे एक सक्षम स्टार्टअप बनने में, उसका एक ब्यौरा आपको देंगे आज। So it's an honor for us to have you here, Professor Harpal Singh. And I welcome all the guests from industry, my colleagues from industry who come all the way from different places to grace this occasion. सर मैं हर जगह यही कहता हूँ कि कोई भी टेक्नोलॉजी इंस्टीट्यूट, चाहे वो IIT हो, चाहे NIFTEM हो, चाहे NITs हों, वो आगे नहीं बढ़ सकते जब तक इंडस्ट्री सपोर्ट नहीं करती. So academia industry collaborations is the key to success for any sector. And I'm really grateful to industry that they shown a lot of interest in joining us here. We have CEOs and MDs and vice presidents and senior managers from different companies who are present here with us, so I welcome them all. I would also welcome all the investors who have come from different companies to run through the pitching section and see कि हमारे ऐसे कौन से स्टार्टअप्स हैं जिनको फाइनेंशियली सपोर्ट किया जा सकता है. टेक्निकल मेंटरशिप इंडस्ट्री दे सकती है, निफ्टम दे सकता है, बट फाइनेंशियल एक जो इंसेंटिव स्टार्टअप्स को मिलते हैं वो इन एंजल इन्वेस्टर्स VC से आते हैं. सो आई वेलकम ऑल ऑफ देम. आई ऑल्सो वेलकम माई कलीग्स फ्रॉम द मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्रीज हु आर प्रेजेंट हियर. हम एक अभिन्न अंग है मिनिस्ट्री का, वे इंटीग्रल पार्ट ऑफ द मिनिस्ट्री. And we work together on many of the schemes, we work together on many of the things. World Food India देख लीजिए, जहाँ हम हर जगह मंत्रालय के साथ खड़े होते हैं. मंत्रालय जो थीमेटिक सेशंस हैं, जो पिलर्स डिसाइड किए जाते हैं, हम लोग मिलके करते हैं. So I'm grateful to all the colleagues from ministry who've come here. I'm also grateful to the people from Kundali industrial area and Rai industrial area who have joined us here. सर मैंने ये संस्थान 1 साल 8 महीने पहले ज्वाइन किया था. तो उस टाइम माननीय मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट श्री प्रहलाद सिंह पटेल होते थे. तो उन्होंने मुझे एक ही बात की जब उनसे पहली दफ़ा मिलने गया कि सोनीपत में अपनी पहचान बनाई है, आपकी पहचान सोनीपत में भी नहीं है. तो मुझे एक थोड़ा झटका लगा कि ये मतलब हम इतने सालों से यहाँ पे और हमें सोनीपत में लोग जानते नहीं हैं. तो मुझे उम्मीद है कि एटलीस्ट अब लोग सोनीपत में तो हमें जानते हैं, पूरे देश में शायद ना जानते हो, लेकिन सोनीपत में लोग हमें जानते हैं. और आने वाले वर्षों में मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है कि लोग पूरे देश में नहीं, हमें विदेश में भी जानेंगे. So I welcome our esteemed colleagues from Kia and Rio who have joined us here. I welcome our colleagues from press who've come here from Delhi as well as Sonipat. I welcome the district administration, the SDM Sonipat who come here, the personal staff of Honorable Minister. I welcome all my students, faculty, and most important, our stakeholders. I welcome all the startups who have come here. In fact, sir, we've got more than 500 registrations. At some point in time, we had to close the registration because the number was going much beyond our capacity. ये स्टार्टअप्स सर ऐसे स्टार्टअप्स हैं जो हर रोज़ कुछ ना कुछ नया सोचते हैं, कुछ ना कुछ नया इनोवेट करते हैं और उन आइडियाज़ को हमारे जैसे संस्थानों के साथ इंक्यूबेट करते हैं और अपने टेक्नोलॉजीज़ को, प्रोडक्ट्स को आगे लेके जाते हैं. चाहे वो सेल कल्चर मीट हो, चाहे वो सॉल्यूशंस हो कि फलों और सब्जियों की शेल्फ लाइफ कैसे बढ़ाई जाए, चाहे वो न्यूट्रास्यूटिकल्स हों, चाहे वो मिलेट्स बेस्ड न्यूट्रिशनल प्रोडक्ट्स हों, या रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी हो, I2 डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजीज़ हों. आप देखेंगे सर एग्जीबिशन में कि हमारे स्टार्टअप्स जो कि 20 हमारे जो स्टार्टअप्स यहाँ आए हैं वो 23 अलग अलग राज्यों से आए हैं, जिनमें अरुणाचल प्रदेश, मणिपुर, केरला, तमिलनाडु, राजस्थान, मध्य प्रदेश, बिहार, झारखंड, छत्तीसगढ़ भी शामिल हैं. So they've come all the way from different places. It's my proud privilege to welcome all the startups who joined us here from different states and union territories. एग्जीबिशन में करीब 20 स्टेट से लोग हमारे यहाँ आए हैं जो अपने प्रोडक्ट्स एग्जिबिट कर रहे हैं. एंड अगेन आई वेलकम यू ऑल टू दिस इवेंट. जहाँ तक कंटेक्स्ट सेटिंग की बात है, गत वर्ष 2024 में मैंने सुफलम का आरंभ किया था. सर ये एक सोच थी मंत्रालय की कि वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया के बाद हम लोग कोई ऐसा प्रोग्राम करें जो कि एक्सक्लूसिवली स्टार्टअप्स के लिए हो, क्योंकि वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया में बहुत सारे ट्रेड डिस्कशंस होती हैं, रिवर्स बायसेलर्स मीट होती हैं, लोग जनरली एंजॉय करने के लिए आते हैं. जो सीरियस स्टार्टअप्स हैं उनको कैसे प्रोटेक्ट किया जाए, उनको कैसे प्रोजेक्ट किया जाए. तो हमारा सौभाग्य है कि लास्ट टाइम हमने ये कार्यक्रम दिल्ली में आयोजित किया था, जो कि हम यहाँ करना चाहते थे, कुछ कारण इस तरह के बन गए, लेकिन इस बार हम अपने संस्थान में इस कार्यक्रम का आयोजन कर रहे हैं. तो इसका जो मेन मकसद है सर वो यही है कि स्टार्टअप्स को फूड इंडस्ट्री में कैसे लाया जाए, उनको नए नए आइडियाज़ कैसे दिए जाएं. और ये जो सेक्टर है सर, आपका जो मंत्रालय है सनराइज सेक्टर है जिसकी ग्रोथ फिनोमिनल है. 2030 में हमारा जीडीपी कंट्रीब्यूशन भी बहुत बढ़ने वाला है और उसमें स्टार्टअप्स का योगदान बहुत ही बढ़ने वाला है। तो उनको कैसे हैंड होल्ड करके हम आगे लेके जा सकते हैं, जो तकनीकी मेंटरशिप हम दे सकते हैं, फाइनेंशियली हम कैसे सपोर्ट कर सकते हैं, इन जो गवर्नमेंट की स्कीम्स हैं, रेगुलेटरी के साथ जो रेगुलेशंस हैं उनके बारे में इनको कैसे अवगत करा सकते हैं ताकि आगे आने वाले बिजनेस में इनको कोई दिक्कत ना हो। तो इस संदर्भ में सर हमारे यहाँ कुछ टेक्निकल सेशंस हैं जो कि इंडस्ट्री लीडर्स जैसे हेक्सागन है, फर्मेंटा बायोटेक से हैं, ये लोग यहाँ पे अपना अनुभव बताएंगे कि जब इन्होंने अपनी जर्नी शुरू की तो ये कहाँ थे और आज कहाँ हैं, और क्या क्या कठिनाई इन्होंने झेली, क्या क्या इनको देखना पड़ा, लेकिन क्या क्या वो अच्छी चीज़ें थी, क्या क्या स्ट्रेंथ्स थी जिन्होंने आज इन्हें स्ट्रांग बनाया है। फिर हमारा सेशन सर सस्टेनेबिलिटी पे है, जिसमें नेस्ले के फॉर्मर डायरेक्टर आ रहे हैं जो कि कीनोट एड्रेस देंगे। हमारे यहाँ एक सेशन प्रोफेसर प्रसाद ले रहे हैं, IIM मुंबई से आए हैं वो, जो कि बहुत ही फेमस एक हस्ती है, उनके काफ़ी यूट्यूब फॉलोअर्स हैं, स्टार्टअप्स को बहुत प्रमोट करते हैं, इनकरेज करते हैं, और एक नेटवर्किंग के लिए हमने पूरा अवसर दिया है, मौका दिया है इन स्टार्टअप्स को कंपनीज के साथ लाइज करने का, हमारे अपने निफ्टम्स के साथ या बाकी जो एकेडमिक इंस्टीट्यूट के साथ लाइजन करने का। उसके बाद करीब 60 से ज़्यादा एंट्रीज हमारे पास आई थी पिचिंग के लिए, और क्योंकि हम लोग ज़्यादा अकोमोडेट नहीं कर पा रहे थे तो हमें पिचिंग अपना जो रजिस्ट्रेशन बंद करना पड़ा, एंड वी फाइनली शॉर्ट लिस्टेड 20 ऑफ देम। वो 20 स्टार्टअप्स जिनके जो ऑलरेडी DPIT रजिस्टर्ड हैं, जिनके पास ऑलरेडी प्रोडक्ट्स हैं, आइडियाज़ हैं, वो पिच करेंगे फॉर रेजिंग सेकेंड और थर्ड राउंड ऑफ इन्वेस्टमेंट फ्रॉम द एंजल इन्वेस्टर्स। एंड देन वी हैव एक सेशन हमने रखा है यंग स्टार्टअप्स के लिए जो कि 20 से 30 साल की उम्र के हैं, वो अपना अनुभव हमारे साथ साझा करेंगे। हमारे 6-7 स्टार्टअप्स जो कुछ निफ्टम से हैं, कुछ निफ्टम के साथ जुड़े हैं, कुछ बाहर से हैं, वो लोग आपको बताएंगे कि उनकी कैसे ये जर्नी रही, बिकॉज एजमेट्स आपस में एक अच्छा कनेक्ट बनाते हैं अपने एजमेट्स के साथ। हम चाहते हैं कि निफ्टम के स्टूडेंट्स आगे स्टार्टअप्स बने, जॉब क्रिएटर्स बने, जॉब सीकर्स ना बने। तो आई एम श्योर जो कल 10 से 11 का एक सेशन है जिसमें 20 साल के बच्चे या 22 साल के बच्चे आके आपको बताएंगे कि उनकी जर्नी कैसे रही, उन्होंने क्या क्या किया, आई एम श्योर यू ऑल गोइंग टू बी स्पेलबाउंड फॉर दैट। So I again welcome you all to this SUFALAM 2.0, but before that, मुझे पता है मैंने अपने 5 मिनट का समय क्रॉस कर लिया, लेकिन मैं 1 मिनट लेना चाहूँगा यहाँ पे इस निफ्टम के बारे में कुछ बताने, क्योंकि माननीय मंत्री महोदय पहली बार हमारे यहाँ आए हैं। सर, निफ्टम की स्थापना 2012 में हुई थी और इसके पीछे एक मंत्रालय की सोच थी। फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्री एक यंग इंडस्ट्री है, ग्रोइंग इंडस्ट्री है, तो वहाँ के जो सीनियर लीडर्स थे, CEO से, MD से, उन्होंने ये एक सोच रखी कि हमारे पास स्किल्ड मैन पावर की कमी है। वी डोंट हैव स्किल्ड कॉम्पिटेंट मैन पावर इन फूड इंडस्ट्री, नॉट इवन एट द प्रोडक्शन लेवल, नॉट इवन इन मार्केटिंग, नॉट इवन इन प्रमोटिंग द ब्रांड्स। तो इस सोच के साथ हम आगे बढ़े, एंड आई कैन प्राउडली से सर, देयर इज नो फूड इंडस्ट्री इन द कंट्री टुडे where we don't find Niftamites. In fact, somebody said that every third person that I see in the industry is a Niftem student. So you can imagine कि हमारे बच्चे कहाँ कहाँ पहुँचे, और 2012 से 16 का जो पहला बैच निकला, उसके बाद 2012 से 14 जो MTech वाला बैच निकला, हाल मतलब जिनको 8 और 10 साल हुए हैं, आज वो कंपनी में सीनियर मैनेजमेंट में पोजीशंस पे भी पहुँच गए हैं। सो दैट इज़ निफ्टम ऑल अबाउट, निफ्टम कुंडली ऑल अबाउट। दूसरा सर, साथ ही हमारे यहाँ करीब 50 बच्चे हमारे स्टार्टअप्स हैं, हमारे अपने बच्चे जिनको हमने कुछ हद तक सपोर्ट किया, कुछ उन्होंने बाकी इंक्यूबेटर से सपोर्ट ली है, एंड दे आर डूइंग प्रीटी वेल इन देयर करियर्स। तो हमारा ये मानना है कि निफ्टम इंडस्ट्री की मदद इस तरह से तो कर ही रहा है, लेकिन दूसरा जो एक मुद्दा था, दूसरा जो एक ऑब्जेक्टिव था, वो ये था कि ऐसी क्या इनोवेशंस लाई जाएँ, ऐसी क्या रिसर्च की जाए इस देश में जो कि एक पाथ ब्रेकिंग रिसर्च हो, जिससे इंडस्ट्री अपना पोर्टफोलियो एक्सपैंड करे। जैम, जेली, अचार, बिस्किट सब बना रहे हैं, लेकिन गुणवत्ता कैसी उनमें लाई जाए, वीगन प्रोडक्ट्स कैसे बनाए जाएं, ग्लूटेन फ्री प्रोडक्ट्स कैसे बनाए जाएं। तो सर इस डायरेक्शन में मैंने बहुत काम किया है। हमारी काफ़ी जो इंडस्ट्री कनेक्ट है हमारा बहुत है, इंडस्ट्री प्रोजेक्ट हमें दे रही है, और आजकल हम इंडस्ट्री प्रोजेक्ट्स ही कर रहे हैं जो इंडस्ट्री के फोकस प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं, जो इंडस्ट्री की नीड है आज के दिन में। So we're working on those projects where industry desires us to work. तो तीसरा सर उद्यमशीलता का था कि हम नए नए स्टार्टअप्स को, नए नए एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को कैसे इंक्यूबेट करें, सैंड होल्ड करें। तो सर मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा कि हमारे यहाँ 5 पायलट प्लांट हैं। अगेन दे आर स्टेट ऑफ द पायलट प्लांट्स बिकॉज दिस इज अ क्लियर फूड डोमेन इंस्टीट्यूट। हमारा रेडी टू ईट पायलट प्लांट है, वी हैव अ बेकरी पायलट प्लांट, फ्रूट एंड वेजिटेबल, मीट, डेयरी पायलट प्लांट। देन वी हैव अ लैब which is the only lab in the country among all R&D institutes, which is accredited as primary, referral as well as national reference lab by FSSAI. तो उद्यमशीलता अगर हमें बढ़ानी है तो लोगों को सपोर्ट करना पड़ेगा, उन्हें सिखाना पड़ेगा, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग करनी पड़ेगी, ट्रेनिंग्स करनी पड़ेगी। वो हम लोग सब कुछ कर रहे हैं। और मेरे इस निफ्टम परिवार का मानना है सर, और हमारे बीओजी चेयरपर्सन प्रोफेसर रामगोपाल राव, जो कि एक नाम मानी हस्ती हैं पूरे कंट्री में व्हेन इट कम्स टू एकेडमिक्स एंड रिसर्च, उनका भी ये मानना है कि निफ्टम कुंडली हैज़ द पोटेंशियल ऑफ बिकमिंग IIT ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी एंड IIM ऑफ मैनेजमेंट। तो इस दिशा में हम लोग अग्रसर हैं सर। मंत्रालय हमें सपोर्ट कर रहा है, आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। हमारी एक ही गुजारिश विनती है कि मंत्रालय हमें सपोर्ट करता रहे। हमें कुछ नई पोजीशन चाहिए, अगर हमें वो मिल जाती हैं, हमें कुछ फंडिंग, हमारी सिचुएशन इंप्रूव हो जाती है, तो बहुत सारे जो रिक्वेस्ट हमें स्टेट से आते हैं वो हम पूरे कर पाएंगे। बहुत सारे स्टेट से रिक्वेस्ट आते हैं कि कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग करने के लिए हम आपके पास FPOs भेज रहे हैं, बाकी रूरल यूथ भेज रहे हैं, तो कई बार हम नहीं कर पाते बिकॉज ऑफ द प्रॉब्लम दैट वी फेस, दैट वी हैव इन हैंड हियर। बट मुझे पूरी उम्मीद है सर, वी हैव सच अ यंग एंड डायनेमिक ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर, and we have very young, very dynamic secretaries and other joint secretaries and the office of the ministry who are going to support us and handhold us and take us forward. So इन शब्दों के, और निफ्टम सर ऐसा है, मैं चाहूँगा कि आने वाले समय में कोई बोले कि हमें फूड में समस्या है, हम फूड में कुछ जानना चाहते हैं, हम कहाँ जाएं, तो लोग कहें निफ्टम है ना। तो निफ्टम है ना के साथ मैं अपना वेलकम एड्रेस यहीं समाप्त करता हूँ। एक बार फिर से आप सबका बहुत बहुत स्वागत, बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन, धन्यवाद, जय हिंद।
Thank you so much, sir, for setting the context and giving the background of NIFTEM. NIFTEM is striving towards our honorable minister's vision to make India the food basket of the world. We are providing core science-based solutions not only to the food industry, but sometimes even to the medical practitioners who are coming forward and asking us solutions in food. We are working towards increasing productivity, ensuring safety, health and sustainability in the food supply chain. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we now look forward to thought-provoking insights from two eminent voices shaping the food innovation landscape. We now invite our first guest speaker, Professor Rakesh Mohan Joshi, Vice Chancellor, IIFT, New Delhi, to share his insights with us today.
Distinguished Secretary, Dr. Subrata Gupta ji, Director of the Institute, Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi ji, Professor Harpal ji, and very importantly, the young entrepreneurs and students of this outstanding institute. I am highly privileged and I thank Professor Oberoi ji for inviting me on this wonderful function SUFALAM. आजकल हम बड़े बड़े एक्रोनिम बना देते हैं। I only remember सुजलाम सुफलाम मलयज शीतलाम. This land is amazing. Sujalam, it gives good water. Sufalam, it gets good harvest. Malayaj, Malay you understand. Malay is Chandan. Jay is born. Born out of Malay. Chandan, Malayaj Sheetalam. Thandi thandi hava chalti hai. So we are so privileged to be in a country like India, which is Sujalam, Sufalam, Malayaj Sheetalam. And therefore, as you know, agriculture remains a backbone of our economy. 50% people in this country, their livelihood even today is based on agriculture. In America, it is 1% or less. In India, share of agriculture is 15%. In America, it is 2%. In Netherlands, it is 3%. But America accounts for 18% share in the world exports. You talk of maize, 50%, 60% maize is produced in America. Soybean, 40%, 50% soybean in America. And therefore, I think this institute is amazing. There is a country which has got, 1.25% of the land area India has got. Is the second largest agro exporter after United States of America, Netherlands. टमाटर की प्रोडक्टिविटी 25 गुना ज़्यादा है. And do you know, India is the country which has got 53% of its, land area under cultivation. India has got the highest land area under cultivation, 1.7 million hectares. More than America. America has got 1.6. China has got only 1.23. And a country, I am speaking as a professor, forget I am a vice chancellor, so give me this opportunity. सुलभा एक दिन क्या हुआ कि धृतराष्ट्र को नींद नहीं आ रही थी रात को, नहीं आती, हमको भी नहीं आती है कभी कभी. तो उसने कहा कि यार क्या प्रॉब्लम क्या है पता कर रहे हैं. तो उसने कहा विदुर को बुलाओ. तो विदुर गया. तो विदुर ने उससे कहा कि भाई ये बताओ, आप तो राजा हो हैं, अगर मैं थोड़ा ऊपर नीचे बोलूँगा मेरी गर्दन गई. सुलभा पुरुषा राजन सततम प्रियवादिना अप्रियस्तु पथ्यस्य वक्ता श्रोता च दुर्लभ. It's easy to find people who say yes sir, and unfortunately when we rise on the ladder, आप चाहे वाइस चांसलर, डायरेक्टर और मंत्री तो बहुत बड़े होते हैं, तो उनके चारों तरफ जितने लोग होते हैं वो यही कहते हैं साहब आप जो कह रहे हो वो सत्य है. ये मैं नहीं कह रहा हूँ, ये विदुर ने धृतराष्ट्र को कहा. बट विद दिस वी लूज द कैपेबिलिटी टू थिंक. मैं इंडिया की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, आई एम टॉकिंग ऑफ डोनाल्ड ट्रम्प. Because nobody has got dare to say him. If he says, you stupid president. मेरे कहने का तात्पर्य ये है कि हिंदुस्तान, India is the largest producer of milk on the earth. 230 million liters of milk we produce, double the milk America produce. More than the entire 27 countries in European Union produce. But हमारे export में share क्या है? 0.23%. Let's talk of food processing. In total agri export of say 38 million, $38 billion, India's share is only 25. Food processing is only 25%. Worldwide, out of 1.5 trillion of the total export, 1 trillion is processed food. तो food processing तो future की industry है. So all of you are fortunate who are associated with this institute in any capacity. अच्छा, फूड आप हमेशा याद रखें. एक मैंने पिक्चर देखी थी जब मैं बच्चा था, रोटी कपड़ा और मकान. आपने देखी थी? I think you will remember that in 1970 there was a president, कोई अभी नहीं हमेशा आते रहे, there was a president रिचर्ड निक्सन. तो कीमतें खाने की बढ़ गई. तो खाने की जब कीमत बढ़ गई तो he brought that big Nixon shock wherein the US dollar was linked with the gold. पहले क्या होता था बटन वुड सिस्टम में कि जितनी करेंसी कंट्री इशू करता था उतना सोना रिजर्व बैंक रखते थे. उसने कहा अब सोने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है. हाँ, मैं आपको थोड़ा सा याद दिला रहा हूँ. हैं तो हुआ क्या कि हिंदुस्तान में उस समय खाने की कीमतें बढ़ गई 71. एंड आई एम श्योर दैट यू नो द ग्रेट क्राइसिस ऑफ एडिबल ऑयल. पूरी कहानी सुनाऊंगा तो आपको बड़ा अच्छा नहीं लगेगा, बट मुझे लगता है कि यू नीड टू नो इट. मेस प्राइसेस बढ़ गए. गुजरात में मेस प्राइसेस, देयर वाज अ कंप्लीट स्ट्राइक इन गुजरात एंड इट गेव राइज टू संपूर्ण क्रांति. हु नोज बेटर देन ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर? सिंहासन खाली करो कि हम आते हैं, जयप्रकाश नारायण. एंड इट वाज एडिबल ऑयल. And India, from being net exporter of edible oil before 1947, today our dependence on edible oil is 70%. देखो एक चीज़ समझ लो, हिंदुस्तान में पेट्रोलियम हम नहीं उगा सकते क्योंकि वो तो पेट्रोलियम तो ज़मीन में मिलता है, बट एग्रीकल्चर में हु प्रिवेंट्स यू? डू यू नो इंडिया इंपोर्ट्स मोर फ्रूट्स देन वी एक्सपोर्ट? डू यू नो वी इंपोर्ट मोर वेजिटेबल्स देन वी एक्सपोर्ट? 143 करोड़ की पॉपुलेशन के इस कंट्री के अंदर +48 से -48 टेम्परेचर रहता हो और आपको फल सब्जी इंपोर्ट करनी पड़े, तो कहीं ना कहीं तो चक्कर है, और उसको हम समझना नहीं चाहते हैं। अभी बहुत सारे लोग आएंगे आपको बताएंगे हमने कितना अच्छा किया है। खैर अच्छा तो हमने किया है, इंडिया ने अच्छा किया, इसमें कोई डाउट नहीं है। नाउ आई टेल यू, इन 1947 we imported food grain worth 2.8 मिलियन मेट्रिक टन। 2060 आते आते हम उसको 8 मिलियन मेट्रिक टन इंपोर्ट करने लगे। 2066 में ऐसा टाइम आया जब लाल बहादुर शास्त्री जी ने कहा कि इस देश की फूड प्रोसेसिंग खाने की समस्या एक ही तरह से निपट सकती है कि आप हफ्ते में एक दिन खाना बंद कर दो, एंड द कंट्री फॉलोड इट एंड इट इम्प्रूव्ड इट। From that time to today, India is the largest exporter of food grain on the earth. 40% share in the export market, Indian rice. आज अगर हम चावल नहीं देते हैं दुनिया में, तो यूरोप और अमेरिका कहने लगते हैं, the president of America, not this one, other one, but anyone, the president is a president, कि इंडियंस ने खाना ज़्यादा शुरू कर दिया है, और वो सच है, और वो सच है। देयर इज ए रिमार्केबल शिफ्ट फ्रॉम रॉ प्रोड्यूस टू प्रोसेस फूड्स, एंड दिस इज योर टाइम। देखो मैं तो जब से आई एम सो हैप्पी टू बी विद द पीपल इन फूड बिकॉज आई एम ए फूड टेक्नोलॉजिस्ट। आई डिड एमटेक फ्रॉम दैट टाइम इज दैट NDRI करनाल, तभी निफ्टिम तो था नहीं, ये बाद में बना। इट्स अमेजिंग इंस्टीट्यूट। वी रिक्वायर मच मोर निफ्टिम लाइक दिस, नॉट वन, बिकॉज फूड प्रोसेसिंग इज is something which comes from villages. So it's very important. It's very important that we present. अभी देखो बहुत सारी बात हुई, आप लोगों के बहुत सारे स्टार्टअप हैं। I am so happy that startup is probably the answer to the problem of the day, क्योंकि सरकार के पास एम्प्लॉयमेंट मतलब गिने चुने हैं और धीरे धीरे इट इज श्रिंकिंग। द अदर थिंग इज इन द सेक्टर, the sector is very very limited, and then what is happening is then we need startups like Mittelstand in Germany. आप यूरोप में चले जाओ, कहीं भी अमेरिका में चले जाओ, तो वहाँ पे क्या होता है, आप जाओ, आप एक आध इंडियन होंगे, बहुत सारा भारतीय खाना विदेशी लोग खाते हुए नजर आते हैं, और जब आप इस खाने को विदेशी लोगों की टेबल पे पहुंचा देंगे तो सोचो निफ्टिम सफल हो गया। So there is a lot of scope for this. So one thing is, what I wanted to say as a professor of international marketing, you need to understand what is required in the international market. Look at the Chinese food. We have started, हमारे बच्चे तो कहते हैं मैगी नूडल ही चाहिए उनको, तो they don't want and I think I did a case study for Oxford that time. Maggi noodle, it was banned because of certain quality issues, and again when it came, it's turnover boosted. So you need to monitor what is required in the market and the food that मुझे पता है आप MBA भी चलाते हैं यहाँ पे, and you need to monitor the international markets. So this is one, and then you also need to monitor the international situation, what is required in the market, and the tariff situation. देखो agriculture and food processing is a very very protected. आप माने या ना माने, यूरोप के अंदर the production subsidy and the marketing subsidy is much more than they give the aid to all countries given together. ये सारे बड़े बड़े देश कहते हैं कि हम आपको सहायता देते हैं, ये तो अमेरिका ने तो बंदी कर दिया कि WHO में हमको सहायता नहीं देनी है, और भी देश कर देंगे. एंड देन यू ऑल्सो नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड what are the barriers to market. I did the study for, I made the India's export roadmap for dairy products 2030. So I had opportunity to visit 200 all big dairy units across the world, 400 in India. तो देखा उसमें देखा हमने. I met some trade associations in place called Belgium and London and US. कहते सर हम तो आपका दूध का आने ही नहीं देंगे यहाँ पे. वो कहते हैं कि अगर आपने, if the cow is not captive, it's not in a dairy farm, this दूध is not required. They ban it, most countries. एक वो कहते हैं कि आप foot and mouth disease हो गई है. हिंदुस्तान इतना बड़ा देश है, आप देखिए. We are not, a small country. And therefore, say if one sporadic element in one part is, the whole country is bad. Rinderpest. Buffalo is another thing. अभी ये कहते हैं कि भैंस का दूध तो पीने के लिए नहीं होता है. 70% of the buffalo is only in India. फिर पाकिस्तान बांग्लादेश को मिला दोगे तो 90% बुफेलोज हैं. वो तो थोड़ी सी है जो हमने इटली में एक्सपोर्ट की है बुफेलोज, बिकॉज द चेडार चीज कैन नॉट बी मेड फ्रॉम एनी अदर थिंग अदर देन द बुफेलो मिल्क, क्योंकि वो इलास्टिसिटी नहीं आती है उसमें, और चीज पिज्जा पे वो मजा नहीं आता है. And therefore, we need to understand the marketing barrier in the market. And let me tell you, you have to be innovative. Not only product, but erecting barrier in India is innovative. Let me compliment to the scientists. हमने क्या किया? Do you know? We also don't import milk from the countries which America always flag कि अगर आपकी गाय ने वो kettle feed खाया है जिसमें animal content है, slaughter house से आया हुआ, तो that milk we cannot import, and therefore we don't import milk from Europe and America. एक चीज मुझे जाना, चलो प्रोफेसर को बुलाने की गलती की आपने. Let me tell you, you need to understand that in time to come the price, आप global food price index देखिए, the price is time to come is likely to decrease. और जब ये price decrease होने वाली है, the biggest challenge in the food processors is, the biggest challenge to the food processors is that you need to be competitive in the prices. आप मीट ले लीजिए, डेयरी ले लीजिए, ग्रेन ले लीजिए, शुगर ले लीजिए, the price in next 10 years is going to decline in real terms, taking care of the inflation. और आपकी input cost बढ़ेगी, तो how you are going to be competitive? So this is, I think, always, and the innovation is the answer. Nutraceuticals, new delivery system in the food. So all these things are to be answered, and I'm sure you will do it. And let me compliment to the Ministry of Food Processing Industries, which have done remarkable work, and I'm very optimistic about it. And you the entrepreneurs, you come with a great spirit, and I wish all of you a success. बस एक मंत्र मेरे साथ आप बोल दीजिए हैं उससे, and that is the key to your success. कराग्रे वसते लक्ष्मी, बोलिए. Money resides कर मध्ये सरस्वती, and wisdom reside in your own hand. कर मूले tu गोविंद. All the auspicious reside in your own hand. Prabhate kar darshanam. Get up every day and think only you can do. So it is not Donald Trump says is we can do, India says from centuries that we can do, and entrepreneurs you can do. Thank you. Namaskar, namaskara, vanakkam.
Thank you for such insightful, thought-provoking words, sir. I'm sure the students will be keen to invite you again. They'll be wanting to listen more and more of your thought-provoking words. With this, it's time to invite Professor Harpal Singh, Professor Emeritus, IIT Delhi, to share his thoughts about a startup journey of a professor from spark to shine.
Chirag Paswan ji, Union Minister for Food Processing, Gupta ji, Secretary, Food Processing, Dr. Harinder ji, Director NIFTEM, Dr. Joshi, and इधर नहीं चाहिए नहीं, यहाँ से तो चेंज होगा। फर्स्ट कहाँ जाएगी? आप चेंज करते हैं फर्स्ट चिराग पासवान जी, गुप्ता जी, हरिंदर जी, जोशी जी, various startup entrepreneurs, delegates and students. Good morning, namaste and sat sri akal. So I've been told to give a spark to success as a IITian, as a my story as to have a startup, which of course is not a 1 or 2 years or 4 years kind of a success story one can write while doing startups. So I'll try to be brief, but I'll convey what are those steps, what are those struggles which I had in these startups. So I'm a professor at IIT Delhi, but that journey, before starting that journey, I think struggle is not from a startup, but struggle started well before that. And this struggle, I think, I recall that what happened on 22nd April in Kashmir Valley. Innocent people died because of fanatism, because of some problem with the religion, and I think इंसानियत मरती है यहाँ पर। वो इंसानियत क्यों मरती है आज भी समझ नहीं आता। बार बार हम ये रिपीट होता है हमारे नेशन में, तो उसको कैसे क्या करें हम, कैसे हम इकट्ठे हों और इंसानियत का बिल्कुल हम आगे लेके चलें, वो समझना बहुत ज़रूरी है। तो ये स्टार्टअप स्टोरी जो है, उससे पहले हमारी जो स्टोरी है, जो ग्रैंडपा मुझे बताते हैं कि ड्यूरिंग पार्टीशन 1947 को जो पार्टीशन हुआ, तो हम लोग झेलम डिस्ट्रिक्ट में थे, रावलपिंडी के पास में। तो वहाँ से जब मॉब ने अटैक किया, तो 2 कपलों में ही घरों से बाहर निकले और भाग के नियरेस्ट रेलवे स्टेशन पर पहुंचने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं फैमिली के साथ। अगर वो घर नहीं छोड़ते तो वहीं मॉब किल करता उनको। स्टेशन पे आने के बाद वहाँ गाड़ी फॉर्चुनेटली थी इंडिया को आने के लिए, लेकिन जब वो पता लगा कि भाई वो आगे मॉब 2 किलोमीटर पे खड़ा हुआ है जो पूरी ट्रेन को कुछ भी कर सकता है उसके साथ, लेकिन फॉर्चुनेटली 10 मिनट पहले आर्मी का एक कॉन्वॉय विद वेपन्स आ गया, जिनको ट्रांसफ़र करना था वो वेपन्स इंडिया के लिए। और उन्होंने जितने भी लोग थे जिनको आर्म कम्युनिकेशन में जो ट्रेनिंग थी और चला सकते थे, उनको उन्होंने डिस्ट्रीब्यूट किए और गाड़ी चली 10 मिनट के बाद, और 4 किलोमीटर पे वहाँ पर नारे लगने शुरू हो गए, नाराए तकबीर, अल्लाह अकबर। और वो मुस्लिम जो भी थे वहाँ पर फैनेटिक थे, मैं उसको धर्म की बात ही नहीं कर रहा। तो इन्होंने फायर स्टार्ट किया, तो फिर ड्राइवर ने समझाया कि भाई देखिए यहाँ आपकी नहीं चलेगी, बिकॉज दे आर फुल विद वेपन्स एंड एमुनिशंस। तो वो जान बच गई, बट उस समय ऐसा हो रहा था कि ट्रेन कट कट के दोनों तरफ से जा रही थी और पूरी की पूरी ट्रेन में कोई बचता नहीं था। तो आज वो अगर बचाव नहीं होता तो शायद हम भी नहीं होते। तो वो स्टोरी वहाँ से शुरू हो रही है। और फादर जब आए तो उनकी उम्र क्या थी, करीब 14.5 साल। और यहाँ आके दादाजी ने बोला कि हमारे पास तो खाने के लिए भी नहीं है, आप जो करना है करो। फादर ज्वाइन द आर्मी एज ए बॉयज़ 14.5-15 साल में, और वो जर्नी स्टार्ट हुई। और उसके बाद हम आए, तो जो जर्नी फादर के साथ हर 2 साल में ट्रांसफ़र है, हर 2 साल के बाद स्कूल चेंज है। तो कोई हमसे पूछता है कि कहाँ रहते हो, तो हम कहते हैं कि सारे भारत में हम रहे हैं, सारा इंडिया हमारा है। हर 2 साल में स्कूल चेंज है, बट वो स्ट्रगल करना आ गया वहाँ, और हमने वो स्ट्रगल जारी रखा। और स्कूलिंग जो है वो MP, UP, जम्मू कश्मीर, हिमाचल प्रदेश, असम, यहाँ सब जगह एजुकेशन हुई। और अल्टीमेटली I did my MSc and always I stood 1, 2 or 3 in the college, and finally I did my MSc with organic chemistry. और वो उसके बाद क्या करें कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा था, कोई गाइड करने वाला नहीं था. फिर fortunately I got the interview letter from IIT Delhi and I got the admission for PhD, and I did my PhD, and that was a struggle, but it was a giant program of IIT and AIMS Delhi, and I did my PhD in 3 years. That was a record in 3 years. But people ask how fast you have done. I said it's not 3 years. It's a journey where we were working night also 2 o'clock. And 8 o'clock we get, in the mess, we get the breakfast and take that breakfast as a part of lunch. And people used to call me pack lunch sing. But we were doing it. We daily pack lunch and then go to AIMS doing all work because space was not there in IIT. To work, lab was not there. So all animal facilities, all AIMS lab we used, and finally I got the degree in 3 years. But that is actually 6 years because we worked day and night, nothing else we were doing. And after that, 3 years, and I got a job also, which is these days I am finding very difficult to get the job also. So I got 2 jobs and finally I joined JK. But I was not very happy with the industry. I wanted to see some academic as well as industry. And finally, IIT, there was an interview, selection committee was there. I appeared and I got the selection. Despite the resistance from the head, I got the selection, and finally I joined IIT, but at the same time I had the NASA fellowship with me. But I thought I'll be in India, I'll be with my people, I'll contribute here, and that's why I joined IIT. But that struggle started because head saw to it that I don't become a permanent, and I remain there in spite of facing a permanent selection committee. I was 6 years, I was temporary, and I know that I have to survive. At that time, I moved to industry. So I was doing small consultancy projects, troubleshooting for the industries, their quality control, and I know any day the letter may come and I have to leave. But after 6 years, had changed, and finally, not only I become from lecturer to assistant professor, but I became permanent also. So that was a struggle period, but I know now how to interact with industry, how to take the consultancy project with the industry. So I contributed, and whatever that contribution I'll just give in brief also. But I think if you want to contribute something, what India is looking today is, I think, startups, technology, innovation, and then everything will happen, but only academic institute sitting will not do. You have to go to industry also. Unfortunately, Indian industry doesn't believe in our academic system. Finally, because what problem is, generally academic professor, they make a report after 1 year of the project and they give the report, which may work, may not work. But I took the consultancy project, I delivered, then I charged. If I failed, of course I also failed. Out of 10, 6, 4 failures are there, but I never charged with them. So whatever I delivered, then I charged. So that has to be seen for the faculty who are there in academics, that you have to deliver. So finally, whatever that achievements were there in the last about 40 years, I think that achievement. So this achievement which I did is, of course, so far I have supervised 45 PhDs in various areas in biomedical polymers, medical devices, diagnostics, packaging. These are the areas which I am working. And then, of course, I completed 9 research projects sponsored by government agencies, and of course, I completed 30 consultancy projects, which were from private industry, 30 consultancy projects, and including know-how transfer. Now I take turnkey projects also, not only the lab technology, but if somebody is interested, I can take turnkey projects, which I'm a polymer technologist. So anything in polymers, I deliver on lab scale technology also, and I deliver on turnkey basis also. Finally, I'm executive director. Of course, I'm emeritus now, so last year I given the charge to somebody. So I'm executive director of DBT sponsored biodesign program. It is so successful that it's running from 2007 till now. Phase 5 they have further given, and for phase 5 they have given a grant of 14 crores for joint program of IT and AIMS, and where the model is not publication, not message is very clear, mandate is very clear that you have to have a startup there. So whatever we take 12 students, 3 students in each group, 1 doctor, one scientist and one engineer. They form a team. We support them, we mentor them, try to help them, and then they choose their area, and finally the problem which is still not solved, and they take those startup, of course, have patent filing in next 1.5 years. They get the fellowship also, and finally, based on whatever they have achieved, they apply for grant to government agencies, including BIREC, and finally they get the government grant also, and struggle starts actually, because government money is limited money, so attract public or private industry, that is a challenge, and what success rate out of whatever so far we have supervised or whatever mentored, 80 projects from this biodesign program, which is School of International Biodesign. It was started with Stanford Biodesign, but now finally we are independent. And out of 80, whatever success story so far is only 20. 20, they have successfully have their startup. They are doing very well now. But still, so what message for you also is startup is not 1 or 2 years, not with the support of the government. You have to do something extra to convince industry, to convince the private participation in your startup, then only success story will be there. And India is looking for that. Actually, job opportunities are dwindling because now every house wants that their children should be educated, and after education, job problem is there. And if you are not getting a job, to have your own startup also is one of the mode, and we are stressing in the biodesign program. Twice I have had the center also as a head department, and finally I received prestigious IIT awards also, Lifetime Achievement Award from IIT, and of course Innovation Award from FIT, which is a body of IIT. And then I have a 2 startup. One is in Boston, which is a nanoproteogen, which is dedicated for targeted delivery of anti-cancer agents to the cancer site. And results are very, very encouraging. And finally, but money is required. Regulatory is not that easy if you are working with inside the body. And finally, our company, Nanoproteogen, has been acquired by TheraImmune, which is a bigger company, and we are now the shareholder of the company. And the Nanogen in India we have, which is doing very well, but now we realize that you cannot do inside the body because regulatory clearances are very tough. So finally what we are doing is now we are taking all jobs, including medical diagnostics, and another area which we had took is a packaging area we have also took. And we are doing, Nanogen is doing very well in this area. But now we are not seeing that it should be biomedical, it should be for packaging, which is pharma packaging, food packaging, general purpose packaging, because packaging is changing, and without packaging, these are smart packaging these days, not ordinary packaging which we used to have. So these smart packaging, thermal packaging, online addition, formulation, and then packaging, all these are new concepts. So we have to see that, especially that food packaging, we are working, we have the expertise, and whatever the food packaging, ultimately fast production is there, they have to fill the pouch, we have to seal the pouch, so everything is happening online within seconds, and for that specialized coating systems are there. So we expertise in that, which are water-based, which are solvent-based, which are heat-sealable, we specialize in everything. Next please. So these are the technologies which we are given to industry, which is biomedical based also and packaging based also. Few of them importance are like bone cement, which is antimicrobial bone cement, we are given to company Excelvo, Haryana. Then of course, then another one is of course during COVID time we given the COVID rapid antigen kit developed and we pass on to industry, and it was one of the cheapest COVID rapid antigen kit available in the market. And my student Dinesh is now a faculty here, and he was with me, and we were working during COVID time in the lab where everybody was avoiding labs. They were not coming, so we were there in the lab, and we given the breathable coverall to the UFlex in that time. And then of course other technologies which are there is fortified rice, which is also now mandatory to see that fortified rice goes to the market. We are given the technology that also. Specialized coating, which are emulsion based in the hospital interiors and operation rooms where bacteria and virus contamination may be there. So these are the specialized coating which bacteria and virus contact them, those surfaces they get killed, not released, but contact killing concept we are talking about. We are given that also to one company. And of course, microbial detection kit for milk, because milk is, if it is contaminated with pathogenic bacteria, or how much of the load is there. So we have developed that kit, and technology has been transferred to Asian scientific industry also. Next. So this is a COVID-19 corona detection kit, which was, so this is already there in the market. Of course, now demand is not that much, but still at that time there was a peak and there was a demand. Second page, next. So these are the further whatever technologies. Dinesh is a faculty here, assistant professor, is working with me, microbial reduction test kit, and then of course rice fortification test kit. Next. List of technologies which are there, of course, various technologies which we are working. So people, if they are interested, they can contact us. We can transfer the technology at lab scale or on turnkey basis also. And the last one, ABO blood grouping card. This is a room temperature stable card which can give blood grouping. You can take to rural India, any temperature, it will remain stable. So it will give blood grouping and RH factor. And then early detection of heart attack. This kit is also ready and trials will start soon. Besides that, we are into packaging, which are heat sealable packaging, thermal packaging we call them, and then blister packaging we have. So we are all working in that area. Insulin, diabetic, we are working on, we are putting on nano delivery systems, and then timely and controlled release of insulin is there. That technology is also ready. And various other products are also there. Next. So these are the anti-cancer, nanoparticle-based anti-cancer delivery system. This is one which we have, vice processes, whenever there is a larynx cancer, has to be taken out, and then vice process has to be put in. And so we have developed special coating for this vice processes. We have developed this vice processes also. And finally, what we are finding is initial life for vice processes 3 to 4 months only. But once we are coating it, then up to 1.5 years, there is no contamination, there is no growth, biofilm formation, and successfully we hope we'll be able to use this technology for vice processes. Next, please. Yes, I'm closing. This is another technology we are putting anti-cancer drug for targeted delivery for cancer therapy. Next. Next. So these are ABO blood grouping card, which I discussed, and this is for heart attack, if it's there, that kit. Next. Yeah, future research we are looking is a medical food and pharma packaging also. And then another water dispersible and adhesive to reduce price and pollution, which is a talk of the day, to reduce pollution. And biodegradable polymer as a future plastic for packaging and medical disposable, because this polyolefin-based packaging material which are coming, they are causing a lot of problems. They are non-degradable, they cause pollution also, microplastics are releasing. So what we are anticipating is biodegradable plastics, which will be the talk of the day. I think next 5 years, polyolefins will be out, and UAE government is especially taken a megaton plant for producing polylactic acid. If they are sitting on oil, but they are putting a plant of polylactic acid for packaging for biodegradable ones. So why can't India think of, because we have many lactic acid from agro waste and agro products. So I hope government will see that if UAE government can sponsor, why not India government can sponsor this project. Next. So thank you for your kind attention, and of course, in future, in some time I write also something for, especially for my younger generation, future generation, and I think just 2 minutes I'll take for that. So आपके आने से बहुत पहले ही ज्ञान के दीप जला बैठे हैं. आपके आने से बहुत पहले ही ज्ञान के दीप जला बैठे हैं. इन दीपों से हजारों हजार दीप जल जाएं, ये उम्मीद लगा बैठे हैं. आप सबसे मिलके वतन को बुलंदियों पे ले जाना है, ये उम्मीद लगा बैठे हैं, ज्ञान के दीप जला बैठे हैं. हमारे काम आना ना आना, पर एक दिन मुल्क की तकदीर जरूर बन जाना, ये उम्मीद लगा बैठे हैं, ज्ञान के दीप जला बैठे हैं. रब ने इस धरा को स्वर्ग बनाया था, हम उसे अमेरिका, चीन, जापान, हिंदुस्तान और पाकिस्तान बना बैठे हैं। रब ने तो इंसान बनाया था, रब ने तो इंसान बनाया था, हम उसे सिख, ईसाई, हिंदू और मुसलमान बना बैठे हैं। और कुछ बनना ना बनना, बट इंसान जरूर बन जाना, ये उम्मीद लगा बैठे हैं, ज्ञान के दीप जला बैठे हैं। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir, for taking us through such innovative solutions that you figured out, and we look forward to the solutions for sustainable food systems in food industry. Without any further delay, ladies and gentlemen, we now invite the perspectives of our guest of honor, Dr. Subrata Gupta, Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing and Industry.
Honorable Minister in the Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Professor Rakesh Mohan Joshi, Vice Chancellor, Professor Harpal Singh, Professor Emeritus, Professors of NIFTEM, my dear students here of NIFTEM, thinkers and entrepreneurs who have joined today's SUFALAM and is going to exhibit their thinking and their ideas for all of us to see. I extend to all of you a very hearty welcome to this event, which is of huge importance for this sector, food processing sector. You may be aware that the Ministry of Food Processing Industries, through a slew of schemes, have been supporting the growth of this sector in the country. And while we would like to do even more, and I am sure that under the guidance of the Honorable Minister and the visionary Prime Minister, this sector is going to reach huge heights in the years to come. The problems which face us is very, very significant. So I am going to give you a very broad view of what this is all about. Roughly about 12,000 years back, the world population was just about 4 million. 4 million, which is about half the population of London today. And in these 12,000 years, the world population has grown nearly 1900 times to approximately 800 crore. And if you see, in the year 1800, the world population was just about 100 crore. And today, we are somewhere around 800 crore. So over a 225-year period, the world population has increased by more than 8 times. Now, it is not an insignificant achievement that humanity has been able to feed this huge population increase in spite of the fact the farmlands have not increased. Land is not elastic. You can only produce more by providing, to some extent, by providing more inputs. And one of the reasons why this has happened, there are a few reasons why this has happened, is one is advances in technology, advances in agronomy, advances in genetics, plant genetics, all of these, the work of scientists, and most of all, the entrepreneurship of our farmers, which has ensured that the 100 crore population of 1800, today 800 crore, and they are still being fed. But the challenge has not ended there, because almost a third of the world population doesn't get enough food. So while on the one hand, we have to increase production of food, but at the same time, because of technological constraints, the limit of production of food may be not too far away. if you see the way we utilize our land, we will see that 23% of the land under crops is used to grow food directly which we consume. So we consume maize, we consume rice and wheat and fruits and vegetables. 23% of the total land area which is used for agriculture is used to grow foods which we directly consume. But 77%, which is a little more than 3/4 of the land, is used to grow food for animals whom we consume. Now, under normal circumstances, we would have believed that if they are using up 3/4 of the land, they must be producing somewhere close to 3/4 of the food that we consume. But it is not so. This 77% of the land provides only 18% of the calories which humans consume, and only 37% of the protein that we consume. So effectively, the biggest challenge is, if we consider animals to be machines converting vegetable sources into meat and other products which we consume, then they are not efficient. They are very inefficient, converters of vegetables and, grass and all other vegetable sources. So one big challenge is, how do we continue to feed, and now in 2050, the world population is expected to grow to 1,000 crore. And how is it that we are going to feed another 200 crore population in this world? And this is a very big challenge. And this challenge cannot merely be met by people working in the area of agriculture and other food production alone. The food processing sector has a very important role to play. Why so? Because number one is, how do we reduce the wastage which is there? Once you harvest the food in the fields, it is brought to the consumer. But before it is brought to the consumer, there are various layers through which the food passes, and at every layer there is some wastage. You'll be surprised to know that in India, in spite of the huge advances which we have made in terms of technology, in terms of processing of food, roughly between 11 to 15% of fruits and vegetables get wasted because they are not processed in time. And this is one of the things which we are working at. The ministry is relentlessly pursuing, projects to support creation of cold chains, to support creation of other food processing infrastructure, which is going to bring down the wastage of food, and it is already bearing fruit. In fact, over the last 5 years, there have been a decline of food wasted because of lack of processing. Then the other thing is, what about, I just mentioned about animals. What about providing alternative sources of protein? What about, I know that NIFTEM has been sponsoring, NIFTEM has been mentoring startups who are doing research in frontier areas of processing. I just had a look at a few weeks back at one of the projects where they are artificially culturing animal cells, and they are producing animal meat, cultured meat. And then, of course, we have sources like plant-based meat. So these are technologies which nobody is going to share with us. No advanced country, no advanced research company is going to share these technologies with us. Maybe we will have to build up these technologies ourselves. That is where events like SUFALAM can make a huge, huge mark, because here what we are doing is we are providing a platform to the thinkers, providing a platform to those who are aware about the technology and who can think out of the box, those who will not trade the beaten path but would like to explore possibilities in this field. So with more than 400 participants in SUFALAM 2025, I hope that we will continue to grow, and we will continue to, out of 100 ideas, maybe 10 ideas or 15 ideas will be good enough for commercialization, and of these ideas, maybe a few of them can actually alter the entire landscape of processed food in this country. So I'd like to congratulate everyone who has participated in SUFALAM 2025. I am sure that Professor Oberoi and his team we'll be able to select promising technologies from them, and I have also discussed with Honorable Minister, the Ministry will be fully backing these efforts so that they can actually be commercialized. With these words and wishing all of you the very best in future, I'd like to wish SUFALAM 2025 a grand success.
Thank you so much, sir, for so much of encouragement and giving insights on the big problem that food industry holds to solve. And with support of Ministry and Food Processing and the guidance from the Ministry, I'm sure that NIFTEM will be able to come up with the practical solutions, not only to food waste, but also to increase the productivity of food. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, now we've come to the most awaited moment of today's session. It's time for the inaugural address by our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Chirag Paswanji, Union Minister, Food Processing Industries. With great pride, I invite our guest of honor, Shri Chirag Paswanji, to please address the audience.
Good afternoon, everybody. I was so looking forward to be here, but today I come here with a heavy heart. आप सब जानते हैं जो घटना हमारे देश में घटी और जिस तरीके से आतंकियों द्वारा मासूम लोगों को अपनी जान गंवानी पड़ी। आज जब हम लोग इस कार्यक्रम में अपने बेहतर भविष्य के लिए एकत्रित हुए हैं, ऐसे में कई हमारे अपने ही थे जिन्होंने अपने भविष्य को खोया। मैं चाहता हूँ कि हम लोग इस कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत, अपनी बातों की मैं शुरुआत करूँ, उससे पहले हम लोग 2 मिनट का मौन उन तमाम लोगों के लिए रखें जिन्होंने इस दुखद घटना में अपनी जान गंवाई। Om Shanti. Well, thank you so much, NIFTEM-Kundali, for giving me this opportunity. हम लोग लंबे समय से प्रयासरत थे और मेरी भी इच्छा थी कि यहाँ पर आऊँ, आप सबसे मुलाकात करूँ और जो नए नए इनोवेशंस, नए नए स्टार्टअप्स, हर वो विषय जिसकी वजह से NIFTEM-Kundali जाना जाता है, खुद आकर यहाँ पर उसका अनुभव करना चाहता था। आज मुझे खुशी है कि मैं यहाँ पर आ पाया। सबसे पहले मैं यहाँ पर मौजूद मेरे साथ इस सम्मानित मंच पर सेक्रेटरी मिनिस्ट्री फॉर फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्रीज़ सुब्रता गुप्ता जी का मैं यहाँ पे स्वागत करता हूँ। मौजूद यहाँ पर डायरेक्टर साहब NIFTEM-Kundali हरिंदर सिंह जी का मैं यहाँ पे धन्यवाद करता हूँ फॉर गिविंग मी दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी। और मौजूद यहाँ पर प्रोफेसर राकेश मोहन जोशी जी, मौजूद यहाँ पर प्रोफेसर हरपाल सिंह जी, उनका भी मैं धन्यवाद करता हूँ कि आपने आकर यहाँ पर अपने अनुभव को यहाँ पर साझा किया। मौजूद यहाँ पर NIFTEM के तमाम फैकल्टी मेंबर्स, मौजूद यहाँ पर स्टूडेंट्स और मौजूद फूड प्रोसेसिंग सेक्टर के अलग अलग क्षेत्रों से जुड़े हुए तमाम साथीगण। साथियों, आज जब मैं यहाँ पर हूँ और हम लोग सुफलाम 2025 में हम लोग मौजूद हैं, मैं इस सोच का मैं स्वागत करता हूँ और इसके लिए मैं विशेष तौर पर डायरेक्टर साहब को मैं धन्यवाद देता हूँ। ये सोच अपने में काफ़ी अच्छी है, जहाँ पर आप उन स्टार्टअप आइडियाज़ को, उन इनोवेटर्स को, नए टेक्नोलॉजीज़ को आप एक साथ एक मंच पर लेकर आते हैं और उनको कोलैबोरेट कराते हैं उन लोगों के साथ जो संभवतः उसको आगे लेकर जा सकने की क्षमता रखते हैं। हम लोग भी ये प्रयास हर साल वर्ल्ड फूड इंडिया के माध्यम से हम लोग करते हैं, पर उसमें राइटली सेट कई अलग अलग क्षेत्रों से जुड़े हुए लोग आते हैं, बट यहाँ पे सिर्फ स्टार्टअप स्पेसिफिक यहाँ पे चर्चा होती है, वो लोग जो मेहनत से अपनी बुद्धि लगाकर अपनी सीमित क्षमताओं में रहकर उस सोच को विकसित करने का कार्य करते हैं, जो आने वाले दिनों में खाद्य प्रसंस्करण से जुड़े हुए कई समस्याओं का समाधान करने के लिए संभवतः सक्षम हो सकती है। और उनको कोलैबोरेट कराना उन लोगों के साथ जो उस सोच को, उस टेक्नोलॉजी को, उस विजन को, स्टार्टअप आइडिया को आगे लेकर जा सकते हैं। मैं इस सोच का मैं स्वागत करता हूं। मैं चाहता हूं एक बार ज़ोरदार ताली हम लोग इस कंसेप्ट के लिए हम लोग बजाएं। भारत में बुद्धि की कमी नहीं है। गांव-गांव में आप देखिएगा ऐसे इनोवेटिव आइडियाज़, यंग ब्रेन्स बच्चों के पास होते हैं, जो कई बार हम लोग भी ताज्जुब करते हैं कि ये सोच आती कहाँ से उनमें। ज़रूरी है उस सोच को सही मार्गदर्शन देने की, ज़रूरी है उस सोच को उस परिणाम तक पहुँचाने की जहाँ से उस सोच का लाभ संभवतः हम सब ले सकते हैं। खाद्य प्रसंस्करण, फूड प्रोसेसिंग, मैं मानता हूँ कि एक ऐसा सेक्टर है। कुछ समय पूर्व जब मेरे प्रधानमंत्री ने मुझे इस विभाग की जिम्मेदारी दी, तब तक शायद मैं इसकी गंभीरता को या इसके महत्व को उतना ज़्यादा नहीं समझ पाता था। बट जब उन्होंने मुझे इस विभाग की जिम्मेदारी दी और उसके बाद जब प्रधानमंत्री जी ने ये लक्ष्य रखा कि 2047 तक भारत को हम लोग को एक विकसित देश बनाना है, तब मुझे समझ में आया कि उस विकसित देश बनाने की नींव में अगर किसी एक सेक्टर की सबसे ज़्यादा और सबसे अहम भूमिका है तो वो फूड प्रोसेसिंग सेक्टर की ही है। अभी तक हम लोग उस सेक्टर को उस तरीके से टैप ही नहीं कर पाए हैं, अभी तक हम लोग एक्सप्लोर ही नहीं कर पाए हैं उस सेक्टर को उस तरीके से जो इसकी सीमाएं हैं, जो इसकी क्षमताएं हैं। यहाँ पे प्रोफेसर साहब ने आंकड़ों के साथ बताया कि हम लोग इन टर्म्स ऑफ परसेंटेज, व्हेन इट कम्स टू एक्सपोर्ट, व्हेन इट कम्स टू प्रोसेसिंग, हम लोग अभी ना के बराबर हैं और अनंत संभावनाएं हैं। देयर इज एंडलेस स्कोप इसमें आगे बढ़ने का। और आज आप सब उसी सोच के साथ यहाँ पर आए हैं और मैं आपको प्रेरित करना चाहता हूँ इन बातों को कहते हुए कि आने वाले दिनों में फ्यूचर है, ये भारत का ही नहीं, ये देश का, ये दुनिया का ये फ्यूचर है। फूड प्रोसेसिंग सेक्टर में इतनी संभावनाएं हैं और इससे जुड़े हुए अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में कैसे हम पेरिशेबल फूड आइटम्स की लॉन्जिविटी को हम लोग बढ़ा सकते हैं, कैसे हम पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट लॉसेस को हम लोग कम कर सकते हैं, कैसे हम इसकी गुणवत्ता को बढ़ा सकते हैं, कैसे हम पैकेजिंग मार्केटिंग को खूबसूरत करके इंटरनेशनल मार्केट में इंडियन पेनिट्रेशन हम लोग कर सकते हैं। अलग अलग क्षेत्र जो इसके साथ जुड़े हुए हैं, हर एक क्षेत्र में अनंत संभावनाएं हैं और आज उसी को एक्सप्लोर करने के लिए हम सब यहाँ पर एकत्रित हुए हैं। मेरे प्रधानमंत्री की सोच है कि आने वाले दिनों में हम लोग भारत को एक ग्लोबल फूड बास्केट के तौर पर हम लोग दुनिया के सामने प्रस्तुत करें और ये क्षमता है हम लोगों में, ये क्षमता है हम में कि हम भारत को एक ग्लोबल फूड बास्केट के तौर पर प्रस्तुत करके ना सिर्फ हम अपनी हंगर नीड्स को तो हम पूरा करेंगे ही, ये काबिलियत है हम में, बट ग्लोबली भी जो हंगर नीड्स हैं उसको भी हम केटर कर सकते हैं। इतनी क्षमता भारत भारतीयों में और ख़ास तौर पे हमारे अन्नदाताओं में है। बट तकलीफ़ हमें तब होती है जब हमारे अन्नदाता अपनी मेहनत से प्रोड्यूस तो करते हैं बट उसके बाद हम उसको संजो नहीं पाते हैं और उसके बाद हम लोगों को वो तस्वीरें देखने को मिलती हैं जो हम सबको विचलित करती हैं। जब हम सड़क पे आलू टमाटर को फेंका हुआ देखते हैं, क्यों उनको फेंकने की ज़रूरत पड़ती है? क्यों? क्योंकि वो होल्डिंग कैपेसिटी नहीं है, आप उसको अपने पास रख नहीं पा रहे हैं। क्यों? क्योंकि शायद वो व्यवस्था नहीं है, वो टेक्नोलॉजी नहीं है, या अगर है भी तो वो उन तक नहीं पहुंची है। ये कार्पेट बॉम्बिंग करने की ज़रूरत है हमें, ऐसे इनोवेशंस, इन आइडियाज़ को, ताकि हम अपने अन्नदाताओं को वो होल्डिंग कैपेसिटी हम लोग दे सकें, जिसके माध्यम से जब उनको मार्केट में उचित दाम मिले तब वो उसको बाहर निकालें, या फिर उसको प्रोसेस करके उसकी गुणवत्ता को बढ़ाकर उसके अलग अलग रूप देकर उसको वो बाज़ार में ले जा सकें। आज भी कई ऐसे उदाहरण हैं अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में जहाँ पे अन्नदाता सिर्फ परेशान इसीलिए होता है, क्यों? क्योंकि वो उस प्रोड्यूस को, अपने उत्पादन को रख नहीं पाता अपने पास। और उसी सोच में हम सबको मिलकर आगे बढ़ने की ज़रूरत है। आज जब हम लोग यहाँ पे एकत्रित हुए हैं, मैं मानता हूँ कि यहाँ से कई ऐसे नए इनोवेटिव आइडियाज़ निकलेंगे, कई ऐसी नई सोच आएगी। और मुझे खुशी इस बात की भी है कि यहाँ पर वो लोग भी मौजूद हैं जो उस सोच को विकसित कर कर आगे बढ़ाने का कार्य कर सकते हैं। अंतोगत्वा जैसा सेक्रेटरी साहब बोल रहे थे, ज़मीन नहीं बढ़ने वाली है, बट पॉपुलेशन बढ़ती जा रही है। और इस बढ़ती पॉपुलेशन की नीड्स को कैसे हम लोग पूरा करें, और उनकी नीड्स को पूरा करते करते साथ में एक हमारे देश की सबसे बड़ी आबादी जो कृषि से जुड़ी हुई है, उनकी महत्वाकांक्षाओं को भी कैसे हम सम्मान दे सकें, ये एक बड़ी जिम्मेदारी हम सब के ऊपर है। मेरा मंत्रालय निरंतरता में हम लोग प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि हम लोग अपने मंत्रालय की अलग अलग योजनाओं के माध्यम से, अलग अलग स्कीम्स के माध्यम से हम लोग हर उस व्यक्ति तक पहुंच पाएँ जो शायद उस स्कीम का लाभ ले सके। और इसको हम लोगों ने अलग अलग क्षेत्र में भी बांटने का काम किया। PMFME की स्कीम जो एकदम माइक्रो लेवल के एंटरप्राइजेस के लिए है, जिसमें शायद गांव देहात की कोई महिला, कोई युवा उस स्कीम के साथ जुड़ा हो। जो प्रधानमंत्री जी की सोच है कि हम सिर्फ जॉब सीकर्स नहीं बने, हम जॉब गिवर्स की भूमिका में आए। और मुझे खुशी होती है जब मैं PMFME की स्कीम के माध्यम से जब मैं उन यंग एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को देखता हूँ जो अपने गांव में रहकर ही उस स्कीम का लाभ उठाकर आज की तारीख में एंटरप्रेन्योर बनकर अपने नीचे संभवतः 5-10 लोगों को नौकरी देने की क्षमता रखता है। उसी तरीके से PMKSY के माध्यम से, PLI के माध्यम से, अलग अलग स्कीम्स के माध्यम से हम लोग प्रयास कर रहे हैं कि कैसे उस इकोसिस्टम को हम लोग तैयार कर सकें, जहाँ पे खाद्य प्रसंस्करण के माध्यम से न सिर्फ हम पदार्थों की गुणवत्ता को बढ़ा सकें, बल्कि अपने किसान भाइयों की भी मदद कर सकें और उनकी आर्थिक, उनकी फाइनेंशियल ग्रोथ में हम लोग कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकें। और मैं मानता हूं कि जिस विकसित भारत की हम कल्पना करते हैं 2047 तक, वो तभी संभव होगा जब हमारे किसान मजबूत होंगे, उनकी पर कैपिटा इनकम बढ़ेगी, जब उनकी फाइनेंशियल ग्रोथ होगी। वहाँ से जब तक हम गांव और शहर की दूरी को कम नहीं करेंगे, जब तक हम अमीर और गरीब की दूरी को कम नहीं कर पाएंगे, हम लोग उस लक्ष्य तक नहीं पहुँच पाएंगे जिस लक्ष्य की कल्पना हमारे प्रधानमंत्री 2047 में विकसित भारत को बनाकर करते हैं। विकसित भारत तब बनेगा जब विकसित गांव बनेंगे। विकसित गांव तब बनेंगे जब वहाँ पे रह रहे किसान, हमारे अन्नदाता, उनका विकास होगा। और इनका विकास तब होगा जब हम प्रसंस्करण के माध्यम से उनके हाथों को मजबूत करेंगे, उनके उत्पादन को मजबूत करेंगे, उसकी गुणवत्ता को बढ़ाएंगे, उनके पास अपने उत्पादन को रिटेन करने की क्षमता उनकी हम बढ़ाएंगे। इससे ना सिर्फ हमारे किसान भाइयों की हम आर्थिक मदद करेंगे, बल्कि जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ भी हम लोग क्रिएट करेंगे। और जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ क्रिएट होंगी तो डेफिनेटली उस राज्य का, उस क्षेत्र का रेवेन्यू जनरेशन होगा, उसमें भी हम लोग अपना योगदान दे सकेंगे। आज इस सोच को कैसे हम लोग एक अंजाम तक लेकर जाएं, उस दिशा में आज हम सब लोग यहाँ पर एकत्रित हुए हैं। मुझे खुशी इस बात की है कि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी की भी सोच उन स्टार्टअप आइडियाज़ को मजबूती देने की है। और उन्होंने निरंतरता में पिछले 11 सालों में प्रयास किया है कि कैसे यंग ब्रेन्स को हम लोग और ज़्यादा ऑर्गेनाइज्ड वे में, चैनलाइज्ड वे में आगे लेकर जाएं। और उन्होंने हर मंच और हर क्षेत्र से जुड़े हुए स्टार्टअप आइडियाज़ को उन्होंने मजबूती देने का काम किया। हम लोगों ने भी जब जब संभव हुआ अलग अलग प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे अलग अलग स्टार्टअप चैलेंजेस बुला के, उन लोगों को बुला के जिनके पास नए इनोवेशंस, नए आइडियाज़ हों, उनको एक दूसरे के साथ कोलैबोरेट कराने का हम लोगों ने प्रयास किया। पर मैं मानता हूँ अभी भी हम जितना करें वो नाकाफ़ी है। संभावनाएं अनंत हैं। डायरेक्टर साहब ने अभी बताया कि इन्होंने सिर्फ इनवाइट किया और उसके बाद इतने स्टार्टअप आइडियाज़ आने लग गए कि उसके बाद इनको उस पर रोक लगानी पड़ी। आज भी मैं इस कमरे में देख रहा हूँ, ये ऑडिटोरियम छोटा पड़ रहा है, बच्चों को नीचे बैठना पड़ रहा है सीढ़ियों पे। तो ये अपने में दर्शाता है कि इस क्षेत्र में संभावनाएं कितनी है। और मुझे लगता है इसी वजह से फॉर द लॉन्गेस्ट टाइम माई मिनिस्ट्री वॉज ऑल्सो डिमांडिंग फॉर अनदर निफ्टम। ये मांग हम लोग की एक लंबे समय से हमारे मंत्रालय की ये रही है, क्योंकि खाद्य प्रसंस्करण से जुड़े हुए जितने व्यक्ति इस इंस्टीट्यूट से जुड़ते हैं वो तुरंत कहीं ना कहीं किसी ना किसी बड़ी कंपनी के द्वारा उनको अपने जगह पे उनको लिया जाता है, या फिर वो अपने स्टार्टअप, अपने नए इनोवेशन के आइडिया से उस क्षेत्र में बहुत अच्छा कर रहे होते हैं। ऐसे में ये मांग हम लोगों की भी लंबे समय से रही थी कि एक और निफ्टम हो। मुझे खुशी है इस बात की, आप सबको संभवतः इसकी जानकारी भी होगी कि हमारी केंद्र सरकार, प्रधानमंत्री जी, वित्त मंत्री जी ने इस बार के बजट में एक और निफ्टम की घोषणा की है, जो मेरे गृह राज्य में बिहार में खुलने जा रहा है। बिहार भी एक कृषि प्रधान प्रदेश है और मैं मानता हूं कि वहां पे निफ्टम का आना एक बहुत बड़ी, मेरे राज्य के लिए भी एक बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है, और ख़ास तौर पर उन बच्चों के लिए भी जो इस क्षेत्र के साथ जुड़ना चाहते हैं बट जिनको संभवतः वो स्थान प्राप्त नहीं होता, बिकॉज अभी तक हम लोग के पास सिर्फ मात्र 2 ही निफ्टम थे, एक यहाँ कुंडली वाला, दूसरा तांजावुर तमिलनाडु में। इन 2 के बाद अब एक तीसरा निफ्टम भी आने जा रहा है। ये अपने में ये तमाम चीज़ें दर्शाती हैं कि इस क्षेत्र में आगे बढ़ने की कितनी संभावनाएं हैं। मैं बस आज जब आप लोग के बीच यहाँ पर मौजूद हूँ, बस ये विश्वास आपको दिलाना चाहता हूँ कि मैं अपनी तरफ से एज अ मिनिस्टर फॉर दिस फूड प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्रीज, मैं अपनी तरफ से हर संभव प्रयास करूँगा कि कैसे आप सबकी मैं मदद कर सकूँ, आपके आइडियाज़ को, आपके इनोवेशंस को, आपकी सोच को उस अंजाम तक लेकर जाने के लिए मैं, मेरा मंत्रालय हर समय, हर वक्त आपके लिए उपलब्ध रहेगा। ये विश्वास आज आपको दिलाकर जाना चाहता हूँ, इस उम्मीद के साथ कि आने वाले दिनों में जब हम लोग पुनः मुलाकात करें तो आप सब फूड प्रोसेसिंग के क्षेत्र में अपने अपने सोच, अपने अपने इनोवेशंस के साथ किसी न किसी बड़े मुकाम पर होंगे। मैं आप सबको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं देता हूँ। आई विश यू ऑल द वेरी बेस्ट फॉर योर फ्यूचर। एंड बिफोर आई एंड, आई वुड वांट टू रिपीट माय प्राइम मिनिस्टर्स वर्ड, जो उन्होंने स्टार्टअप को लेकर उन्होंने कहा था, द स्टार्टअप हैज़ बिकम अ सोशल कल्चर एंड दिस इज़ सो राइट। आज आप जाएं और आप सुने अलग अलग क्षेत्रों में, आप सोचते हैं, आप सुनते हैं कि भैया मैंने ये स्टार्टअप तैयार किया, मैं इस सोच के साथ आया, और सही में आज की तारीख में ये एक सोशल कल्चर बन गया एंड नोबडी कैन स्टॉप अ सोशल कल्चर। ये सोच जो आपके अंदर है, इसको कोई नहीं रोक सकता। अब इस सोच को चैनलाइज कैसे करें, ये जिम्मेदारी हम सब के ऊपर है, मेरे ऊपर है, निफ्टम के ऊपर है, और इस जिम्मेदारी को पूरी ईमानदारी के साथ हम लोग निभाएंगे। ये वादा आप सबके साथ मैं करके जाता हूँ। मैं एक बार फिर से आप सबको ढेर सारी शुभकामनाएं आपके भविष्य के लिए, आपके उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए मैं देता हूं, और ये विश्वास आप हमेशा रखिएगा कि जब भी आपको मेरी ज़रूरत होगी, आई एम जस्ट अ फ़ोन कॉल अवे। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर हैविंग मी हियर। जय हिंद।
Thank you so much, sir, for such enlightening words. Your kind encouragement motivates us to move forward and strengthen the food processing sector and taking farmers along. SUFALAM is acting as a catalyst to strengthen the budding entrepreneurs and as well as create jobs in the food sector. And I'm sure NIFTEM Bihar will further strengthen the arm of NIFTEMs to improve and provide science-based solutions to the food sector as well as to our agri sector. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we have come to the end of the dialogues. And to conclude the dialogues and deliver the vote of thanks, I invite Dr. Neetu Taneja, Professor NIFTEM-Kundali, to propose the vote of thanks to our honorable dignitaries.
Thank you, Hina. And a very good afternoon to everyone. I think I'm truly honored to be given the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this very momentous occasion. And first and foremost, on behalf of NIFTEM-Kundali, I extend our heartfelt thanks and deep regards to Honorable Union Minister, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Shri Chirag Paswanji, who graciously accepted our invitation and agreed to grace us with his presence on this very, very important event, being the chief guest of SUFALAM 2025. Under his visionary leadership, and the food processing industry in India is taking new dimensions, fostering innovations, and creating new opportunities for growth. His unwavering commitment to transforming the sector continues to inspire and pave the way for brighter and more sustainable future for all of us, and that we can actually visualize with more NIFTEM coming up very soon in different parts of the country, especially starting from Bihar. We are equally grateful to Honorable Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Shri Subroto Gupta ji, for taking time out from his busy schedule to be here with us as the guest of honor and grace the occasion with his presence. Our sincere thanks are also due to Professor Rakesh Mohan Joshi, Vice Chancellor of Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, New Delhi, for gracing the occasion with his presence. Thank you very much, sir, and I think your words were really important, and the young crowd was really enthusiastic with your vision. We are also thankful to Professor Harpal Singh, Emeritus Professor, Center for Biomedical Engineering, IIT Delhi and AIIMS Delhi, for accepting our invitation and really sharing the startup journey and his journey struggles, as well as the light of the day and the progress that have been made under his guidance. I think it really pushes forth the youngsters to try hard and achieve success eventually. Our heartfelt thanks go to our beloved director, Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi, sir, whose vision and unwavering guidance have been driving force behind this program. This event would not have been possible without his leadership and support, and we are truly grateful to you, sir, for your encouragement and presence with us every day. Thank you. Most importantly, I extend a special thanks to all the participants of SUFALAM 2025, the distinguished speakers, representatives from various startups and the food industry who have traveled from different parts of the country to join us here and make this event successful. Your enthusiasm and active participation is inspiring and has truly given meaning to this event. SUFALAM 2.0 is just not a name, but it's actually a vision of success, fruitful collaborations, and lasting impact. May this event mark the beginning of many, many, many more SUFALAMs, and where ideas blossoms and partnerships thrive, and our collective efforts lead to a prosperous India. A very special note of thanks to the conveners of this program, Dr. Vimal Pant, Professor and Head of the Department of Food Business Management, Entrepreneurship Development, and Dr. Vinkal Arora, Associate Professor, Department of Food Engineering, NIFTEM. I think they have really worked day and night, and their dedication and guidance were really instrumental in bringing this event to life here at the NIFTEM campus. Last year we had it in Delhi, so I think big applaud to them as well. We are also grateful to the Ministry of Food Processing Industry and the officers for all their support. And we also extend our sincere gratitude to our registrar and the administrative team, especially the finance and IT, for their invaluable help in obtaining necessary approvals and assisting the seamless organization of this event. A heartfelt thanks to all the program coordinators, faculty colleagues, non-teaching staff, and students. Your tireless efforts and unwavering commitment have been pivotal in ensuring the success of SUFALAM 2025. We hope that you all are going to have an excellent exchange of knowledge and memories that you carry all along for at least a year till we meet next time. And with that, I would like to thank you all once again, and I wish a continued success to your respective fields. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We will be closing the inaugural session with National Anthem. For this, I request all of you to please rise for the National Anthem. Can we play the National Anthem, please?
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I request you all to please be seated. And I thank all our honorable guests on dais. Our chief guest, Honorable Minister Shri Chirag Paswan ji, guest of honor Dr. Subrata Gupta, our special guest Professor Rakesh Mohan Joshi ji, and Professor Harpal Singh ji, and Director Harinder Singh Oberoi ji. Thank you so much for making this inaugural session a success. We can have a big round of applause for Honorable Minister for his time, for his energy and his motivation. Thank you so much, sir. I request everybody to not crowd the exit door, please. The Honorable Minister will be visiting the exhibition now. I request you all to please be seated and not crowd the exit doors for a while. Those who want to exit, we can exit gradually. Please do not crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, the first panel discussion of today will start at 12:30 sharp. I request you all to please come back for this session. A very enlightening session, a very insightful guest we have. Looking forward to see you all here, please. We just have 10 minutes. I request you all to please be seated. Students, please be seated for the next panel discussion. Your attendance will be done after this panel discussion. No, that's a fact. I request everybody to be seated. We just have 10 minutes for sorting the stage arrangements. I request you all to be seated, please. Those sitting at the back can move forward. Students, you can move forward, sitting at the back. Those in the balcony can also join us in the main auditorium hall.
his deep commitment to innovation, public health, and industry-academia collaboration. We welcome you, sir. Dice is over to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Let's make this an interactive session. More lively, and you will gain a lot. Thank you. So, before starting this session, let me invite the panelists around out here. So, I've been a moderator at this session. To be honest with you, this session does not require a moderator. The leaders are themselves one of the leading contributors to the economy of India, and I presume I would want them to talk what they wish to talk to our audience and what will benefit the audience. That's what my objective is. So without any interference or without any questions, I would want them to start and work it out. So let me invite on the stage a prominent panelist, a prominent leader, a prominent captain of the industry, Dr. Nikhil Kelkar. Please on the stage, sir. So Dr. Nikhil Kelkar is the Joint Managing Director of Hexagon Nutrition Limited. You just said Hexagon Nutrition Limited is a leading company in nutraceuticals. It's a leader in verticals that we have communicated, clinical nutrition, micronutrient premixes, and therapeutic food. These are called specialized nutrition product line, which they started last 2 decades back. In fact, the company is about 35 years old when they initiated business in India, and probably now they are exporting to about 80 countries all over the globe, and a domestic leader by its own self. About Dr. Nikhil Kelkar, I wouldn't like to talk much because I would want him to talk, but what I want to communicate to the audience, and probably what they should learn from what he says, is basically he's a gentleman who has changed his field. He's basically a doctor, dental surgeon by profession. Started his practice in New Zealand. Came to India. You should understand why he came to India also. Probably he will, if given an opportunity, he will talk about it, sir. Came to India, and like I said, startups, started a brand, a product called clinical nutrition, being converted into a brand called Pentasure, having a lot of sub-brands along with that, and the brand itself amounts to about 100 crores in the last 10 years. So you're going to learn, you're going to hear from him. You should absorb and learn how he started and how he took it over. And now I would like to invite Vandana Singh. Vandana Singh, can you come on the board, please? So Vandana Singh again is basically an entrepreneur, and she was a banker. In fact, she was leading ANZ Grindlays Bank and now Standard Chartered Bank in India. And from money banking, she is now a CEO of food banking. And that's the journey I would want Dr. Vandana Singh to talk about, as to how from money banking she got into food banking, and what was the objective, what was the idea that brought her into food banking, and the food banking is doing tremendously well. I presume they have got 40 branches, am I right, ma'am? 40? 62, I'm sorry. My figures are outdated then. Sorry for that. So there are about 60 branches all over India which deals with food wastage and how they utilize the food wastage in India. Good work, ma'am. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for the applaud, ladies and gentlemen. I don't call you students because now you guys are ladies and gentlemen. So thank you very much for the applaud. Now I would like to call on stage Mr. Prashant Nagre. Prashant Nagre is basically an entrepreneur. He is the managing director of a company called Fermenta Biotech Limited. It's a public limited organization. And he's an intrapreneur. What do we mean by intrapreneur? Intrapreneur is a person who's risen from the ranks. And he would share his success stories as to how he's risen from the rank and how he's made Fermenta Biotech a global company now, and which is the #1 in vitamin D. They own the molecule of vitamin D all over the globe. So this is Mr. Prashant Nagar for you. I would like to call Mr. Nikhil Kapoor on stage. Nikhil. So Nikhil Kapoor is also a founder of a company called Fruit Formulation. And I would want him to talk about his journey from being an entrepreneur to an entrepreneur and to a founder of an organization, and what challenges he faced with regard to his startup. And it's a successful startup. So I would like to talk about his success journey here in India. Furthermore, I would like to invite NIFTEM's very own Pranjala. I'm sorry, I always mispronounce her name. Pranjali Garg. That's why I said our own NIFTEM's Pranjali. She's an alumni of NIFTEM, started her own startup, Meet Pro, and doing fantastically well. I would want her to talk about the journey to our students who want to get into startup, or they have an idea of getting into entrepreneurship, and hear from her the success of how she got into that. So before starting, some few words from my side. You know, there's a quote from Thomas Edison which I would like to quote. The value of an idea lies in the using of it. Ideas are there. We all get ideas every day. We get up in the morning, we'll get ideas. But the ideas which can be used and converted into a journey, that's what makes a startup, and that's what makes an entrepreneur the successful thing. Ideas are just flashes of brilliance. They often arise from deeply felt problems. If I talk about deeply felt problems, each and every entrepreneur and the entrepreneur who are sitting out here have got the ideas because they have identified these ideas from a problem. In fact, I just remember at our time there used to be an entrepreneur called Dhirubhai Ambani. Have people heard about him? Not heard about Dhirubhai Ambani? Heard? Reliance Industries, have people heard? The founder of Reliance Industries. You should know how he founded the company. He identified a problem in textile called polyester. So that was the idea which came to him. how will he make polyester into the system where cotton was the main doing around out here. And that's how he made, and his sons made, the industry called Reliance Industry. In the similar fashion, we have got these entrepreneurs and we have got these entrepreneurs out there who've got an idea, and how they started off with the idea and built up a business which is a successful venture today. To be very honest with you, both entrepreneurs and entrepreneur, the challenges are the same, and the master lessons for that is common. The first is, don't wait, just start. I'm a failed entrepreneur. I started my own business about 15 years back and I failed. And then there was a master person, my mentor, who gave me an opportunity to become an entrepreneur and lead a particular session in the nutraceutical industry, and that's Mr. Arun Kelkarji. So I owe to him where I'm standing here today. So don't wait, start now. Giving it to you guys. Failure is a feedback. Failures have to come in. They are the feedbacks, and the most impactful people view failure not as a defeat, but as a stepping stone to refinement. These are the people who believe failure is a stepping stone, and they will talk about their journeys to you. Third, you can't do it alone. None of these people are success because they are success because of the team which they have. The team supported them, supported their ideas, and today they are here. So it is a team which works. A team has mentors and supporters, and that's how the leader takes it forward. So they are not alone. Impact is not just profit. True success lies in creating value, solving real problems for real people. So before we leave this room, we need to understand one thing very, very clear. Ideas are seeds. Entrepreneurs and intrapreneurs are the gardeners. And the impact, that's the harvest we all benefit from all this. So I would say, be bold in your thinking, be brave in your doing, and never underestimate your power to bring in a change. Thank you very much. And now I'll not take much. I will ask Dr. Nikhil Kelkar to please talk about his ventures and how he has made it success. Dr. Nikhil Kelkar.
Thank you very much, Arun, for your kind words. Good afternoon, everyone. This needs some energy. Lunchtime has already passed. Good afternoon, everyone. Oh, that's great. That gives me some encouragement to speak, right? Can I have the presentation, please? Yeah. So before we start the presentation, when I was sitting there and when the first inaugural session was going on, there is one sentence that really struck me very hard, and which I am going to take it back with me to my office in Mumbai, and that is NIFTEM-Kundali. Okay, so can we all say in one voice, NIFTEM-Kundali?
NIFTEM-Kundali.
I can't hear. NIFTEM-Kundali. Yes, thank you very much. And I truly believe in that. We have a center of excellence sponsored by Hexagon Nutrition in NIFTEM itself. So I'm very, very proud to be associated with NIFTEM. Okay, without much ado, my presentation, I'm going to focus more on my journey as to how I started in the company. I'm a different kind of entrepreneur. I am not, I'm maybe different to some of the other people sitting on stage. I've been slightly lucky also because I had something, I had a platform to build upon. So I'm fortunate in that way, but still, there are still, my journey has still not been very, very easy, and few things I want to share about you with that, okay? So a bit short and sweet about our company. We had Hexagon Nutrition. We are 35 years old. We have 3 divisions in the company. So we have a Pentasure, which is our branded nutrition division, which I look after, and we have also got a pediatric nutrition and weight management formula. We have a B2B2C division, which is micronutrient premixes, vitamin mineral premixes for various food fortification applications. Some of our marquee clientele are mentioned here, and ESG segment, which has got that social impact. So we have got a Sprinkles, which is a iron deficiency anemia micronutrient powder, which is a patented formula from University of Toronto in Canada. And then we have the RUF, for ready-to-use therapeutic foods and ready-to-use supplementary foods. This is a bit of a journey when we say that, you know, Rome was not built in a day, so was not Hexagon Nutrition. So it's just a brief journey from 1993 to 2020, when these are only the landmarks. Right now we are in 2025, but with a very humble beginnings. My father, our chairman, Mr. Arun Kelkar, started this company at the age of 40, when it was really, I mean, that is the age when you really don't take risk. Me and my brother were, you know, in school that time, in secondary school somewhere, and that time was not the best time certainly to start this, but he took a risk, and today I'm standing here, it's because of him. And then how this company expanded, we expanded our plants in Chennai, Tuticorin, we got approvals from UNICEF, and 2020 we established our first overseas plant in Uzbekistan, in Tashkent. We are present in about 70 countries around the world across all the 3 divisions. We have got few awards and accolades which are mentioned here, and many more, but the Economic Times Best Brand of the Year, ASSOCHAM Best Company of the Year, Most Preferred Workplace, Amazon, Step Seller, so on and so forth. We have leading brands in clinical and wellness nutrition. Pentasure is our flagship brand, and this is the brand which I have established in the company right from zero, right from scratch. These are our other brands which followed on with the pediatric nutrition, Pedia Gold and Obesigo. As you see that it's a group of brands. Pentasure is an umbrella brand with 10 different brand extensions, and many, many more to come in the future. Okay, so here we are talking about entrepreneurship. And the first step of entrepreneurship is the risk. Okay? Every entrepreneur has to take a risk. And that risk is not just of money itself. It's a bold step when you really step out of your comfort zone. That risk is much more than the monetary risk. There can be few things to hedge that monetary risk, and which you might be able to do something about it maybe. But the risk of getting out of that comfort zone, and that bold step is one of the main things. So yes, I took a risk because I was in a very, very comfort zone. I was practicing in New Zealand. I was a dental surgeon who was practicing in New Zealand for about 8 years. My wife was also a dental surgeon. My son was 8 months old when we were really happily settled in New Zealand, and my dad calls me and said that, "Beta, it is time to come back." And I said, wow, this is my opportunity. And believe me, at that time, we did not really think that, okay, what should I do? If my dad is calling back, I have to come back. And that's what somewhere Arun also mentioned. So, and it was a great step, getting out of that comfort zone and coming back. And he said that I want you to start a division of clinical nutrition or medical nutrition. Since you're a doctor, you can come back and have a look at it and start from there. I said, okay, if you're telling me so, I'll give it a go. So we packed our bags and came back here. And, you know, we started with a couple of brands, and, you know, started with, you know, really nothing. But we had a best of R&D, that much I can say. And we really spotted that niche in the market really, which is of the medical nutrition. And today that risk has paid off in many, many ways after many, many years. So there is a return when you are prepared to take a risk. you have to persevere, you need to have the grit for that. Okay, what has helped me in my life is this, that have a bigger purpose and connect to it. Yes, we want to make it big, we want to make a big brand, but what is important is that what is the purpose of your business? So if you ask me, what is the purpose of your business? The answer is that we want to nourish lives. We want to nourish lives globally, and that is our motto. And in this division of clinical nutrition today, which I am running myself with Pentasure brands, we are actually touching lives of the people, and touching lives of who? Everyday consumers, and also those who are admitted in the hospitals, in the ICUs, many of them who don't have the ability to eat or drink. So we want to make a difference to those people at that time who are actually battling life and death, many of them in the ICU. So we make enteral feeds which actually go to feed such kind of patients who cannot eat or drink at that point of time. So they are fed through the tube, either through the nose, that is called nasogastric tube, or from the small intestine directly into that with the nasojejunal tube, so on and so forth. So whatever you want to do, just find a bigger purpose, and that will actually fuel you more than anything else. This is what has worked for me. Okay, so it's a journey all the time, right? It's not just a destination. So at every point of time, you set a milestone for yourself, you reach there, and then you have to go to the next step. There is no stopping. Otherwise, it's not a journey. So this journey has to continue, and the roadblocks will keep on coming, the difficulties will keep on coming from nowhere sometimes, okay? So you have to persevere and battle them. My journey has been, when I started, obviously any entrepreneur starts, even others will tell you as well, that whenever anyone starts the journey starts when you are all in one. You are only the sales guy, you are only the marketing guy, you are only the office boy, and you are only everything. So from here, you have to go here to become a team builder. And this doesn't happen overnight. When you are a new enterprise, actually, frankly speaking, people don't want to join you. Why? Because they don't want to take a risk. People want to join an established brand, the big brands, and because that's what they want to be also known, and there is nothing wrong in that, okay? But I really value the people who believed in me at that time when I was nothing, and they chose to work with me, okay? So this is really, and that you have to build up that leadership, you have to build up that team one by one by one by one, and this team keeps on evolving as well. So from a one-man enterprise to a team building up. So we are about 450 people strong now in the entire company. So, and having more than 100+ crores of the brand's turnover. So we always say, we always have a saying that we will cross the bridge when we came to it, right? You have heard this saying? Yes? So this is actually how that bridge looks like. Okay, and sometimes it is even worse than this. Okay, so this is the journey of an entrepreneur. So if you really, I'm not scaring you, okay? Yeah, this can be in your own professional journey as well, when you are a manager and not an entrepreneur as well. But this is actually when you get to that bridge. So new challenges, new things to do every time, and that's what I have positioned myself every day, that yes, we have to battle it on. We have to soldier on, because the obstacles will come. And as what I have realized for myself now, that my role now has become more of a problem solver. Every day when the challenges come, I have to solve them. So I'm really enjoying that on a daily basis, you can say that, and this is actually how that journey is there on a daily basis. Okay, but believe me, it's enjoyable, because it's not just the difficulties. You get a lot of satisfaction, because you also achieve a lot of things on the way, and you also learn everything. So sometimes we might not succeed at that particular task, or to say that we might not win in that particular battle, but we definitely learn from that, and we are definitely here to win the war. Well, this is the reality. There are no standard working hours in an entrepreneur's life. Okay, clearly. No time is a downtime, shut time, holiday time. Every time is a working time only. Yes, I'm not saying that I don't take holidays. I love to take holidays with my family, and I do take them. But my phone is on, my emails are on, and I have some quiet time during that holiday also, where my family is okay. Now you don't talk to him now. He is in that different mode now. Okay, so that different mode, when whatever that time I go into that, but I come back again and enjoy that holiday during that time. But yes, this is the truth. It's a 24/7 job, and you cannot segregate that into Monday to Friday. Right, and whenever we take entrepreneurial decisions, these are always driven by instincts. You know, whenever we start a company, we start an enterprise, we don't really think like, 10 years ahead kya hone wala hai, 20 years ahead kya hone wala hai. Our decisions are driven by instincts, and these instincts are very strong, believe me. Why? Because God gives you that ability to really think fast, because it's your company, it's your profit or your loss. So you need to make that decision quickly. What is important is making the decision and not delaying it. This is something which I've really learned right from the beginning, is understanding finance. So anyone who wants to really become an entrepreneur, please see, well, I mean, I'm not originally a finance guy, and I'm a doctor, as you heard. I'm a dental surgeon by training. So when I came into the business, couple of years down the line, I realized that I need to have a formal business training. So I enrolled myself in NMIMS for a distance learning MBA. I'm talking about 2009-10. So that time we didn't have these digital media to really, online courses to really attend. It was weekends, Saturday, Sundays, classes, and then you have to come back and read and, give the exam. So I particularly tried to focus on this particular aspect, that you need to know what is the inflow, what is the outflow, what are the EBITDA margins, what are the how the cash flow works. Okay, because these are simple things which you need to know. And I also remember that in my olden times, I did do a specific course. The name of the course was Finance for Non-Finance Professionals, because I am a non-finance professional, so I need to learn finance. And that journey from that non-finance professional to now is that the chairman of our company has trusted us to be the finance director. I was really honored when that day came. Okay, so please focus on this, because money really matters. Lot of enterprises fail because they fail to focus on the cash flows. They go with their instinct, but sometimes they are taking emotional decisions. Please don't take all emotional decisions. Please take financially viable, finance-based decisions. And always we have to remember that change is constant, and change is the only constant. This is what my learning has been in my entrepreneurial journey. Every day new challenges, so things are changing, and also as an entrepreneur, you need to see how the world around you is changing. Okay, so when I started this, started these brands, there was not much of buzz on the social media in 2009-10. If you see, there was only Facebook, and it was okay. It was not that, but today there are n number of apps and what not you can do on the social media. So we had to actually reinvent ourselves, also build up social media teams, go there and do that stuff whatever everyone does. And I think you guys are much better on it. I really can't make myself proud in making a good reel. No, that is not my job, but we have very good teams who can do that. Okay, so I'm talking about change in terms of adaptation, innovation as well, new products, new processes, improvement, setting up new systems, like a ERP system. So we had a ERP system which we used for 8 years, and now we are migrating to a global ERP system. So that is also a change. Okay, while we are talking about entrepreneurship, I also want to talk about intrapreneurship, because this is something which is really, I say that Hexagon Nutrition has proven itself. We have a lot of intrapreneurs, okay, and we never ask them to be that. It just happened to be that way. They just feel they enjoy working there, and that's the reason they are there. So today I'm proud to say that we have about 500 people in the company, and 123 of them have completed more than 5 years in the company. So this is our asset, this is our strength, and only those people can tell you why they love to work it here. I'm sure every day their phone is ringing with the best of the best job offers. Believe me. And I recollect one day at this point of time, that was in 2016, and Mr. Arun Lal was also there in that function. And that was our silver jubilee, so 25th anniversary of the company. And we really called all the people for a celebration and honored them on stage who had completed 5 years in the company. So the people are your biggest strengths. Always, value that. And yesterday when I was in the MBA session also, I told you guys that networking always helps, okay? So those people who are sitting here are the lucky ones. I don't know what what about your friends who are there outside, but I say that maybe you can help them by passing on the information what you learned here. So you need to have the grit. You cannot quit in this journey. There is no quitting. Once you have started, means it's started. It's a path of no return for many, many people like me. Yes, sometimes it does, but keeping those exceptions, on the side, you need to keep going. Believe me, every day some challenges come, something comes, and at least once in a month, this thought also comes to my mind. Oh God, why? I mean, what do I do with this? It's getting too difficult. No, but then I have to remind myself, okay? I have to remind myself that I have to keep going. And that's what I keep on doing every day. And I'm fortunate to have a great team who I work with as well. So a huge amount of credit goes to them. So keep going, guys, in whatever way, and don't quit in your journey. And last but not the least, एक शेर याद आ गया, वो सुनाना चाहूँगा अगर इजाज़त हो तो, कि मंजिल मिलेगी भटक कर ही सही, मंजिल मिलेगी भटक कर ही सही, गुमराह तो वो है जो घर से निकले ही नहीं. So this is how this journey has been as an entrepreneur, and I feel that this was very apt one to really quote for the entrepreneurial journey. Thank you very much, guys. You can connect me on LinkedIn. I hope I'm well within time, Chairman sir, and thank you very much. And once again, NIFTEM hai na. Thanks.
Thank you, Doctor. Fantastic session. Probably there must be some good key takeaways out here. I remember I was mentoring some of startups about 2-3 days back. In fact, they should hear what Dr. Nikhil rightly said. Everyone had an idea, but that how to take that idea into a journey, that needs to be heard from experienced entrepreneurs out here. Now I would like to call upon an entrepreneur who has risen from the ranks, and he is the managing director of an organization. I would request Mr. Prashant Nagare to come and address our audience for Thank you, Prashant.
गुड आफ्टरनून. भूख लगी है? नहीं? गुड आफ्टरनून. So, how many of you like to see and watching movies? हाथ ऊपर करो सर. सब लोग, okay? तो movies में क्या होता है कि वो 2-3 जनरेशन की कहानी 1-2 घंटे में ख़त्म हो जाती है, okay? तो आज अरुण लाल जी वही मैजिक हमसे करवाना चाहते हैं कि आपकी 2-3 जनरेशन की कहानी यहाँ पे 15 मिनट में सुना दो, ओके? तो ये क्योंकि हम सब मूवी बफ्स है इंडिया में, ओके, वी लव द एंटायर ड्रामा दैट इज एसोसिएटेड देयर. सो आई विल ट्राई टू वेरी कंसाइजली communicate this in the shortest possible time, okay? So I am a managing director at Fermenta Biotech Limited, which this year will start in next 1 week's time, that is on the 1st of May. We'll start celebrating our 75th year in existence, okay? So suddenly आप लोग सोचोगे कि क्यों यहाँ पे एक स्टार्टअप में एक कंपनी जो 75 साल कंप्लीट कर रही है उसको बुलाया गया है, ओके? तो when you have spent something like 75 years in India, you have gone through multiple patches, and which Dr. Nikhil continuously said that that bridge is always broken, okay? So when you reach there, you have to build it. So when I joined here about 15 years ago, we were a very small company. We were less than 100 people, less than 40 crore in turnover. We are the largest producer and the only producer of vitamin D3. Vitamin D3 is what you get when you go into the sun and your skin can make it. So this is the only vitamin made in the body, and we are the sole producers. We also export us. So when we started this journey in the large organization which was old, things were all kind of slightly challenging. So we had to revive this entire thing, and with the entrepreneurship spirit of startup, okay, what is startup spirit? Startup spirit is that they never ever say and get tired and say that we have failed, okay? That is what is startup to me, okay? You don't accept that you have failed or you will never fail. That is the spirit of startup. So we got that spirit, and we started a journey where we started defining the DNA. We started defining the vision. And that vision was that we will have the largest capacities. Today we are the second largest player in the world for vitamin D3 in human nutrition. Secondly, we said that we have to be present on quality, the topmost. So we will get, and Western markets are the biggest and the most qualified in terms of quality. So we said that we'll get all accreditations and all qualifications that are required to participate in the global market. And 15 years ago, our turnover in export market was 0. Today it is more than 80%. So that is the transformation which has happened. So that can only happen if you have got accreditations. So we went ahead and got all accreditations that are required, like US FDA, EU GMP, CEP certification, and FSSC, ISO, and whatnot. Okay, so our products today also are sold in markets where it is used in infant nutrition in North America and anywhere in between, food, dietary supplements, nutraceuticals, and obviously the prescription pharmaceuticals. So that is the journey on quality. Third thing was reach, which is global. So we currently are present everywhere excepting the South and the North Pole, because we have not found enough people there to currently profitably market. So other than that, we are present everywhere. So more than 300 countries in all segments, because vitamin D3 surprisingly is a molecule which goes into different segments: prescription pharmaceuticals, food and dietary supplements, veterinary, which is like animal pharmaceuticals, rodenticide, because this is a highly potent drug, it can also kill rats. So there is a very successful product which a large Fortune 500 company sells across the world, where vitamin D3 goes as a replacement to the anticoagulants which are usually used, or the pesticides which are harmful to the nature. So that is another segment. And the last one is the food for the animals, which is called as animal feed. So 6 segments which we were not present earlier, we completely now present in all these segments. In animal feed, we are the only non-Chinese player in this world which sells animal feed, vitamin D3 anyway. So that is the uniqueness that we have got. Innovative products. So I think in the last so many years, we have continued to improve the efficiencies, because the process and the product was something which was made for 50 years, but it was animal origin. Vitamin D3 was animal origin. So plant-based vitamin D3 is something that we have been able to complete our research. And now from soybean byproducts, we make vitamin D3, which is a plant-based vitamin D3, which is, we have started exports of it, and in India we are going through the registration requirements. So we wanted to become, this vision was set about 10 years ago or 15 years ago, to become the world-class vitamin D3 player, and that I think we have achieved at the end of this journey. So what did work for us? Okay, that is the most important thing that you want to hear. What worked is, I think you must have heard about this very famous objectives what you want to achieve, which I have just specified to you just now. So by bringing in focus, you are able to achieve this. The second one is complete clarity of vision, what you want to achieve, and ruthless execution, which means that it is like bulldozer. Whatever comes in your way, you have to just roll over. And the biggest and the most expensive resource is time. Okay. So this year's financial year will start on the 1st of April and end on the next year's 31st of March. And no one will be in mercy. Okay. Like there are entrepreneurs and startups that will go on to the stock exchange. We are a entity listed on stock exchange. And they also go after quarter to quarter. Okay. So the life's journey, and you will have investors, so they will also look at it daily. So I think time is very essential, and therefore ruthless execution is the only thing that can save you. Okay. The next one is organizational spirit, built like a startup within an old organization. So this was only possible because we were able to build a flat, non-hierarchical, and a genuine team. The rest is all left to people because everyone in the team wants to succeed. So this was the organizational journey. I will come to very brief my own journey. So I am a pharmacist by education. I graduated in 91. And immediately after graduation, I have to advise because in our generation, like unlike your generation where you have tremendous availability of advice on digital forms, we used to go to some uncle who has done very well. And he would know someone who has done better than him. And we will all go and sit there, have a cup of coffee and ask. So I went to such a person who used to make topaz plates, Malhotra. Very famous guy now. So we went and we asked him, what should this young, very enthusiastic boy has to do? He has just finished his graduation. So he said, इसको market में डाल दो. तो बैग लेके घूमेगा सब अपने आप सीख जाएगा. So we went home and immediately started looking at newspapers because the advertisements were on newspapers. Inaugural was a company which had a medical representative advertisement, applied, got. So I started working as a medical representative. How many of you understand what is a medical representative? वो बैग लेके डॉक्टर के पास जाता है. Okay? तो वो जर्नी चालू किया 5 साल में. 1 साल के अंदर पता चल गया ये तो बड़ा मेहनत का काम है, बेचना आसान नहीं है, सबसे मुश्किल काम है दुनिया में. तो और धूप है वहाँ पे, बारिश है, सब कुछ है. तो जरा MBA कर लेंगे तो थोड़ा सा एयर कंडीशनिंग वातावरण मिल जाएगा. उससे ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं मालूम था. ये धूप बड़ी मेहनत वाली चीज़ थी. तो हमने MBA में एडमिशन ले ली, MMS किया. तब तक इतनी अकल आ गई थी कि फॉरेन ट्रेड में अगर काम करने को मिलेगा तो विदेश घूमने को मिलेगा तो ये और अच्छा होगा. तो फिर क्या करना है, तो फिर तब तक पुणे में, बिकॉज IIFT वॉज द ओनली इंस्टीट्यूट इन द होल कंट्री विच वॉज फॉरेन ट्रेड, एंड फॉर्चुनेटली द महाराष्ट्र गवर्नर decided that we should also have. So Pune University Economics Department started a foreign trade institute. I was in Pune and the institute was next to me. So as a medical rep or any person who is in the field, he doesn't have an office. वो बैग उठाता है घर से, कुछ लोगों को सुबह मिलता है, कुछ लोगों को शाम को मिलता है, दोपहर में कोई नहीं मिलता है बिकॉज पुणे में वो सोते हैं दोपहर में. तो एडवांटेजेस फॉर मी. तो फिर हमने कहा कि दोपहर में कॉलेज था, फॉर्चुनेटली 4 घंटे 2 से लेकर 6 बजे तक हमने वहाँ पे एडमिशन ले ली एंड फॉरेन ट्रेड का 1 साल का डिप्लोमा कर लिया. तो अब ये पता चला कि इस कॉलेज से अगर हमने किया है तो ये कोई आपको लॉजिस्टिक का काम देंगे, इंपोर्ट एक्सपोर्ट डॉक्यूमेंटेशन करवाएंगे आपसे. यू विल नॉट बी एबल टू गो अब्रॉड बिकॉज हमको तो जाना था बाहर, फ्लाइट्स पकड़ के अलग अलग देश देखने का ख्वाब था. तो अभी वो कैसे होगा पूरा. तो किसी ने, तब तक तो पता चल गया था IIFT न्यू दिल्ली, वी मेट समवन, प्रोफेसर जोशी वाज हियर इन द मॉर्निंग, इज द मोस्ट प्रीमियर इंस्टीट्यूट. सो आई वेंट टू देम, वेंट टू IIFT. बाय देन बिकॉज नौकरी थी, सब कुछ था, तो डैड ने शादी करवा दी. तो अभी बीवी भी है और ऊपर से सीखना भी है, तो विच इज़ अ वेरी वेरी डिफिकल्ट थिंग टू डू इन लाइफ, बट आई डिड. सो आई वेंट टू न्यू दिल्ली एंड गॉट इन टू IIFT. हमारा घर था पुणे में, तो वहाँ पे सब फैमिली रही, मैं अकेला गया था वहाँ पे. फिर वो ख़त्म किया तो तभी आई हैड टू रिज़ाइन बिकॉज एज अ मेडिकल रिप्रेजेंटेटिव यू आर अ बार्गेनेबल फोरम, विच मीन्स दैट यू आर वर्कर. Okay, so you have, they don't give you rights to kind of go for higher education. You have to resign. Okay, so I resigned. I said no problem. यहाँ पे जाएंगे तो कोई ना कोई तो नौकरी लगी जाएगी. तो हम चले गए वहाँ पे. So दिल्ली से कॉल आया 3 महीने के बाद में, सीबा गायके से कि हम लोग मर्ज हो चुके हैं और आपको यू आर समवन दैट इज डूइंग फॉरेन ट्रेड एंड वी वुड लाइक यू टू कम बैक. बट देन आई न्यू दैट कमिंग बैक वॉज नॉट अ चॉइस. एजुकेशन छोड़ के कौन आने वाला. तो उन्होंने कहा नहीं हम रुकेंगे आपके लिए. सो आई केम बैक एंड देन देर वॉज नो लुकिंग बैक आफ्टर दैट. सो to me education is the most important thing that can happen to you in life, and I think one should never let go of this opportunity. Okay, and hearing these stories from people who have been there, and these empty chairs are all those people who are not fortunate enough, okay, to hear this in the first hand. So this is a very, very important message in life. Education transforms you, and take it very, very seriously. Okay, so the second one is attitude. कैन डू. ये तो आपने हज़ारों बार सुना है, लेकिन इसमें क्या होता है, कैन डू में एक बड़ी सिंपल सी चीज़ है. वी सॉल्व प्रॉब्लम्स विदाउट कंप्लेनिंग, एंड द सेकेंड वर्ड इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. यू कांट कंप्लेन टू योर सेल्फ, यू कैनॉट कंप्लेन टू योर स्पाउस, यू कैनॉट कंप्लेन टू योर बॉस, यू कैनॉट कंप्लेन टू योर कॉलीग्स. जहाँ पे कंप्लेनिंग चालू हो गई वहाँ पे सत्यानाश हो गया, बिकॉज यू विल नेवर एवर प्रोग्रेस इन लाइफ. सो पूरी पेन है ना, क्योंकि जीतना आसान नहीं है, वो पूरी पेन आपके अंदर होनी चाहिए विदाउट एक्सप्रेसिंग. एंड द डे दैट यू डू दिस जर्नी विद इन योर सेल्फ, यू आर सक्सेसफुल टू सक्सीड एंड लीड एनी बिजनेस. सो इट हैज टू बी विद द एटीट्यूड दैट आई कैन डू इट, सॉल्व द प्रॉब्लम्स, बट नेवर एवर कंप्लेन, नॉट टू योरसेल्फ एंड एनीवन एल्स. देन कम्स टन्स ऑफ हार्ड वर्क. Okay, what he said, that clock is something, I hope that it is not proprietary, Dr. Nikhil, that clock which was there, because there was no sign of slipping, so you were not flat on that entire clock. Okay, so I was looking where it is, but there was no flat. Okay, so there was no flat thing, but I will use that if it is not patented. So most important thing is truth. You cannot ever rest the moment you are entrepreneur or in any leading position. It is 24/7 job. It is not necessarily they are spending time on mails, messages or something, but the mind has to work 24/7. The commitment has to be 24/7 to lead. Okay, and last thing which is very important to me, I think I personally believe, is blessings. Okay, so I've said that education is important, I said attitude is important, I said tons of hard work is important. The last one is blessings. किसका blessing was? Okay, माँ बाप का, भगवान का, वो तो सबसे बड़ा है. Okay, बट उससे भी ज़्यादा blessing आपको मिलता है for all stakeholders that are part of your business. Okay, her completion of order which is done flawlessly brings those blessings back, because it is not the first order, it is the repeat order on which business survives. Okay, and thousands of repeat orders, thousands of repeat customers is where you bring those revenues. So blessings of your partners, that is all stakeholders, and that can only happen, these all people will only give you blessings if you have one quality. अगर इस रूम में किसी ने भी मुझे अगर बता दिया वो क्वालिटी क्या है, तो उसको मैं मेरे साथ बॉम्बे लेके जाऊँगा, जो डेस्टिनेशन चाहिए दे. ओके, टेल मी. Integrity you said. Seva. Okay, good answer. Yeah, but that is not what I am looking at. Truthfulness, commitment, और एक लास्ट चांस. हाँ, विजडम. ठीक है, ये सब होना चाहिए. वो तो ऊपर से अपन पेटी पैक आते हैं, तो जब आता है तो सब ये है अपने पास. Okay, that is not what is necessary. What we learn here is only one single quality, and that is genuineness. If your customers, if your partner, if your spouse, if your friends, anyone sees genuineness, your repeat order is there. Okay, this thing that you are playing with them, you will not get that repeat order. Okay, if you have made a mistake, accept it, apologize, and figure out ways how you can improve it. Okay, it's simple thing in life. Genuineness is the most important quality you should pay attention to when you are wanting to be successful in any part of your work. Okay, so the advice to you is very simple. If you have to gain experience, let it be cross-functional. That is the last word, which means that just don't concentrate on manufacturing, sale or marketing or something. Get a complete cross-functional experience. Okay, and you will succeed if you have got above 4 or 5 things that I have said in place. So thank you so much. Thank you for listening patiently. and all the best to all of you.
Thank you very much, Prashant. It was a fantastic journey and well said. One thing common between an entrepreneur and an entrepreneur, the both of them, is passion. One had the idea, one got the idea of getting it done, but what was common was the passion to take it ahead and be successful, irrespective of the challenges. Here, one thing rightly said by Prashant, and I share with my students whenever I talk to my MBAs students around out there, is, and if they are there, don't talk about ROIs at this stage. Students come back to me and say, "Sir, I've invested so much in this MBA. I don't get anything, मेरा ROI नहीं निकल रहा." Sometimes I said, हम लोग कुछ ज़्यादा ही सिखा देते हैं. ROI business में रहने दीजिए. Here, what you really require is getting work which you like, passionately taking it forward. Believe me, with my experience and with Prashant's experience, ROI nikal aayega. But you need to give yourself a chance and a passion to take it forward. In fact, he rightly said one point I would say before getting it, young MBAs around out here. I did my MBA from NMIMS, probably in 1991. कोई पैदा भी आप लोग शायद पैदा नहीं हुए होंगे. In fact, when we did our MBAs, we had the same thing in mind. We will go to an AC office, table chair hogi, and we'll start working. You must have heard Prashant's journey. Bag हाथ में लेके जाना होता है. And me, at that time, हम लोग के पास इंटरनेट नहीं हुआ करता था. तो हम मार्केट रिसर्च कैसे करेंगे? How will I do a market research? Because at that time, हमारे पास इंटरनेट नहीं है. ईमेल्स 1995 में आए थे. उस दौरान तो ईमेल्स भी नहीं थे हमारे पास. You know what we used to do? We were MBAs at that time and from a premier institute. For getting our market research, we actually used to go in the marketplace, talk to people, and I have gone to an extent. Mumbai mein, I don't know if people are aware, there's a place called Nariman Point, and at that time we used to have buildings like Express Towers and the other buildings which are there, which is about 30 floors and 24 floors. We used to go to the 30th floor, go to office, collect the data. That was our market research. Collect the data, come back to office, analyze that, work on that data, and the next day we used to take our ideas forward. This is what we need to work out. At that time, ROI so the nahi shaayad, right? So, to my dear MBA friends are around out there. Now, let me call upon Vandana Singh. In fact, she's a banker, like I rightly said. She is a banker, but was into finance, now is into food bank. And now she's going to talk about her journey as to what transpired and how the food bank which she's working in, and she's taking it forward. She's the CEO of Food Banker Network and the director in that. Vandana, your journey.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for those extremely enthusiastic presentations just before me. As Mr. Lal just mentioned, I've also done my management from Bajaj Institute, Mumbai. I started my career as a banker, which was years ago. But ultimately, I can say that I truly found my purpose in life in 2012 when we started this initiative, food banking in India. So, but what I'm going to talk to you today is not about just my journey, but more I want to share with you the journey of this organization and what we are doing in this organization. So this is India Food Banking Network. We started in 2011. We were registered as a not-for-profit organization. What I believe is that each one of us needs to also find out that what are the challenges in this world and how we can contribute our education, our aptitude, our attitude, our skills to solve those problems in the world. And this is one problem which I came across, and that was that there is a lot of hunger and malnutrition in the world on one hand, and on the other hand, a lot of food goes waste everywhere in the supply chain, right from production to retail and also at our household levels. And that is where the food banks play a very important role. It is not something that we have started, this is a new idea which we came up with, but food banks exist in more than 50 countries all over the world. They were just not there in India, called food banks, but all of us know that you have these langars, you have so many feeding programs, charitable in temples and other organizations where people feed. Even all of us during our various fasts and during the festivals, we like to feed people, right? So feeding is nothing new to us. We are culturally, whoever comes into our homes also, we don't let them go without feeding them. So the challenge here was that on one hand there is hunger and on the other hand there is food waste. And food waste leads to a lot of problems, as some of you may know, that food waste, when the food rots, it generates methane gases, it generates the greenhouse gases, which adversely affects the environment, which contributes to the climate crisis. In fact, it is said that 8 to 10% of the total greenhouse gases, the emissions are due to food waste. So here there is a challenge of food waste on one hand and hunger on the other hand, and we had to see how we can solve both these problems. And the food banks are trying to do exactly that. There is a food use and waste hierarchy which has been developed, which says that first of all, you must put in your efforts in making sure that no food goes waste. So prevent food waste is the first preferred action. However, if still for some reason food is going to be wasted, it is better to feed it to people. And only when it cannot be anymore, it's not edible or cannot be fed to people, that it should go into animal feed or composting or, and last, hardly anything should go into landfills where they can only generate methane gases and adversely affect the environment. So what we have been working on is the second one, which is about donation of this surplus food and using it to feed people. So our mission is to initiate, develop food banks to address hunger and malnutrition on one hand and food waste on the other hand. Now, what are these food banks? We could have started an entirely new parallel system of collection and distribution of surplus food. But instead, what we did was that the food banks actually, who are they? They are actually charitable institutions, not-for-profit organizations, or CSR initiatives of corporates, Rotary clubs, Lions clubs. They have become our food banking partners who help us in collecting food, surplus food, which would otherwise go waste, and instead distributing it to people in need in vulnerable communities. Now, what is this surplus food? Number one, for example, we are talking about food processing industries. So we have a lot of partnerships with food companies. So the food companies, those who are manufacturing this packaged food, they have food which has a best before date. And according to their policy, 30 days before the best before date or 45 days before the best before date, they take it out from the distribution cycle and do not sell it anymore. That is waste for them. But it still has a shelf life of 30 to 45 days. And that is what the food banks are able to collect and distribute to people in need. So who are these people? They are people, the vulnerable, the poor in communities, in bastis, in slums, and old age homes, homeless shelters, charitable hospitals, etc. So we have got partnership with almost all the food companies that you know of. So Nestle, Mondelez, ITC, they all work with us and they give us the surplus food. We are present in 63 locations across India, almost all over the country, and they have their distribution warehouses, etc. in all these locations, and they connect their surplus packaged food to us, to the food banks who distribute it within the best before date. So mind you, this is not expired food. This still has a shelf life of 30 to 45 days, which is sufficient for us to pick it up and distribute it to people in need. So there are many other programs.
Vandana, we are having short of time.
Yeah. So, so we have got many other programs. We do also school meals programs, school nutrition gardens, fresh produce also. A lot of fresh fruits and vegetables go waste in our wholesale markets. At the end of the day, whatever is left, that is collected by the food banks and it is connected again to people in need, improving their nutrition status. There's a lot of policy support which we need, and that is something which I have listed. We need a national strategy, we need estimation of how much food loss and food waste is there in the country, etc. This is something which no one organization can do. The country is big. The places where the food surplus is there is all over the country. We need not one India Food Banking Network at 63 locations. We need 10 India Food Banking Networks perhaps. And we also need to see how we can make sure that this surplus food is able to reach the people timely. Just like you are doing it for food processing, that you're making the food last longer, keeping it fresher for longer. So here is something that you can work on, that how, for example, the fresh fruits and vegetables which we collect at the mandis, how we can keep it fresh for longer, or how we can convert it into dehydrated vegetables and or package it into, save it so that they can be used over a longer period of time and not go to waste. Thank you. I hope I have given you some idea about a not-for-profit work that you can do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vandana. In fact, this input was required to convey to our audience as to how non-for-profit will really be helpful, and where we all students can also come and join this particular thing. Thank you very much, Vandana. A very good presentation. I would like to call upon Nikhil Kapoor, basically to talk about his journey. He's the founder of Fruit Formulation, the CEO of Fruit Formulation in India, and his challenges and his journey. Sir, I'm really very sorry to say in 10 minutes. Thank you.
As an entrepreneur, maybe I'll do it earlier. Oh. I'll try. You deserve a chocolate. Okay. Okay, thank you so much, previous speaker. With your decades of experience, you could share what matter karta hai. Honestly, I don't know where my entrepreneur journey started, and so I don't have a start date कि मैं इस दिन entrepreneur बन गया. How many students are there? Can I have a cheer? Okay. So I am also BTech into dairy technology. So I can relate. आप लोगों को बुलाने के लिए भेजना पड़ रहा था. तो कितने लोग यहाँ पे एक्चुअली एंटरप्रेन्योर बनना चाहते हैं या एसी के लिए बैठे हो? मैं होता तो खाली एसी के लिए बैठा होता. एंड अटेंडेंस भी है. आई हर्ड भी आप लोगों को. सर हॉस्टल में भी एसी है. ओह लग्जरी, मतलब हमारे टाइम पे हॉस्टल में तो नहीं होता था, खाली ऑडिटोरियम में होता था, एंड वन ऑफ द रीज़न कि बैठ के सुनते थे। एनीवे, सो मैं आपको एक छोटा सा अपने बारे में बताना चाहता हूँ। बेसिकली मैंने जो लाइफ में समझा है अभी तक, एंड मे बी आई वांट टू शेयर दैट, जो एंटरप्रेन्योर बनना चाहते हैं और जिन्होंने अपना हैंड रेस किया था, मैं हमेशा कहीं ना कहीं पहुंचने के बाद सोचता हूँ कि ओके, यहाँ से लाइफ सेट है, मतलब इसके आगे तो ओके डन, बहुत मज़ा आ गया यहाँ तक तो। एंड देन लाइफ बोलती है पिक्चर अभी बाकी है, राइट? तो पिक्चर, एंटरप्रेन्योर की पिक्चर ख़त्म नहीं होती, राइट? तो मैं जस्ट एक ट्राई करूँगा 10 मिनट के अंदर अंदर अपने टाइमलाइन को आपको बताऊँ क्या हुआ। सो इट स्टार्टेड विद माई ग्रेट ग्रैंडफादर, मतलब 4 जनरेशन्स पहले पंजाब से मुंबई गए थे मेरे ग्रेट ग्रैंडफादर, और वहाँ पे जाके पंजाबी कुल्फ़ी स्टार्ट की, जो अभी चौपाटी कुल्फ़ी के नाम से भी जानी जाती है। फिर मेरे जो दादा थे उन्होंने उसको आगे बढ़ाया, मिल्क डेयरी बिजनेस में आए। मेरे फादर हैं, उनका एक डेयरी प्लांट था महसाना गुजरात में, जहाँ से दूध को कलेक्ट करके उसको इंडस्ट्रियलाइज़ किया। मुझे लगा कि ये तो मेरे खून में है, मैं कॉलेज से बीटेक करूँगा, अगले दिन बन गए एंटरप्रेन्योर, राइट? बट ऐसा हुआ नहीं। मैं ज्वाइन किया अपने फादर को, वही मतलब जूते घिसने वाली चीज़ें आ गई कि मार्केट में बैठना है, गल्ला संभालना है, और जो कंप्लेन आएंगी उनको भी देखना है। और दूसरे जो मेरे फ्रेंड्स थे वो मस्त अपना कॉर्पोरेट लाइफ में एसी के ऑफिस में बैठे हैं और ऑर्डर चला रहे हैं और प्लांट चल रहा है, ये मस्त है यार, वैसा करते हैं। तो देन मैं ये छोड़ा, वाला क्या एंटरप्रेन्योर बनना, ऑफिस की लाइफ जीते हैं, मज़ा आएगा। ऑफिस की लाइफ में गया, बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला। बड़ी कंपनीज थी, जिवेदॉन, कारगिल, बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियों में काम किया। बट ये भी समझ में आया कि यार ये अपने विज़न के लिए मुझे हायर किया है, इसमें मेरा विज़न कहीं नहीं आ रहा। मतलब व्हाट आई वांट, मतलब जो इंडियन फार्मर्स हैं या जो इंडियन चीज़ों को, मतलब हाउ डू आई मेक एन इम्पैक्ट, वो मिसिंग लगा मेरे को। वो कहीं पे उनका मिशन, वो उनका मिशन बहुत अच्छा है, बट मेरा मिशन वो मिशन नहीं है। तो आई देन थॉट कि चलो अपना स्टार्टअप करते हैं। तो 2019 में 18 में आई स्टार्टेड कि चलो अपना खुद करते हैं। तो खून में ही था ये, तो थोड़ा डाइवर्जन लिया था, शुरू करते हैं। अच्छा चला 2 साल। ब्लू इंग्रेडिएंट्स करके कंपनी का नाम था, ठीक ठाक चला। 4 करोड़ की वैल्यूएशन तक पहुंच गए थे, 1000 जितने कस्टमर्स, बेस बन गया था होम बेकर्स का, मज़ा आ रहा था। कोविड हो गया, चाइना से इंपोर्ट्स बैंड हो गए, तो बहुत सारे हमारा चाइना से इंपोर्ट होना था। तो फिर लग गया कि यार ये तो वापस अभी शुरू करना पड़ेगा। लाइफ ने बोल दिया पिक्चर अभी यहाँ पे नहीं, ये तेरा सेटल नहीं हो गया लाइफ। अगराना फ्रूट इंडिया करके कंपनी है, उसी में आई अपना बिजनेस शट डाउन किया। आई जॉइंड अगराना एज ए सेल्स हेड। 2 साल 3 साल अच्छी जॉब चली। देन सडनली वहाँ के जो मल्टीनेशनल कंपनी है, 27 कंट्रीज़ में उनका ऑपरेशन है, दे सडनली डिसाइडेड कि इंडिया ऑपरेशन में उनको मज़ा नहीं आ रहा, या वॉट एवर द स्ट्रैटेजिक रीज़न, आई विल अंडरमाइन दैट। दे कॉल्ड मी एंड सेड कि निखिल, इंडिया का प्लांट बंद करना है, कैन यू हेल्प अस विद ऑल द, सबको जो भी सेटल वेटल करना है उसके लिए, कैन यू हेल्प अस। आई टुक अ बोल्ड डिसीजन देन कि एक काम करते हैं। उनका एक वैल्यूएशन उनके माइंड में था कि ये कंपनी 6 साल से चल रही है, अच्छा बिजनेस है। उनके माइंड में एक नंबर था कि भाई इतना हम पैसा लेके आए थे, इतना मिल जाएगा, तो वी आर गुड टू गो। सो वो मैंने वहाँ पे रुका नहीं। आई ट्राई टू फाइंड एन इन्वेस्टर। उस इन्वेस्टर के साथ में थोड़ा अपना जो भी मेरा छोटा मोटा सेविंग था उसके साथ में बोथ ऑफ अस, मी एंड माई पार्टनर, वी परचेज दैट एसेट, जो बड़ी कंपनी नहीं चला पा रही थी, मतलब वो लॉस मेकिंग थी, उन्हें नहीं मज़ा आ रहा था इंडिया में। लोगों ने बोला कि निखिल, ये ऑलरेडी इतनी बड़ी कंपनी नहीं कर पाई, तू मतलब तू किस खेत की मूली है टाइप। तो फिर भी दैट करेज कि नहीं, अपने तो फोड़ लेंगे, वॉज देयर। एंड इट हैज़ बीन 6 months। टचवुड, जो भी हमारा एग्जिस्टिंग बिजनेस था जो अगराना कर रहा था, इट कुड बी रिटेन्ड, ऑल द एम्प्लॉयज़ आर रिटेन्ड। सो जो ट्रांजिशन है दैट हैज़ हैपेंड ऑलरेडी। यहाँ से आगे अभी कहानी बाकी है। मैं भी आप 2-3 साल बाद दोबारा बुलाएंगे मुझे, तो मैं आपको बताऊंगा कि फिर मैंने इसके आगे क्या किया। बट जो मेरा मैसेज आप लोगों को है कि कहानी ख़त्म नहीं होती। और हर बार यू हैव टू पिक अप योर थिंग्स. जो लर्निंग हो गई, जो फेलियर्स थे मेरे लाइफ में, अगर मैं इसमें और डिटेल में जाऊँगा तो बहुत सारे फेलियर्स थे. उन फेलियर्स को बीज बना के आपको वापस से बोना है. उसमें जो सीखा, मतलब मैंने मेरा जो स्टार्टअप था ब्लू इंग्रेडिएंट, उसमें देयर वाज टू थिंग्स. वन ऑफ कोर्स देयर वाज अ कैश का भी, मतलब आई वेंट इनटू टू मच डेट. बैंक वाले घर पे आना शुरू हो गए थे. उससे सीखा कि बिजनेस होना है तो फंडिंग एंड वो होना चाहिए, प्रॉफिटेबल बिजनेस होना चाहिए. एवरी ट्रांजेक्शन हैज़ टू मेक मनी. सो वो सारी चीज़ें अभी आई यूज दैट ओवर हियर. यहाँ पे भी लर्निंग्स होंगी. यहाँ पे टीम बड़ी है, अलग चैलेंजेस है. आई एम नाउ इंस्टाग्राम पे आई एम रनिंग कैंपेन ऑन बीइंग एन ऑथेंटिक CEO. तो जो सच है वो बोलना, लाइक व्हाट आई सी इन द इंडस्ट्री. आज सुबह मैं किसी पैनल से ही बात कर रहा था कि 10% फ्रूट भी आप डाल के उसको जूस ड्रिंक बोल सकते हैं, राइट? मैं शायद मीडिया है उनसे बोला. सो 10% फ्रूट डाला एंड उसको आप बोल रहे हो कि ये स्ट्रॉबेरी जूस है. हाउ इज़ दैट? मतलब मैं 100% जूस बनाता हूँ, मुझे उसका एक कॉस्ट लगता है, और उसके मतलब 10 रुपये में यू आर गेटिंग 80 ml. एंड देन पीपल से कि यार फ्रूट जूस पीने का फ़ायदा होता है क्या? अरे फ़ायदा क्यों नहीं होता? आप वो 10% वाला पी रहे हैं, फ़ायदा कैसे होगा? यू हैव टू हैव 100% फ्रूट. वो बहुत कम कंपनीज है. आई वुड नेम फ्यू ऑफ माई कस्टमर्स लाइक रॉक रेसिपी, उनका 100% है. हेक्टर बेवरेजेस है, पेपर बोट जो है उनके पास भी रेंज है जो 100%. मैनी कंपनीज आर डूइंग दैट. सो आई एम ऑन नाउ ऑन, जो मैंने मिशन अपना समझा इज टू सी कि हाउ कैन आई मेक फ्रूट्स मोर वैल्यूएबल टू द कस्टमर्स. उसी विजन के साथ में मैंने ये कंपनी को आगे बढ़ाया है. सो फार द बैलेंस शीट्स आर लुकिंग ओके. मतलब वो लॉस मेकिंग था, नाउ वी हैव टर्न्ड इनटू प्रॉफिटेबल. सो गुड फॉर दैट. मैं स्लाइड वाइज नहीं जाऊँगा, मे बी हर एक चीज़ के लिए मैंने स्लाइड बताया था. अच्छा, ये मैं साइकिलिंग भी करता हूँ, तो वन ऑफ द लर्निंग था कि मैं 600 किलोमीटर, एक बार 50 किलोमीटर चला लिया तो मुझे लगा यार अभी तो ये भी हो जाएगा, 600 पे अटेम्प्ट करते हैं. तो आई हैड टू फेल 3 times टू अंडरस्टैंड कि 600 किलोमीटर करने के लिए क्या करना पड़ता है. एंड अगेन व्हाट द लर्निंग वाज कि गिव अप नहीं करना है, मतलब छोड़ना नहीं है. मतलब जहाँ पे मेरा पैर रुके, साइकिलिंग रुकी, यू आर आउट. मतलब वो 40 घंटे में पूरे नहीं कर पाऊंगा, राइट? सो दैट वाज वन ऑफ द लर्निंग आई वांटेड टू शेयर. ये अग्राना फ्रूट को जब मैंने एक्वायर किया था, मी एंड विद माय पार्टनर इन्वेस्टर दानिश इकबाल, वी बोथ हैव एक्वायर्ड दिस कंपनी एंड नाउ रनिंग इट सो फार सक्सेसफुल. एंड टेकिंग दैट एब्सर्ड करेज. मतलब ये जितना मैंने आपको एग्जांपल्स बताया उसमें अंदर से एक वो करेज लगता है, तो आप ऐसे, और वो एब्सर्ड होना चाहिए. मतलब सब बोल रहे कि यार ये पागल है क्या, ये क्यों कर रहा है, ये तो कोई भी समझदार इंसान ये नहीं कर सकता या नहीं करना चाहिए. दैट इज़ व्हेन एक अंदर से वो कीड़ा आता है कि ये तो मैं करके बताता हूँ. एंड नॉट दैट आई सक्सीड, फेल भी होता, बट इट्स अ जर्नी, इट कंटिन्यूज, राइट? जो मैं वो हैशटैग भूल रहा था, बट इट इज़ अ नो कॉम्प्रोमाइज CEO. आई रियली वॉन्ट टू गोइंग फॉरवर्ड be a CEO who is not compromising. 10% fruit देख के I am not going to call it a healthy चीज़ है, आप ले लो उसको, right? And again startups are like ultra marathon, not a sprint कि आपने थोड़ा सा दौड़ा और आपको मिल जाएगा. Proof is action, fail for, मतलब की takeaways is fail forward. fail हो और उसको अगले बीच में बना दो. पर्पस ओवर प्रॉफिट, सिर्फ प्रॉफिट एवरीथिंग नहीं है, यू नीड टू हैव अ पर्पस. स्टे ट्रांसपेरेंट, आप जो कर रहे हो दुनिया को बताओ कि हाँ मैं ये कर रहा हूँ. एंड्योरेंस इंपॉर्टेंट है. 100 किलो मतलब 50 किलोमीटर करके यू कैनॉट से कि मेरा रुक गया यहाँ पे, बहुत हो गया मेरे लिए. यू हैव टू कीप द एंड्योरेंस एंड ट्रस्ट योर गट. कई बार अंदर से आवाज़ आती है कि ये सही है, इसको करना चाहिए. तो दीज आर द की टेक अवेज. इफ़ जो जिन्होंने हाथ खड़े करे थे, अगर वो कुछ समझ पाए तो प्लीज़ फेल फास्टर. एंड उस फेलियर को बीज बना लो अगले पड़ाव के लिए, राइट? वो गेम में जैसे हर एक लेवल पे यू गेट, अच्छा पिछला हो गया, अभी इससे अगला लेवल का चैलेंज आ रहा है. सो ऑल द बेस्ट टू यू गाइज जो एंटरप्रेन्योर बनना चाह रहे हैं. मे भी कुछ सालों बाद आई विल टेल कि इसके आगे कहानी कैसे चलेगी. थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you very much, Nikhil sir. Yes, you will be called again after 2 years. Probably give such motivational information and speech to our students around out here. Thank you very much. In fact, everyone should follow his Instagram. It's knowledgeable. I've been doing it now lately. So everyone should. Provides us good knowledge about fruit juices. In fact, we were having fruit juices and I always think it was 100%, but good information. Thank you very much. Now I call upon Pranjali Garg, our own startup lady who is an alumni of NIFTEM, and I would want her to address to our students her journey. Pranjali.
Okay, hi everyone, good afternoon. I think energy थोड़ी कम लग रही है रूम में, तो एक बारी सब खड़े हो जाएंगे क्या? So we'll just stretch our hands a little bit and then we'll sit down again. We'll just get some energy in the room.
Everyone is
Yes.
tired.
Stretch your hands, come on guys, don't be lazy. I think we can settle down.
Thank you so much.
So it's an absolute honor to be here. So my journey towards entrepreneurship started from NIFTEM, and we had a very simple vision that we wanted to curate something better for the world, which is also better for the planet, better for health. We started with our brand called ProMeat, where we curate high protein and delicious plant-based alternatives to meats which are not very clean. We give solutions which are clean, convenient, and complete protein. So I will start with a little bit of my own journey. So we started in the year 2021 when I was actually a third year BTech student here at NIFTEM, studying just like all of you. And there was lockdown at that point of time, and we decided that, you know, there is something in the industry that's happening around plant proteins. And we just wanted to understand what's exactly happening in the industry. We tried to look at trends, what is happening globally, what is happening in the US, what's happening in the Europe. And we figured out that there is a very big boom and a very big and upcoming plant-forward eating trend which is going to come in the coming years. So that's where the initial curiosity to be in this space came to us. So that's where we started. We took part in a challenge called Good Food India's India Smart Protein Innovation Challenge, which is a pan-India challenge where a lot of researchers come in. And that's where we started doing our initial market research, made all of the prototypes. And mind you, it was lockdown at that point of time. So there was no way that we could curate samples. But what we did was we reached out to multiple ingredient partners. We got them to send samples to our homes. We actually, made all the samples by hand. I made my parents try it. My parents are vegetarian, but I made them try plant-based meat products. They gave me feedback on the texture. They gave me feedback on the taste. I could do some of the trials and tastings with my neighbors or people around me. So that's was a very hands-on journey, and that is where we started. So with just that initial start, we ended up winning the challenge. That's where we got our initial check, and we decided that, okay, there is a very big opportunity for us to tap in, and why not? Let's just try it out. So that's when we incorporated the company in 2021. We did not limit ourselves to just India. We went ahead and actually reached out to multiple people which are already present in this space, who have the expertise, who are present in the global ecosystem of plant-based space. So we took part in the Future Food Tech Summit, which was curated by Unilever. So that's where we got our first initial global exposure. We got backed by Unilever for our technology. At that point of time, we were working on electrospinning, which was something that was not done by anybody globally. And that was the initial and the first challenge that we faced, right? We were working on a technology which we could not scale. And that was a failure right there. So instead of actually just sitting back and not going ahead with the product, we decided to just pivot. We decided to see what is actually working out in the industry. We fell upon high moisture extrusion. We found out other ways to actually curate these products, and that's how we went ahead. So through my journey, I will share these key pointers, key challenges that we faced and how exactly we could overcome them. So with this initial traction in hand, with an initial product in hand, we got incubated by Sign IIT Bombay. We got backed by IIT Kanpur as well. We took a lot of time. We took almost 1 year to do the entire R&D. We did multiple trials. We reached out to people globally. We got our samples tasted by them. We validated our product every single place. If you are going to be an entrepreneur, if you are going to start something of your own, if you are going to be building a product, service, anything, you need to validate it by so many people with everybody you meet. So I think that is the one and key advice that I would like to give you. Validate your ideas, validate your product. It will give you much more knowledge compared to, just looking at what's out there. Just doing basic market research is not going to help you. So with, throughout 2022, we did R&D, we reached out to multiple manufacturers, got our product, first product manufactured, and we entered the Mumbai market in B2B. So there was just a right space for us to enter there, because we could see that in the same space there are multiple competitors which are present, but they're all going D2C. So we just tried to find the right approach where we had the market, where we could actually capture the market, and that's where we entered. So there was no other player who was actually in the B2B segment, reaching out to chefs and restaurant owners, trying to understand what problems they face in their daily products. So we tried to curate versatile products which were high in protein and could also actually cater to the needs of the chefs. So that is where our entire journey started. In 2024, we got our initial 50 plus clients, and we were present at all of these places. So throughout the journey, we got supported by a lot of institutions, including Stanford Seed, SPARC, Israel Embassy, Niti Aayog, Atal Incubation, and through all of these, going at all of these avenues, there was very few key ideas that we could identify, few key tips that you would need as your guide if you want to go through the same journey. So very firstly, if you are going to work on any of the product, you really need to do an in-depth market research of the product. I think Nikhil also mentioned on the same thing that just by secondary data, you won't get much information. You actually need to reach out to more of your customers, get to know what exactly is the problem that they're facing, and actually build upon it. Stay on top of industry trends. See that what exactly is working out in the global markets, because ultimately what works out in the global market is something that comes to India eventually. So right now, if you could see that there are prebiotics, there are supplements which are actually booming in the industry right now, and that is probably one of the opportunities that you could be tapping into. So always be on lookout where exactly there is an opportunity that you could actually tap into. Look for real industry issues. So when I was working in corporate, I could really see that, companies are trying to find the right ingredients. In fact, me and Nikhil were having a conversation today itself that in India, you are not able to find the right quality of whey, or you're not able to find the right quality of soy to produce these products. So look for these opportunities and try to work on these products. Also, I think just understand that you cannot be an expert in everything. You need to get the right mentorship, find right partners, find key people who can actually help you out. And with, I think, the keynote session today, we could really understand that NIFTEM now has the potential to, really help with research work as well. So reach out to your professors here. You have all the lab facilities, you have pilot plants here. So reach out to the immediately available resources you have and tap into that. Don't let it go. And the most important point is get cash in your bank first. I think very initial on, everybody would tell you, if you have an idea, just go ahead with it, launch it. But I think if without money, you won't be actually able to do market research, you won't be able to validate your product, you won't be able to reach to an MVP. So try to try to be on a lookout for where exactly you can find the right partners who can give you, initial support. There are a lot of government funds available. There are a lot of private funds available for you to reach out to. There are accelerators. There are institutional incubators which can guide you how exactly you can reach out for government grants. Government is actually providing support up to 5 to 25 lakhs just for an idea. So you have an opportunity to actually tap into all of that potential just by an idea. So do reach out to the right people. Start early. So college is the best time to start if you want to work on anything. You have time to fail, you have time to learn, you have time to network, you have time to reach out to multiple people. So do not lose this opportunity, start early. So I think these are some of the key pointers. And just to keep in mind, I think there are few things that you should learn on the way. I always say that storytelling is something that you should really work upon. If your idea is actually clear in your mind, you will be able to tell it better to other people, and they will be understanding. They will build an understanding more about your idea, and they will be more open to partnering with you. Consume thoughtful content. I know that there is a myth that you should not consume content all the time. Don't be on Instagram, don't be on YouTube. But I think my ideology is that you should actually consume good and thoughtful content, because it's giving you ideas, it's telling you what's happening in the industry, what's happening globally. So I think do consume thoughtful content. It's actually going to help you. Use tools which are freely available. There are a lot of AI tools which are available right now. I think for coursework, I know you might already be using ChatGPT, but there are multiple other tools which you can actually use to refine your business ideas. Reach out and build your own network. LinkedIn is a very good platform. There are physical meetups, physical networking events which you can go to. And all of these are, by the way, free. So it's not like you have to spend anything. You just have to be willing to reach out and go to all of these avenues. So just few parting thoughts, because I think I'm running out of time. So dream big. Do not, limit yourself. Do not shrink yourself. I know a lot of times there is this voice in the back of our head that, okay, I'm claiming all of these big things. What if I'm not able to do it? It's okay. It happens with every single person. So keep on dreaming big. Do not shrink yourself. Your mindset really matters. So if you are going to become an entrepreneur, you have to be in this mindset that you will execute every single day. And there will be setbacks. You will feel anxious. There will be days you will not feel like getting up. There will be days when you will have to, answer to a lot of people. But execution is what matters. You will have to, suck it up and be there, show up. That's what really matters. Execute ideas. If you have any innovative idea, just try to execute it. It might not become a very big business, but probably, it could become part of some business which is already existing, and you can get value out of that. And finally, I think it's really, really important to own your path. See, not everybody has to become an entrepreneur. And speaking from my own experience, I was actually working with corporate for 2 years, and it's choose the right path that is for you. So if you are going to be an entrepreneur, if you are going to be an intrapreneur, just choose the right path. What is, follow your heart. I think that's the only thing that I would say. Really look at what you are passionate about doing, build skills on the way, and just execute. I think that was about it. Thank you so much. And I'm here for mentoring, so if anybody wants to reach out, please reach out to me at any point of time. Yeah, please. वो तो तुम्हें ढूंढना पड़ेगा ना. Just start somewhere, and you will find it eventually. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Pranjali. It was really a very good interactive section and a very learning session. In fact, I learned a lot from you. Thank you so much. God bless you. Arun.
Thank you so much, and I really appreciate time our guests and speakers have given us, and very insights from their journey. And I'm sure the budding entrepreneurs sitting here, they would have gained much more by listening to these industry stalwarts. Now I call upon our Honorable Director, sir, to please come on the stage and facilitate our guests. Sir, please.
Good? You're rocking.
Let's
come
in the front.
Yeah, I think one by one, probably then you can take a picture. Aja.
Let us give a big hand. Pranjali is our alumni.
So how is the cash flow? Burning?
Burning, sir. We'll be raising, sir.
Chalo.
Mr. Nikhil Kapoor. Mr. Prashant Nagre.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Vandana Singh.
Thank you for coming. Thank you.
Dr. Nikhil Kelkar.
ये मुझे मंत्री जी को बताना था उनको सपोर्ट करिए तो
I would like to invite our session speakers for a group photograph with our director, sir.
Thank you.
अरुण जी आप यहाँ हैं ना, अब ये तो मुद्दे तो
Well, my apologies. Please, for the facilitation of Dr. Arun Omlal, sir, please. I really apologize in between. Let us give a big hand for our industry chair professor.
I think let's next session का announce कर दीजिए. We start around 2:45 so that everybody be
Our
around.
next session will start around 2:45. All the audience are requested to be seated by 2:30, please. Our session speakers have already arrived here in the campus, so next session will be at 2:45.
Being a major center for
I must introduce the esteemed moderator of the session, Mr. Sunil Marwa, CEO of FISCI, who is a seasoned leader with over 25 years of cross-sectoral experience spanning business development, international trades, corporate governance. As the CEO of FISCI, he has driven competency-based training certificates, standards, industry-aligned curricula for India's food processing sector. His leadership has expanded skill development to rural and underprivileged regions of the country. With global exposure and a strategic mindset, Mr. Marwa continues to position India as global force in food processing. I welcome you also. Now, joining us on stage today are some of the most finest minds in startup and investment ecosystem. Allow me to introduce them to you. Mr. Abhishek Kakkar, Vice President, Invest India, Indian Angel Network, bringing over 13 years of experience in venture capital and startup ecosystem development. A specialist in early stage investments, he focuses on sectors like B2B commerce, green tech, and care economy. With prior experience at Magic Pin, Erka Venture Labs, and 91 Springboard, Mr. Abhishek combines business insights with a deep understanding of startup dynamics. He is an alumnus of XLRI Jamshedpur and Punjab University. We welcome you, sir. Next, we have Mr. Sanjeev Shivesh, ENT, co-founder, Think Startup. Mr. Sanjeev Shivesh is a serial entrepreneur, angel investor, co-founder, Think Startup, a pioneering platform for entrepreneurship education. With over 30 years of experience spanning civil services consulting and startup incubation, he has led public-private initiatives and advised global firms at Booz and Company. An alumnus of IIT Delhi and Cranfield School of Management, he blends academic rigor with hands-on experience and expertise to nurture India's next generation of innovators and changemakers. We welcome you, sir. Next, we have Mr. Durlabh Rawat, founder and CEO, Barosi. Mr. Durlabh Rawat is the founder. It is a homegrown food brand rooted in purity and rural authenticity. A first-generation entrepreneur from Uttar Pradesh, he has leveraged his background in dairy and food industry to build trusted offering ethically sourced farm-fresh products. Mr. Rawat champions the rural to urban food value chain, empowering communities while delivering quality. Thank you, sir. We welcome you. We also acknowledge the contribution will be made by Ms. Rachna Soni, our session rapporteur, who will be documenting the key takeaways and insights from today's discussion. Thank you, Rachna. And now, without further delay, I would like to invite our moderator and Mr. Sunil Marwa to take over and steer forward with today's crucial discussion. Over to you, sir.
So good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here in NIFTEM on the occasion of SUFALAM.
and I was hoping to get more audience and more participation, but anyway, I think the people who are here, I'm sure they will be able to enjoy the session and also ask some questions. We'll try and keep question answer session as well. I have a pleasure of having such illustrious panelists on the dais that I think that the 1 hour which has been allocated here would pass rather quickly. So without much ado, I would like to just highlight a couple of things. When we have to scale a startup, there are certain things which are required which need to be understood. First is that the founder himself or herself has to understand the challenges of being an entrepreneur. It is not just chasing a dream, but is making a dream a reality. And pursuing one's goals, ensuring a financial viability and continuity of the organization is the challenge. That does not mean that you don't pursue your dreams. There will be hiccups, there will be roadblocks, there will be problems that you will face, but the idea is to get up and to restart and to take on the challenges headlong and not to get really worried about that. So the key thing about an entrepreneur is risk taking, and while scaling up, you will see a lot of risks. And I'm quite sure that students who set up their own startups, they would factor in these risks when they do their DPRs and they do their planning and things like that. But anyway, that's something which the entrepreneur has to get ready with. But in order to make a success of scale up, there are certain very important ingredients. First is, of course, financial management. So we will talk about finance, how we should fund the project, which is the best way of funding the project. And we will also talk about how do we get into operational excellence and innovation. Because it's one thing to say that you have an idea, another thing is to say that you made a startup, but then how do you ensure that you are managing it efficiently? So we'll discuss that aspect as well. And last but not the least, most important, how to grow the organization in terms of sales and marketing. Because today in the dynamic environment that we are in, and food is one of the most challenging product categories because the consumer can change from one brand to the other very easily. And the choices are a galore. Yesterday I was talking to somebody who was mentioning to me that some of the big multinationals today are actually tracking the startups, because startups in food are able to give consumer satisfaction much more than what large companies can do. So sales and marketing does become very, very important, and how to reach the customer so that you have a continuity and you are able to grow. So I will first take up this with the first panelist, and I would like to talk to Mr. Abhishek Kakkar. So you have had a fairly long innings in terms of funding organizations, funding startups. So what has been your experience overall, in the Indian context?
Sir, if you allow me, everybody here got to know about us. I'm still blank as to, who is everybody on the other side, at least in the demographic sense. So if you allow me a moment, I would love to know, because we are spending 1 hour with them. So I'll, tweak my questions and responses in a way that is receptive. It is easily digested, and, we are able to have a dialogue. So with show of hands, if you could help me understand, how many are faculty here? Administrative team? All right, so I see some single-digit percentage here. Students? Okay, awesome. Founders? Entrepreneurs who have already started? Okay. People who are looking to start, including the faculty which would want to basically do a startup someday. Can you just show of hands? Awesome. So, okay. So since students are majorly here, what I would recommend is, I know in the flow of things, in day to day we use certain jargons that might not be suitable for this audience, right? Or effectively in this room. Please interrupt me there and then, and we would love to basically go into the definitions, right? If that's okay with everybody, yeah? I mean, because I end up talking sometimes nonsensical things which make sense to me but not to other people. Okay. So to your point, sir, let me just quickly do a recap of what I do. I am an apprentice for Good People's Good Capital. I don't invest my own money. I actually help a lot of smarter people with data collation, all the grunt work, paperwork, pushing, analysis to make investment decisions for our funds, right? There are a lot of smarter people who are already investors with their money and they gamble with it, right? And they are looking for opportunities, giving back to the ecosystem, to the industry, and help scale these ventures, right? So that's primarily me. So I'll keep that in that realm. I'm not talking about when I'm making investment decisions, it is me. It is our investment committee. So that's what I wanted to keep. I want everybody to keep in mind. Sir, to your point, you're asking about the financial well-being and how do you basically get there, right? So I think at any stage of the venture, and especially early stage, I would encourage founders to basically focus on unit economics, right? That's paramount. I think it specifically relates down to your gross margin, your, everything that goes into your COGS, cost of goods and services. Since we're talking mostly food businesses here, so there's a lot of logistical, planning and investments that go into it, right? So you have to take care of that. And keeping in mind into each and every aspect of it, but everything basically flows from unit economics as a matter of fact. So focus on that. Whenever a venture is basically coming out in the market, they start with one product. But there's a bouquet of products that we have to have in the market to basically address and cater to every kind of audience, right? I was, just talking over lunch. There is this element of, having a SKU diversification, which means that whenever you're looking at a consumer's grocery basket or effectively shopping cart, you see multiple products going into it. So you may want as an entrepreneur or as a brand to basically address each and every item there. And every conglomerate in India has basically focused on it. Look at the Tatas, the Reliance, Adanis. Everybody wants to basically sell everything that goes into your household, from your, center of the dining table brands to your refrigerator, to what's on the kitchen cabinet, to effectively in the living room, to the bedroom, right? And when we are basically looking at the consumption class, we're trying to basically figure out what connects the dots. So that essentially becomes very critical when it comes down to looking at how you are working on unit economics, and I'll try to basically piece this together. Fundamentally speaking, when you're looking at the long term of a company, you're trying to basically see, okay, today I'm starting with product A. In 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, 30 years timeline, how do you envision that brand scaling up, right? You can start selling with maybe a safety pin, but you can end up selling, an aeroplane. I mean, that's also feasible, because in the end of the day, it's all precision engineering. So you have to keep diversifying there. In our parlance, specifically with food, I think I'll take example of Barosi Farms. Started off with milk, now in allied foods, which is ghee, procured from the same raw material. So backward integration is the same, but processing became a key part of it, and logistics became another part of it, right? And then the consumer profile, right? How many times do you consume milk in a month, or make purchase decisions when I say consumption? And how many times you basically make purchase decisions for ghee? I think you'd buy once a month ghee for a family of 4, but milk every day. So logistics essentially change, right? So he has to basically think about it from that lens. Now the consumer's profile has also changed, primarily for the fact that I was making a decision to buy milk every day versus now I'm making decision to buy ghee every month. So how many times should he basically be interfacing with me? Where should we be interfacing? Goes back to how many times they will advertise to me, right? So consumption, SKU management, and essentially how many times should I basically recall? Everything gets tied down to one thing and one thing only. Every SKU ties down to your customer acquisition cost and unit economics in bundled, and that's that. So fundamentally speaking, whenever you're trying to think of it, think customer, think where are they consuming it, when are they buying it, and then start building backwards from there.
Since some of these students are, most of the students are from technology side, would you like to explain a bit about unit economics? What are the heads that we are talking about?
Okay. I'll go back to the example of milk, right? And please chime in whenever you feel like I'm basically off, right? So let's think of a 1 liter of milk bottle that is delivered to our household. Now, all that goes into basically, in terms of materials, in terms of software services, before it reaches Abhishek and consumption is done. And then the reverse, economy around it, or the cyclic economy of, what happens to the plastics, the raw materials that's left, the post-consumer materials that is left. Let's talk about that. Okay, so let's assume that the bottle is costing me, MRP is $100, right? Now, there is a cost of material, which is basically the milk itself. There is packaging cost. There is the branding labels, everything. You want to basically put a personalized message saying, hey Abhishek, I hope you'll enjoy your milk today, right? And be strong, be brave, go take your day on, right? So a personalized message, now that will go on a piece of paper. That is also certain cost. Somebody who's writing it is basically indirect cost, because usko quantify kaise karenge? Somebody is writing in a good handwriting. Abhishek has terrible handwriting. So how do you quantify that? Good handwriting ko zyada paisa milega, kam handwriting ko, bekar handwriting ko kam paisa milega. So you have to standardize that, right? So all in all, if you think of each and every aspect of, when you get that product in your hand, what all goes in there is basically, there's a cost allied to it. So you basically break it down. So cost of goods and services. Now the product is ready. The product has to basically be shipped to your, to your doorstep. It could come via a distributor to a modern trade or effectively general trade, and then you go to that place and buy it and bring it home, right? So until the shop front, it is the responsibility of the brand to get it done. But today, what they are doing is they're delivering it to my household, right? At my doorsteps. So that again becomes his responsibility to ensure that everything is taken care of. Logistics is the other cost. Then it comes down to basically marketing. Obviously, he will spend money into ensuring that Abhishek always recalls their brand versus the competitor's brand, and I always consume their ghee, which is Danidar ghee, and not the other one, right? That happens. Now, marketing is the second cost. Third parameter, as a matter of fact. Then essentially all of the indirect costs, renting an office space, people cost, electricity, warehousing, labor cost, all of that comes in play. So think there are direct costs, indirect costs, COGS. After that, anything that's left is basically the net margin. With the net margin, now the government will come in and basically take taxes, right? You have to pay the taxes also. And then effectively corporate tax. All of those put together in an Excel sheet or effectively top down will actually define whether you are profitable or not. So if you are unit economics positive, which means that you are paying off everything, every middleman, every supplier, every vendor in the middle, and then you're netting something that can go into your pocket and add to your prosperity, that's unit economics.
Thank you very much. Abhishek, you explained it very well. So what it really means is that no cost, however small it is, has to be left unmonitored. Every cost is important. Go back to how your mother used to run the household, how your mother still runs the household. She looks at every rupee that is being spent from the household budget. So that's the same approach that the founder needs to have when they have a startup. So thank you very much. So we will now move to another aspect which is very, very important in food, which is innovation. So we have Mr. Sanjeeva Shivesh. He has got very rich experience in the area of innovation. How do you get innovation done? How do you create innovation? Should you get innovation from outside? Is innovation to be bought, or innovation has to be created in-house? What has been your experience in this, Mr. Sanjeeva Shivesh?
Right. Afternoon to all the students, teachers, and entrepreneurs. And before I really want to answer this, any guesses? Should innovation be outsourced or should it be in-house? Any quick thoughts? जोर से बोलिए. लंच कर लिया ना आप लोगों ने? It can be both. That's the answer that mostly students give कि फंसे नहीं कहीं पे. लेकिन फिर भी आपको लगता क्या है? Anyone who has done any sort of innovation? Anyone who has tried tinkering or doing any sort of innovation? Anyone? Not yet? Okay. So, sir, before I answer your question, let me pose a challenge for all of you. And to give a background, I run innovation challenges for schools and colleges. Some students of NIFTEM did participate in the college youth ideathon, which happened recently at IIT Delhi. Is there someone here who participated? Your team. Yeah, your team participated, and there were good participation from NIFTEM. Now, are you aware of this thing called air fryer? Air fryer? समझ में आ रहा है सबको? Okay. Now here's the challenge. Where do you find air fryer? In what sort of homes? Health conscious. I hear health conscious. हाँ. और कहाँ पे मिलता है air fryer? Urban metro. Poor people. Yeah. So urban metro can still have a lot of poor people. And poor people are not health conscious. Right. Okay, so the problem statement is now clear to everyone that health is a problem for all. Unfortunately, these air fryers are very expensive, right? Typically in the range of about 10K per air fryer, okay? Depending on the size. So if you really shrink the size or increase the size, the price will change. Now here's the challenge for all of you. You're all NIFTEM students, engineering students. Engineering? Haath uthaiye. Oh, great, lovely. So you're all engineering students, and engineers are supposed to make things, and to make things you have to break things, okay? To make things you have to break things. So if you have to make an air fryer, and the challenge is for all of you is to make an air fryer in 2,500 rupees. How will you innovate? And I can tell you the market is whole of India, by the way. If you can make air fryer in 2,500 rupees, market is whole of India. Some of you can really crack it and become rich. But the question is as simple as possible. Air fryer banega 2500 rupees mein. Anyone who can think, I'm looking at some answers. This is a real innovation challenge. Any quick thoughts? Yes? पहले तो हाथ इनको ताली बजाई because इस रूम में एक मात्र yes. Yes.
So if we take a mini convection oven and put a iron plate below it,
yeah.
Put a grill over the iron plate at some gap, and we put our food item over it, then it can be considered as a
या 2500 रुपये वाले बताओ यार, ये अभी भी 5-6-7 हज़ार रुपये में आ रहा है. हाँ, कन्वेक्शन ओवन. हाँ. हाँ. चलिए पहले तो इनके लिए ताली बजाए. इन्होंने सोच रहे हैं क्योंकि सोचना ज़रूरी इनोवेशन करने के लिए. बट आई एम नाउ मेकिंग द क्वेश्चन हार्डर. 1000 रुपये में बनाना है. Because we are discussing innovation and without any challenge innovation will not happen. In-source outsource बाद में मैं आंसर करूँगा. हाँ, 1000 रुपये में बनाना है और इसे कैसे बनाएंगे. And I want all engineers to be thinking because he has left enough clues. If you are listening to him, enough clues have been left, right? But what really happens in real life, let's say the oven is this mic, we really don't want to open this mic and see what has gone into it. Do I make sense? Right? Now, if you really unbox this air fryer, you will find there are only few pieces of metal. There is container, उसके बाहर एक container है, अंदर उसके नीचे एक heating coil है, और अगर आपके पास अगर फ्लेम गन हो 400 रुपये में मिलती है, तो उससे वो कन्वेक्शन का सिस्टम क्रिएट किया जा सकता है. राइट? तो एक बर्तन, एक ढक्कन, कंटेनर, उसके ऊपर एक और अच्छा सा कंटेनर, और उसके नीचे एक हीटिंग कॉयल. अगर आपने कभी वो हीटिंग कॉयल में चाय वाय बनाई होगी 100 रुपये वाले हीटिंग कॉयल में, तो हीटिंग कॉयल और उसके ऊपर एक एयर गन 700-800 रुपये में बन सकता है अगर हम बनाना चाहें तो innovation at this end is a low end innovation where we are trying to find innovation for masses, but we have to really think, right? And we can really scale this up to the higher end, and we can really make this air fryer hi-fi. We can put temperature controller, moisture sensors, ये सब करके इसको और hi-fi भी हम बना सकते हैं, and depending for different category of home. So innovation, sir, I
have only one thought. This is food engineering. So we are looking at making different type of FMCG products to keep the customer's palate. So, you know, we were just talking about how we can make the same customer buy more of a particular category, you know. So whether it is dairy products, breakfast table or kitchen. So how does a startup get these innovations in place? Does it go outside? Does it create teams inside? What is the process they should follow?
So the answers could be many, but imagine a young startup founder. The seed of innovation has to come from the founder or the founding team. The seed of innovation comes from looking at problems around you, searching for problems, and then trying to address it, right? So if he's thinking health is a concern, then you will make a healthy kurkure. I'm just saying, right? And you can still re-engineer that kurkure and still say that there is a way in which it can be made into a healthy stuff rather than a junk food, okay? And a lot of people are trying to do that. To do that. For example, let's say Maggi, right? And they are doing this millet-based Maggi now, right? No one is talking about millet-based Maggi. It was all maida-based Maggi and all that, but today people are talking of millet-based Maggi because there is a consciousness about health. People are aware of millet as a program, and they really want to bring in great stuff. Every day in the morning, I have with my chai, I have this, not millet biscuit, rusk. Now, the rusk is basically a maida or a, right? Now, I really got this brainwave last week, about a few days back. Why don't you create a millet-based rusk, right? And it's, so once you are consuming certain stuff and there's a need or there's a problem which is there in you, you start getting ideas for innovation. Now, to really, from idea to experiment, the millet-based rusk will be experiment in some sort of kitchen, right, or some sort of lab. I think kitchen is the best place, never go to lab. Because the moment you start thinking of lab, you really think, agar ganda hoga ya toot jayega to log kya kahenge, right? So you really have to unfreeze yourself, go and dirty your kitchen and start experimenting all the stuff whether we want to do or anything, right? And that's how all startup lab.
So I think thank you very much, but you know, very importantly for the founder or startup team should have its ears very close to the customer's heart. You should know what beats in your customer's heart. That is the starting point of innovation. So if my customer is health conscious, I would think of millets, I would think of air fryer which is affordable, I would think of gluten-free options, I would think for various other things, you know, whether it is quinoa based products or whatever. So I think that innovation actually logically starts from the customer's heart. So I would now,
Can I add one thing?
Yeah, please go ahead.
So this is a investor's perspective into looking at, you know, because we are chasing money, we are chasing startups, we are chasing everything, right? Now, one way to get ahead and to know where to go, we look at three things, and I'm keeping it in context of food startups, right? One is product innovation, which is a customer-centric thing, right? Then there is packaging innovation, right? You can change that, you can actually do a lot there, right? Then there is supply chain innovation, right? We have seen that happening. We are now basically looking at more ways to make it more effective at this point, bring down the cost, bring down wastage, right? There is innovation that can be done there. There is distribution innovation. 5 years ago, we did not know that, you know, groceries can be delivered in 10 minutes. Today, why can't this be innovation? It is innovation, right? It is something new. Then lastly, there is brand innovation, right? आप same product को एक अच्छी कहानी से बढ़िया तरीके से ले सकते हैं. And again, the example is right there. घी तो और लोग भी बेचते हैं ना. Why is somebody buying his ghee than somebody else's ghee? Because his story basically tells that, right? And that matters. So innovation can happen in all of these 5 frameworks, and think about it. There is enough data on the internet which we also look at. Innovation framework. आप Google करिए, ChatGPT से पूछिए, वो आपको ये 5-6 चीज़ें बताएगा. Think hard and strong about where can you basically find pockets of nuances where you can be unique in your own way and then drive it that way. So I'm just trying to basically top up on Sir's remark in terms of why innovation should be in-house, and I would say once you have gotten your baseline pillars available to you and focused there, then you can basically think about outsourcing it, anything.
Yeah, please go ahead.
So fundamentally, we believe that innovation should come from a founder. So, which inventor you think was the greatest inventor? Which inventor you think was the greatest inventor of all time? कोई भी नाम याद आए आपके पास? James Watt steam engine. Okay. Anyone else? Nikola Tesla. Okay. Einstein did not invent, but yeah. Sorry? Thomas Alva Edison. Thomas Alva Edison was supposed to be the greatest inventor. He was the guy who was the brain behind GE, right? And he invented this thing called the light bulb, but he did not invent. He was trying to make light bulb. There are many people in the world trying to make light bulb. Someone else had the patent. He bought the patent. But he was a rich guy. He was not a poor guy when he bought this patent. He was a smart chap. So therein lies the answer. There will be rich guys who will buy innovation, but founders sitting in this room, आपको खुद करना होगा.
So I think that brings me to Mr. Durlabh Rawat. You are running a very successful enterprise in the dairy products field. So you have obviously innovated. So what was the innovation that you did, and how did you communicate to the customer? Because ultimately, no innovation is useful unless it is commercially successful. So how did you communicate? What was the modus operandi to communicate to the customer about your innovation?
नमस्कार. तो सबसे पहले मैं थोड़ा सा अपने बारे में बता देता हूँ और एक छोटी सी कहानी के बाद मैं इसको आगे लेके जाएंगे आपके प्रश्न को. तो मेरा नाम दुर्लभ है. एक छोटे से गांव में यूपी के मैं वहाँ शुरुआती अपनी पूरी जो परीक्षाएं और जो शिक्षा है ली है मैंने. एंड एक छोटी सी एस्पिरेशन की गांव से बाहर आ जाना है. गांव से बाहर आके कहीं एक ऐसे इंस्टीट्यूट में पढ़ाई हो जाए जहाँ नौकरी लग जाए. तो जैसे जैसे जो सोचते गए वैसा वैसा होता गया. एक मैंने डिप्लोमा इन इंजीनियरिंग किया है मैकेनिकल इंजीनियर से, क्योंकि मेरे गांव में सिर्फ डिप्लोमा ही थे. तो हमारी एस्पिरेशन भी यही थी कि डिप्लोमा कर लेंगे तो नौकरी लग जाएगी. डिप्लोमा किया और अच्छे कॉलेज से किया, दिल्ली में पूसा इंस्टीट्यूट से. तो वहाँ से हमारा फिर वही अगेन की एक एस्पिरेशन थी कि नौकरी लग जाएगी, तो वो भी कैंपस के थ्रू लग गई. एंड 10 साल की कॉर्पोरेट जर्नी जिसमें महिंद्रा एंड महिंद्रा और आइशर मोटर्स के साथ काम करने के बाद मैंने अपने आप को वहीं पाया जहाँ से मैं निकला था, गांव से, जहाँ से वो एस्पिरेशन थी कि मेरे को शहर जाना है. एंड वो एस्पिरेशन फिर से वापस गांव की तरफ बुला रही थी, क्योंकि इस पूरी जर्नी में मेरे को लगता था कि सब कुछ आगे की तरफ ऐसा लगता था कि कुछ आगे जाएंगे तो दिखेगा, कुछ आगे जाएंगे तो दिखेगा. और ये ज़िंदगी की कहानी ऐसी ही होती है कि लगभग आप 2-4 कदम आगे लेते रहते हो, बट अल्टीमेटली लास्ट में जाके आपको लगता है जहाँ से चले थे वहीं कुछ शांति और पीस वहीं थी. तो जब ये शांति और पीस हम ढूंढ रहे थे तो हमें लगा कि गांव की तरफ जाना चाहिए. एंड कंज्यूमर ब्रांड बनाने का कोई उस टाइम पे हमारा कोई ऐसा आइडिया भी नहीं था. आइडिया सिर्फ ये था कि नीम के पेड़ के नीचे बैठ के आराम से खेती करें और वहाँ तक खेत हों हमारे जहाँ तक हम देख सकते हैं. तो जब खेती के बारे में समझ में आया तो हमें लगा कि दूध एक ऐसा प्रोडक्ट है जहाँ पे प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट बहुत क्लियर है. प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट की कंज्यूमर को ये समझ में आता है कि यहाँ पे मिलावट बहुत है और दिक्कत बहुत है. तो हमें लगा कि ये एक थोड़ा सेफ जोन है जहाँ पे क्योंकि बीइंग ए सन ऑफ ए फार्मर ये काम मैं कर सकता हूँ. मैंने अपने बचपन में भी गाय भैंस को पाला है, उनको चारा खिलाया है, सारी चीज़ें करी हैं. तो मैंने कहा ये एक अच्छा स्पॉट लगता है और डेयरी फार्म से स्टार्ट करते हैं. और इनिशियल जर्नी में खेती की तरह ही करा, और जैसे हर एक किसान जो है परेशान रहता है इस देश में, जो थोड़ा सा आयरनी है, हम भी शुरुआती दौर में वो ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस में हम भी परेशान हुए, क्योंकि किसान खेती तो अच्छी कर लेता पर पैसा नहीं बना पाता, तो हम भी नहीं बना पा रहे थे। जो 10-12 साल का जो जितना भी जो पीएफ वगैरह जो भी हम अपने पैशन को लेके जब साथ में लेके गए थे वो सब ख़त्म कर लिया। तो फिर 2 साल की जर्नी के किसान की जर्नी के बाद हमें लगा कि ऐसे तो काम नहीं हो पाएगा, इसमें कुछ नया करना पड़ेगा। तो हमें एक मेंटर मिले, उनका नाम सुहास मिश्रा है, जो कि पेपर बोट के एक फाउंडर थे। उन्होंने हमें मेंटरशिप देना स्टार्ट किया और उन्होंने बताया कि देखिए दुर्लभ, आप काम तो अच्छा कर रहे हैं, तो क्यों ना एक कंज्यूमर ब्रांड बना लिया जाए जहाँ पे आप कस्टमर को भी कंट्रोल करेंगे, अपने प्रोडक्ट को भी कंट्रोल करेंगे, सप्लाई चेन को भी कंट्रोल करेंगे। एक अच्छा प्रोडक्ट तो आप बना ही रहे हैं, तो वाई नॉट स्टार्ट बिल्डिंग अ कंज्यूमर ब्रांड। तो ऐसे करके बरोसी का जन्म हुआ। बरोसी का नाम की स्टोरी भी मैं इसलिए आपको बता देता हूँ क्योंकि आज मेरे को यहाँ पे ब्रांड के बारे में बताया गया, तो काफ़ी सारी कहानियाँ के तौर पे ही मैं इसको समझाऊंगा, शायद आपको याद भी रह जाएंगी। बरोसी हमारे यहाँ हरियाणा में उसको हारा बोलते हैं, राजस्थान में भी उसको हारा बोलते हैं, यूपी में उसको, जब इलेक्ट्रिसिटी नहीं होती थी गाँव में, तो दूध एक बहुत ही पेरिशेबल प्रोडक्ट है, या तो उसको ठंडा रखा जाता है या उसको गर्म रखा जाता है। तो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी नहीं है तो इसका मतलब ये है कि फ्रिज तो नहीं होंगे, तो ठंडा रखने का स्कोप खत्म हो गया। तो पहले गाँव में क्या कर लिया जाता था, एक छोटा सा जमीन के अंदर गड्ढा खोद लिया जाता था, उसमें उपले को थोड़ा सा जला के, लकड़ियाँ जला के, उस पर मिट्टी का बर्तन रख के उसमें दूध पूरे दिन भर बहुत ही सिमरिंग फ्लेम पे धीरे धीरे करके गर्म होता था। एंड दैट सेटअप इज कॉल्ड बरोसी इन माई विलेज। तो व्हेन आई स्टार्टेड माई जर्नी फॉर मिल्क, तो मेरे को लगा कि ये एक वो नाम है जिसके पास एक कहानी भी है, और कस्टमर को जब, वैसे तो ये न्यूट्रल नेम है, बोलने में आसान है, अब जब भी आप बरोसी बोलोगे तो टंग पे बड़े आराम से रोल हो जाता है, मुश्किल नाम नहीं होना चाहिए कंज्यूमर ब्रांड का। बट कोई जो क्यूरियस कस्टमर है जिसको ये जानना भी है कि बरोसी एक्चुअली अगर न्यूट्रल नहीं है तो क्या है, तो बरोसी एक वो छोटा सा गड्ढा जिसमें दूध को पूरे दिन भर गर्म करके रखा जाता है, वो बरोसी है। तो फिर बरोसी की जर्नी स्टार्ट हुई यहाँ से कंज्यूमर ब्रांड की, वी स्टार्टेड सेलिंग मिल्क। और यहाँ पे आती है इनोवेशन। जब आप इनोवेशन का भी पॉइंट आया था, तो कि उस टाइम पे जब हमने ये जर्नी स्टार्ट करी थी, ज़्यादातर जो मिल्क प्रोडक्ट हैं वो एक मिल्क रन, जैसे मिल्क रन होता है, एक फैक्ट्री से गाड़ी निकलती है, अलग अलग डिस्ट्रीब्यूट, जो छोटे छोटे जो उसके रिटेलर्स होते हैं वो सुबह सुबह वहाँ पे डिलीवर करके चली जाती है। हमें लगा कि हमारे पास प्रोडक्ट अच्छा है और इसमें अगर इनोवेशन कर दिए तो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन में इनोवेशन करते हैं। हमने एक एप्लीकेशन टैग बनाई है, और अब तो बहुत कॉमन हो गया, उस टाइम 2016-17 की बात कर रहे हैं, जब कंट्री डिलाइट भी उसी टाइम पे लगभग साथ में ही आया था हमारे। तो हमने भी उस डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन को सॉल्व करने के लिए एक सिंपली एक ऐप बनाया, जिसमें जितने भी जो हमारे जो लास्ट माइल में डिस्ट्रीब्यूट करने वाले जो लोग हैं, उस ऐप की हेल्प से वो लगातार लास्ट माइल में उसको फ्रेश मिल्क जो हमारे फार्म से 4 बजे निकलता है, आज भी उसी तरह से निकलता है, 4 बजे निकलता है, 5 बजे गुड़गांव पहुंचता है, 5 बजे से लेकर 8 बजे के बीच में रोज़ पिछले 9 साल से हम लगातार दूध को डिलीवर करते हैं। तो ये जो टेक का इनोवेशन जो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन में लेके आए, आज तक मेरे को ये याद है कि पूरे 9 साल में, 9.5 साल में सिर्फ एक दिन ऐसा हुआ है जब हम पूरे अपने दूध को डिस्ट्रीब्यूट नहीं कर पाए हैं, एंड उसमें टेक्नोलॉजी का बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल है। तो वेरी गुड प्रोडक्ट विद combined with good story and innovation, that's how we are selling our boat. Thanks.
आपने अच्छा बताया भरोसी का मतलब, मुझे तो भरोसे से लग रहा था। मैंने कहा जो दूध बेचता होगा उसको भरोसा सबसे पहले ज़रूरी है उसका, तो दैट इज़ अनदर इंटरप्रिटेशन ऑफ द नेम भरोसी, बिकॉज मुझे मालूम नहीं था गाँव में ऐसा होता है जैसे।
तो सुनील जी आपने सही कहा, जिनको भी ये न्यूट्रल नेम लगता है और ऐसा या भरोसे से है, 10 में से 7 लोग मेरे को आके कहते हैं कि ये भरोसे से रिलेटेड है, एंड वो बहुत ही अच्छा जाता है मतलब ब्रांड के लिए। दूध जैसे डेयरी जैसे प्रोडक्ट में जहाँ अगर नाम और ये तो बस इसके बारे में पता नहीं था, क्योंकि बरोसी हमारी पूरी कहानी में तो बरोसी अलग है, बट कस्टमर के दिमाग में अलग है, उसका परसेप्शन भरोसा से आ रहा है। तो इट इज़ अनदर ए गुड लेयर जहाँ से हमें लगता है कि कस्टमर अगर इस तरह से भी सोच रहा है तो अच्छा ही सोच रहा है, मतलब कि भरोसे
आप
से।
एक थोड़ा सा मुझे, आप क्योंकि बता रहे हैं, तो जैसे आपने दूध ऐसी चीज़ है जो पेरिशेबल है। अब आप यहाँ आपके हाथ में हो सकता है 5,000-6,000 लीटर दूध हो रोज़ का। अब शुरुआत में कस्टमर कैसे मिले? अब कस्टमर, मैं सोच रहा हूँ, मैं तो खैर एंटरप्रेन्योर नहीं हूँ, बट मैं सोच रहा हूँ मेरे पास 5,000 लीटर दूध हो तो मैं तो सो भी ना पाऊँ रात को, कि मैं अगले दिन उसको पहुँचाऊँगा कैसे और वो ख़राब हो जाएगा।
इसका आंसर मैं ऐसे देना चाहूँगा कि क्योंकि हमारी पूरी स्टोरी काफ़ी ग्राउंड्स अप है, कुछ कुछ हमने गलतियां करी हैं और फिर सीख गए, उसको सही कर लिया। हमने शुरुआती दौर में, मेरे को ऐसे याद है जब हमें डे 1 पे दूध लेके आना था और उस टाइम पे कुछ 500 लीटर के आसपास दूध होता था। और जैसे मैंने बताया शुरुआत में हम B2B में बेच रहे थे तो वहाँ पे तो हमें वैसे भी लॉस हो रहा था, बट जब हमने ये सोचा कि गुड़गांव में लेके आएंगे तो वहाँ पे मेरे को ट्रैक्शन चाहिए था, मतलब गुड़गांव में मार्केट हमारे पटौदी से काफ़ी पास है, तो वहाँ पे ये जो पूरा जो ब्रांड अल्टीमेटली देखिए एक काम समझ में आता है कि अगर प्रोडक्ट आपका उसमें अगर डिफरेंशिएशन जितना कम होता चला जा रहा है, जितना कमोडिटी वाले जोन में अगर आपका प्रोडक्ट है, जैसे हमारे प्रोडक्ट है दूध और घी और आगे वाले डेयरी प्रोडक्ट भी, तो उतनी ही आपको स्ट्रॉन्गर ब्रांड बनाना आपके लिए इंपॉर्टेंट हो जाता है। क्योंकि आप और स्ट्रॉन्ग ब्रांड बनाने का मतलब ये नहीं कि एक आपकी कहानी अच्छी होनी चाहिए, बट वो कम्युनिकेशन जिससे कि आप इस बात को कंज्यूमर के दिमाग में रख पाएँ कि ये जो कह रहे हैं वो सही है। सारे प्रोडक्ट, अगर मैं ये कह भी लेता हूँ कि दुनिया सारी बहुत अच्छी है और सारे प्रोडक्ट सभी अच्छा बना रहे हैं, तो अल्टीमेटली जो एक डिफरेंशिएशन आएगा वो मेरी कम्युनिकेशन से आएगा। क्योंकि ह्यूमंस जो है, प्रोडक्ट आपकी फंक्शनल वैल्यू को प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करता है एंड ब्रांड आपकी इमोशनल नीड्स को सॉल्व करता है। तो अगर मैं उसकी इमोशनल लेयर के साथ में टच करूंगा तो बेहतर, मेरे चांसेस उसके दिमाग में रह जाएंगे, चांसेस ज़्यादा होंगे कि कंज्यूमर के दिमाग में मेरा नाम याद रह जाएगा कि जब भी मैंने कभी भी किसी भी चैनल के थ्रू, चाहे वो डिजिटल चैनल हो, चाहे आज मेरे को आपके साथ कहने का मौका मिल रहा है, बट अगर मैंने आपको इस तरह से आपके जहन में वो मेरी बरोसी की कहानी अगर आपको याद रहेगी, तो ये समझ लीजिए कि मैंने एक इफेक्टिव कम्युनिकेशन आपके साथ कर दी। तो यही काम जब हम अपने ब्रांड के लिए करते हैं, तो मेरे को पता है कि मेरा चैलेंज है कि मैं दूध और घी जैसे प्रोडक्ट में हूँ, जहाँ अगर आप किसी भी हिस्से में निकल जाइए, नॉर्थ से वेस्ट और ईस्ट और साउथ, हर जगह आपको बहुत सारे ब्रांड मिल जाएंगे। बट इस बात को यकीन दिला देना, मेरे को लगता है ये हमें थोड़ा सा बेहतर आता है कि जब आप बरोसी के प्रोडक्ट लेंगे तो आप इस बात से एकदम निश्चिंत हो जाएंगे कि आज जो आप खाने वाले हैं वो बिल्कुल प्योर खाने वाले हैं, वो एकदम ऑथेंटिक खाने वाले हैं।
Thank you very much. So now I'll go back to Abhishek Kakkad and we will talk a bit about at what stage should a food startup stop being a bootstrapped funded unit, and when should it go for angel investor or venture capital? At what stage should that happen? Because ultimately bootstrapping will also limit how much you can grow. So if you have to grow, if you have to go across to a larger horizon or more products, you need to get venture capital in. So when should that decision be taken? What are the indicators and what is your advice? At what stage should it be taken?
Sir, I think you have Durlab on the panel, so my answer always easier now. Well, for any venture, as a matter of fact, I think it's all about sequencing and planning, right? In my to your previous question, I was talking about 1 year, 3 year, 5 year, 7 year, 30-year plans, right? So I will talk on the short-term, mid-term and long-term horizons again, and it's all sequencing, right? The fundamental thing is stay bootstrapped as long as you can. I think founders should focus on key customer-centric insights and validation, whether this product will sell or not, right? आप अपने कंज्यूमर का पेन पॉइंट समझते हैं, आप अपने कंज्यूमर की नीड समझते हैं और आप उस चीज़ को वैलिडेट कर चुके हैं, और वो आपने नहीं। अभिषेक सोचता है कि उसका प्रोडक्ट बड़ा अच्छा है, अभिषेक को लगता होगा, अभिषेक तो बना रहा है, उसको तो लगेगा, वो सेंटिमेंटल है। क्या आप उस प्रोडक्ट को कंज्यूम करके कह रहे हैं कि हाँ अभिषेक आपका प्रोडक्ट अच्छा है, अगली बार मैं अभी सैंपल दिया, अगली बार मैं जा करके खरीदूंगा, फिर बार बार खरीदूंगा, फिर मैं दुर्लभ को बताऊंगा, फिर दुर्लभ भी खरीदेगा। So that level of validation on the product is critical, right? Now, before you raise, there are multiple formats of raising capital from the market.
What is bootstrapping?
Bootstrapping, okay. Sir, bootstrapping is essentially where you are using your own resources. आप अपने resources से, अपने श्रम से, जैसे दुर्लभ ने basically PF को utilize करके धंधा खड़ा किया, वैसे आप भी अपना धंधा वैसे बनाएं, that's bootstrapping. So you're not leveraging external capital from a bank or an NBFC or an investor, and then you're scaling that up. So bootstrap is the best stage in which you can basically experiment quite a lot. Because इसके बाद जैसे से आप external stakeholders को कंपनी में लाते रहेंगे, बैंक होगा, इन्वेस्टर होगा या कोई और होगा, एक्सपेक्टेशन आते जाएंगे, उनका यू नो ऑब्लिगेशंस आते जाएंगे, यू विल बी एनकम्बर्ड इन दैट सेंस. आपके ऊपर उनको रिटर्न देने का, इंटरेस्ट पे करने का, EMI देने का दबाव आएगा. ठीक है. सो स्टे so long as bootstrapped, where you can basically validate all your hypothesis that your product customer is looking for it, right? Now sequencing की बात कर रहे थे, अभी आपके पास ये सब आ गया है. You can look for non-dilutive form of capital. Grants के हिसाब से गवर्नमेंट बहुत सारे grants दे रही है. Then you can look for grants at incubators. There are CSR grants that you can look at, and from sectoral point of view you can also look into that. Beyond this, there is still validation at a level where you can now replicate that playbook. अभी हमने इस फोरम में 4 लोगों को प्रोडक्ट बेचा, जिसमें से मैंने पहले कस्टमर को सैंपल दिया, दूसरी साइकिल में कस्टमर ने खुद खरीदा, तीसरी साइकिल में कस्टमर ने आगे जाके 2 लोगों को रेकमेंड किया. राइट नाउ द वैलिडेशन इज कैन यू रेप्लिकेट दिस साइकिल 2, 4, 6, 8 and 2, 4, 8, 16, 32 and 2 to the power n के हिसाब से. So it is basically scaling with every geometric progression. So आपको वैसे स्केल करना पड़ेगा. ठीक है. जब आपके पास ये आ जाए, please reach out to people like us. We are here building structured form of frameworks to essentially help you get access to right kind of investors to invest in your companies. Right. We take care of the rest of it. Then there is venture capital. That's there. And at every stage you will have to basically think how validation can be done. But so long as you are basically still in the validation stage, please be bootstrapped, try as many experiments you can, look at for resources which are non-dilutive to the equity side of things, and get all that resources in-house. By the way, मैं non-dilutive grants को bootstrap ही मानता हूँ. मेरे हिसाब से as long as equity और company का हिस्सेदारी, partnership, ownership नहीं जा रहा है, तब तक वो bootstrap है. And I think Varosi Farm is still bootstrapped.
Yes, yes.
So that's very critical, and which is where I will basically weave him in the conversation and ask a very critical question of आप इतने साल से bootstrapped कैसे हैं? मेरे को ये जवाब शायद नहीं पता होगा, मैं तो दूसरी साइड में बैठ के सिर्फ खुश होता हूँ ये बंदे ने bootstrap का धंधा किया, but he has done it, so he should be able to tell us more about it.
मैं थोड़ा सा बता देता हूँ. अभिषेक एक्चुअली बूटस्ट्रैप का बिजनेस इसलिए किया है कि जब भी हम VC के पास गए हमें पैसा मिला नहीं, और जब हमें पैसा मिला नहीं और हम वापस गए, अपनी गर्दन झुकाई और काम में लग गए, फिर उसको थोड़ा सा आगे ले गए, फिर इसको आगे ले गए, तो 9 साल की जर्नी लगभग इसी तरह से तय हो गई.
If I am being honest and vulnerable in the same breath, we were sitting downstairs and I asked him कि मैंने आपको 2 साल पहले सुफलम में ही मिला था, तब आप पिच कर रहे थे, तब आपका रेवेन्यू रन रेट ये था, आज क्या है? एंड टुडे इट वाज अ जॉ ड्रॉपिंग मोमेंट व्हेन आई हर्ड हिज ARR. आई मीन एनुअलाइज्ड रन रेट, आज वो धंधा कैसे करे? आई थिंक इट इज 20x.
Yes,
16 to 20x, right? Whatever numbers. And सब अपने पैसे से, सब कस्टमर ने जो पैसा दिया उस प्रॉफिट से ग्रो किया. So
बट अभिषेक, क्योंकि यहाँ काफ़ी सारे स्टूडेंट हैं, मेरे को मतलब लगता है कि मैं सिर्फ एक ही उसका पहलू ना दिखाऊं कि बूटस्ट्रैप ऐसे कहने में मतलब अच्छा सा लगता है, बट उसकी जर्नी काफ़ी हार्ड है. और मेरा मतलब सुझाव तो यही रहेगा, जैसे अभिषेक ने भी दिया है, शुरुआती तौर पे जब तक आपकी यूनिट इकोनॉमिक्स और प्रोडक्ट मार्केट फिट और ये सारी जब चीज़ें जब तक नहीं हो रही हैं और कंज्यूमर पैसे दे के आपका प्रोडक्ट तब तक नहीं खरीद रहा है, आपको वो बूटस्ट्रैप वाली जर्नी जी लेनी चाहिए. बट जो फंड रेज करना भी उतना ही इम्पोर्टेंट है. हम नहीं कर पाए उसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि आप नहीं कर पाएंगे, आप 100% कर पाएंगे. एंड उस पूरी जर्नी में वो इम्पोर्टेंट प्ले करता है, क्योंकि अगर आपको एक बड़ा और इम्पैक्टफुल बिजनेस बनाना है, उसमें पैसे की ज़रूरत पड़ती है और बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम्स को जो पैसा है वो सॉल्व करता है. तो या तो ऐसी 9 साल की ऐसी जर्नी जिसमें बहुत सारी चप्पलें घिसनी पड़ेंगी वो जी लीजिए, या फिर इनिशियली 2 साल में आप अपने प्रोडक्ट को बेहतर कीजिए, प्रोडक्ट मार्केट फिट कीजिए, और जब लगे कि अब इस अच्छे प्रोडक्ट को पूरी दुनिया के पास पहुंचा देना है, तो उस टाइम पे पैसा रेज कर लेना चाहिए.
थैंक यू वेरी मच. इन माय ओपिनियन जो सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ है, इज नॉट ओनली टू मेक प्रॉफिट्स बट ऑल्सो टू गेट अ पॉजिटिव कैश फ्लो. Now I think in case of Varosi Foods, probably he must be getting money in advance from all the customers, so he must be cash surplus. So इनको कभी ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ी होगी. So, we chase profits, but I think yes, profits are important, but more important to my mind is the cash flow. If you have cash in the bank, you can do a lot of things. If you don't, then there is a problem.
आपने बिल्कुल ठीक कहा है. हम प्रॉफिटेबल हैं, बट आज की सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम हमारी कैश फ्लो ही है. वहाँ पे सबसे ज़्यादा जो हमें आज हमारे पसीने जो निकाल रहा होता है वो कैश फ्लो ही है, कि उसको हम कैसे चेक में रखते हैं. उसमें कई सारे और इंस्ट्रूमेंट हैं जिसकी हम हेल्प लेते हैं, कि डेट है, बैंक से हमें डेट मिले हुए हैं जिसकी वजह से हम अपनी वर्किंग कैपिटल को संभाल पाते हैं. बट कैश फ्लो, बट हाँ, प्रॉफिट होने के बाद भी हमारे को कैश फ्लो मेंटेन करना है, काफ़ी बड़ा टास्क तो होता ही है.
See, one of the other key things for a scaling up operation is how efficient is your procurement and how efficiently you are able to manage your costs so far as procurement is concerned. Now, whether we're talking of dairy, we talk of any kind of ready-to-eat products or fruits and vegetables, procurement is very important. So I would like to pose the next question to Mr. Shivesh in terms of his rich experience in working with startups. What is his advice about the methodology which can be adopted to improve the procurement system and the procurement costs in food industry in general, or if you want to talk about specific, he can talk about that.
So, no, I'm just thinking aloud. Procurement, when you're starting, all startups are like cottage industries, like inside a home, inside a garage, in a basement. Most startups would be like that. It would be 10, 15, 20% team. But as you keep on growing, you slowly have to start building systems in place. Now, the DNA which helped you build a startup versus the DNA which is required to grow or to scale up, these are two very different DNAs. So one is very haphazard, innovation, new thing, new product building, new service building, etc., process, haphazard, chances of failure is very high. And then slowly you come to a journey where you achieve product market fit, customer validation ho gaya. Now you really have to be smart and say that, okay, now I have to grow. And growth can mean many, many things, right? So one part of growth is, as Durlabh mentioned, that it takes 9 years to grow. But he also vaguely mentioned that if he had the capital, he could have achieved that growth in 4 years, right? So you can reach same level of turnover, same level of revenue if you have capital. And it's not just capital, you require whole set of things, right? Whole set of things. Most important is solid, a solid CEO. A founder is not a CEO, right? And there's a difference between founder and CEO. CEOs are great at executing once they know the formula of success. Founders are great at discovering the formula of success, right? So these are two different animals. There are very few founders who can transition into a CEO, right? So founders really have to make a decision whether they want to transition into a CEO, which means change their DNA, or to bring in a CEO. And when I'm saying CEO, essentially the person is a professional manager who starts bringing in set of processes, tools, techniques, people management skills, etc., to make the venture grow on a steady path. Now, procurement is one of the many elements in that growth journey. So essentially, you have to be very systematic. You have to bring in all your, let's say, supply chain principles, inventory management principles, negotiation tools, cash flow tools, postponement of payment, delayed payments, etc., such that you can manage your cash flow or business efficiently, right? So there are multiple levers which is there in the whole literature of supply chain that can be brought into this, right? But this journey, more important than procurement, is about people. Because from a 10% or a 15% or a 20% team, you are going to multiply to a 100% team. which means that there are going to be functions, there are going to be departments, there are going to be managers, there are going to be managers, there's going to be politics, and all those things have to be managed differently from a baby which was working like a team, which was like a cricket team, right? So 11 people, good buddies, and they are all working to build something great. So that's the transition which has to happen in the growth journey.
Well, in food, what I have seen, some of these successful enterprises have happened because they did very good procurement. And we know the case of Amul, you know, how Amul has been growing, what is the story behind it, and how many people have been able to, they have been collecting milk over the last 50 years or so from small cattle farmers. So procurement plays a very, very important role. And I think that network, creation of the network today is much easier because there is a lot of technology available. You can actually monitor the performance of your micro suppliers, and you can actually work out good deals with them. And also in case of fruits and vegetable contract farming and other things, so you have a somewhat clarity of what your prices are and how you can place your product in the marketplace. So before we actually close up, I would give some time to the students here, because I'm sure the student community has a lot of questions to answer, because we can keep discussing this on and on, but I would like to give an opportunity for two questions. So whoever raises the hand first. Two hands have already gone up. So you have already spoken, I think. So I think give him a chance. Yeah. Do you have a mic? Okay, so there's nobody here. Anyway. Are you loud enough? Okay.
What I want to understand from you, Pankaj, is that to be in food business, it's highly competitive business. A lot of big companies, MNCs. So as a startup, when we want to come in, we need to bring in innovation, like we discussed. Now, I can empathize with my customers, but to really innovate, it needs a lot of technical skills, it needs a lot of experiments. That is where I feel is my biggest roadblock. So how can I really innovate? Can you throw some more light on it? I have very few technical skills, and innovation without technical skills is very difficult.
He's not an engineer. Are you not an engineer?
But I don't enjoy doing that. I don't enjoy the process of innovation and working in the lab. I can sell, I can market well. But
I can try answering, but what is it that you're trying to innovate, or what is it that you're trying to make?
So my target or the problem.
What is it that you're making?
I have a larger problem statement that I want to bring into nutrient-rich food in the market. I see Indian food as largely unhealthy, so I want to bring in nutrient-rich food in the market. So there are a lot of things related to microgreens, dehydration, but I'm not able to narrow down or really come up with my innovation.
That narrowing you have to do. Okay. That narrowing you have to do, because the insight has to come from you. Even if Mukesh Ambani has to outsource, the insight has to come from him that I'm going to do this. Right? So you have to define what you're going to do. Then the next step is, if you have to make a nutrient-based, let's say, a new product, a new food item, there are multiple ways, right? You can find your classmates here who would be very good at doing all this. They are actually, okay, so I have a song. I have a song for all students. जो front benchers जो होते हैं, उनके लिए गाना ये है कि सीखो 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 बेचो बेचो, सीख सीख के बेचते हैं वो. और बैक बेंचर जो होते हैं वो बेचो 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 बेच बेच कर सीखो. Okay, so back benchers or people who really can't do, they will find people who are sitting in the front who are very like, हाँ यार लैब में जाना है ये करना, उनको पकड़ के लाओ, उनसे एक्सपेरिमेंट करवा लो.
So in short, to find someone.
You have to find,
and
that is entrepreneurship, because the only difference between entrepreneur and everyone else is resourceful. बाकी सब risk with सब बेकार है. Resourceful होना जरूरी है.
So this was the general guideline, but I can tell you that if you're actually interested in any kind of food-related product, I think you should look at what are the innovations which are put up on sale by institutions like ICAR. They have a lot of products, CFTRI. NIFTEM has formulas which they can make available. You can actually fund some research. If you want to fund innovation in a institution like NIFTEM, you can do that. And there are a lot of grants. Even private sector is encouraging this. Let me tell you, today the multinationals look at startups from a different perspective. They want you to experiment, and then once you grow, you innovate and grow to a particular size, they want to buy you out.
Right, sir.
So they also want to encourage you. So it depends on what your idea is, what you want to do, and how well you convince others. First of all, how well you convinced yourself, and how well you convince others. If you convince yourself, I'm sure you will find the place. In a country like India, there are enough sources where you can get technical know-how and you can start implementation.
हाँ, मतलब इसका कुछ तरीका ऐसे हो सकता है कि अगर आपको लगता है कि ये जो आपने प्रॉब्लम स्टेटमेंट बोला है कि न्यूट्रिशनल फूड की दिक्कत है, तो इसको टेस्ट कीजिए, कहीं ये सिर्फ आपका नोशन तो नहीं है। ग्लोबल ट्रेंड देखिए, कौन सी ऐसी इनोवेशंस हुई हैं, हमारे भारत में कितनी ऐसी इनोवेशन हो रही हैं, क्या एक ट्रेंड भी है कंज्यूमर वाली साइड में कि न्यूट्रिशन की वाले फूड कंज्यूमर मांग रहा है, विच इज़ देयर है। काफ़ी सारा बज़ और ट्रेंड आप देख रहे हैं कि जितना भी जो न्यू जनरेशन है उनको हेल्दी खाना है, और ये
स्पेशली आफ्टर कोविड,
है ना। तो अगर ये सब चीज़ें आप इस हाइपोथेसिस को अगर आप समझ जाएंगे कि हाँ ये सही है, तो आप तो बिल्कुल सही जगह पे खुद ही खड़े हुए हैं ना, जहाँ पे इतना सारा रिसर्च डेवलपमेंट और प्रोडक्ट डेवलपमेंट होता है। तो मैं तो वहाँ से जब आया था तो मैं यही सोच के आया था कि मैं यहाँ कुछ प्रोडक्ट डेवलपमेंट की चीज़ें, क्या मैं इस इंस्टीट्यूट के साथ में अपने प्रोडक्ट डेवलपमेंट के लिए कुछ बातचीत कर सकता हूँ। मैंने देवेश को आते ही पूछा था कि मैं चाहूँगा कि यहाँ पे कुछ अगर रिसर्च एंड डेवलपमेंट में अगर काम किया जा सकता है तो आई वुड लाइक टू। तो आप तो बिल्कुल सही जगह पे हैं, मतलब अगर इनोवेशन की बात करें तो आप अपने आसपास ही देखेंगे तो आपको आंसर्स काफ़ी सारे मिल जाएंगे।
Thank you. Any other? Okay, so we will have the woman power. Come, let's louder. Voice.
So my question was, as a food technology startup, once I go in and start my own startup, and also once I'm done with bootstrapping, I have to find my right investor for the startup. Then what parameters or the dimension I should look forward to find the right investor in my own food startup?
So let's peel this down a bit. Help me understand, have you already identified what your idea is?
So I'm looking forward.
You're working towards it. So, see, आपने product market fit के बारे में सुना है? Right?
Yeah.
Similarly, product problem fit भी होता है. Similarly, founder market fit भी होता है. Similarly, investor product fit भी होता है. ठीक है? Framework वही है. We will have a certain thesis that we will publish through press releases in our website, on LinkedIn, and we'll talk more about it. You can also track our portfolio, right? So that is true for every venture capital fund. The reason we do it is basically we want to replicate success. We have a methodology that we have identified that we want to go into certain sectors. Even when we are agnostically investing, we are trying to basically cover as many sectors as possible. So we basically identify that as such, right? We are sector agnostic fund, but we do invest in deep tech, life sciences, healthcare, consumer, and at the same time enterprise, right? So when we are looking at consumer, we are doing everything. Internet technologies, we are looking at food businesses. Within food, we are looking at QSR services, everything, right? We have been interested in Wow Momos, Samosa Singh, Samosa parties. We have done all samosas of kind, right? So does that mean we'll do a third samosa party or third anyone coming with next samosas? No. So the idea is for you to basically go into all of these, prior portfolio, background of the partners, their experience, the operating team's experience. Does it overlap in any sense to what you are doing, right? Do they effectively have certain knowledge around that? Will they understand what you're trying to build? Perhaps you will come to us and you will talk to us and will not even get what you're saying. Perhaps you're talking about something which is not even an established market, as a matter of fact. So we have to be crazy about, listening to an idea which is not yet validated, market you're not yet established. So how do we take a bet on that? So you have to basically go through the softer markers around it, right? Once all that's done, you have to understand what sectors and stages do we invest into, right? Within food, there are multiple subsets, right? And then you have to basically also understand what's our risk appetite as a matter of fact, right? Can we just invest in an idea stage when you talk pre-revenue, or we note validation? So all of those things are something that you can, again, level 2 questions, detailed meetings can help out, right? So primary and secondary, both research is needed. You can do primary on the internet, secondary you have to reach out to them and talk to them. Does that help? Any follow-ups?
We'll just take, organizers, we'll just take 1 minute. There's one rejoinder.
No, I have a rejoinder for you. It's like you don't have to go for a nagging husband. ये सब ठीक है, लेकिन इन्वेस्टर अगर नैग करने वाला है मत जाना.
So I would like to thank my, sorry, but we'll have to take it offline. So I would like to thank my co-panelists for coming here all the way to Kundali and sharing their experiences with the student community. And it gives me a lot of, I've learned a lot today sitting here with them, and also from some of the questions which have been raised here. I would just like to conclude that in order to grow an organization, you need to have a strategic blend of various things, including professional management, innovation, foresight, procurement, marketing, and on top of it all, it has to be a financial management. You should always be cash positive. So thank you very much, and hope to see you guys again sometimes. Thank you.
Thank you to all our panelists for such an enriching and thought-provoking discussion. These discussions and the key takeaways from today's discussion will certainly act as a guiding light for the startups trying to scale up without compromising ethics. As a token of appreciation, I now request Mr. Sunil Marwa to kindly felicitate our esteemed panelists with their valuable contribution. Please, sir. May I please request Honorable Director Sir, Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi, to please join us on stage to felicitate our moderator, Mr. Sunil Marwa.
Great session. I mean, you kept everybody glued to the floor. आपको बड़ा अच्छा लगा मुझे 1000 से 500 500 से 200. That's what everybody looks for.
Thank you, sir. Before we conclude, I invite all our panelists, moderator, rapporteur, and session coordinator to please come on the stage for a group photograph to commemorate this session.
सभी हीरोज थे, ये सबका अलग अलग आपने दिल की बात की, वो बताया कहाँ से आपने स्टार्ट किया, 1 साल से 500 500 से 200, that's what I really looks for. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. 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 T
With that, we conclude this engaging and impactful session on scaling sustainably. Thank you all for being a wonderful audience. Thank you. Please stay tuned for the next session.
We have this MOU exchange also. Here?
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected faculties of NIFTEM and delegates from industry, students. Before moving on to the next section, we have an MOU signing ceremony between FIXI and NIFTEM, and also two technologies developed by NIFTEM is being transferred to industry. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's an immense pleasure for NIFTEM to announce the signing of MOU between FIXI, Food Industry Capacity and Initiative, and NIFTEM on this auspicious occasion of SUFALAM 2025. So I would like to request Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi, Director of NIFTEM, Dr. Komal Chauhan, Dean, Research and Outreach, NIFTEM, Dr. Arun Omlal Sir, Industry Chair Professor, NIFTEM, and Dr. Vinkal Kumar Arora, Associate Dean, Research and Outreach, NIFTEM, to join us on the stage. As well as we are privileged to have with us esteemed delegates from FIXI, Mr. Sunil Marwa, CEO FIXI, Dr. Alok Dubey, Program Manager FIXI, and Mr. Devesh Goyal, Executive FIXI. I would like to request all of them on the stage. I would like to request everyone in the audience to give a big round of applause.
Thank you so much.
We wish this collaboration bring better opportunities for NIFTEM as well as FIXI.
Thank you so much. With your blessings and good wishes, I'll come and visit. I'll come and visit. Komal madam को तो मिलते रहते हैं. How are you, ma'am? ये इनका करा देंगे. जो भी करना है, जो बाकी रहेगा, ये कर देंगे. Thank you.
Next, we are delighted to proceed to the technology transfer session. We are transferring two technologies today. One is the millet nutri-bar developed by Dr. Komal Chauhan and Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi and Dr. Meedu Taneja. And I would like to request the developers of these technologies to please join us on the stage. And also, this technology is being purchased by Smillet. I request Mr. Anshu, Ms. Saroj and Ms. Monica Sharma to come up on the stage. I request Dr. Vinkal Kumar Arora and Dr. Arun Omlal sir, please join us on the stage. This is a proud moment for us. The technology is developed by the eminent scientists of NIFTEM is being commercialized. Please give me a round of applause. I request Thank you, everyone. Next technology is the high protein Makana cookies, which is developed by Dr. Anand Kishore and Dr. Pramod Kumar Prabhagar, Dr. Vijay Singh Sharnagat and Mr. Dinesh Kumar. This technology is being taken by Patliputra Foods Private Limited, Bihar. I request Mr. Abhimanyu Kumar to please join us on stage.
चलो दोनों फोटो खींच लो बस ठहरो बस ठहरो हो गया Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you so much. All the best. Congratulations.
Thank you, everyone. The next section will start after 10 minutes pre-break. Thank you.
to sales excellence. We are about to dive into a power-packed journey of insights shared by our leaders who have walked the talk. The coordinator for today's session is Dr. Vikas Kumar, Assistant Professor in Department of Food Business Management and Entrepreneurship Development, who has been instrumental in organizing this session. Without making you wait any further, I would like to invite our first speaker and moderator on stage for this session, Ms. Yashna Garg. Ms. Garg is CMO of Zion Life Sciences and founder of UGAP Wellness, a brand focused on gut, sleep, and skin health. A Times 40 Under 40 and CMO of the Year, she is known for transforming Zion marketing through digital innovation and impactful campaigns. Ms. Yashna is also an interior designer, blending creativity with strategy across industries and earning recognition at top events. We look forward to your session, ma'am. Welcome to you once again. A big round of applause, everyone, for her. Next, we have Mr. Vivek Sehgal, an alumnus of IIM Ahmedabad, who began his journey at Hindustan Unilever and currently serves as the CEO of Kalgudi Digital Private Limited. With over 35 years of experience in sales, marketing, and leadership, including more than 10 years into analytics, Mr. Sehgal has since built and led several successful ventures, bringing unmatched expertise in entrepreneurship and business leadership. We welcome you, sir. Next, we have Mr. Akash Chakor, founder and CEO of Food Kida Inc., which is India's largest food tech community. Over the past 5 years, Mr. Akash has built this brand from scratch into a platform that garners 40 lakh plus monthly impressions and generates 7-digit monthly revenue, all without spending on ads. He has helped train professionals from Indian food companies and has been featured in New Indian Express and FSSAI publications. We are excited to hear your journey, sir. Welcome you once again. Our next speaker for today's session is Mr. Rajat Agarwal, a sales leader and communication coach currently heading 1000x Sales, a startup accelerator for sales growth. With rich experience in corporate leadership and a strong passion for teaching and writing, Rajat brings practical insights on building effective sales teams and scaling startups with clarity and confidence. A big round of applause for sir. Last but not the least, we have with us Mr. Sanjay, a seasoned expert with more than 20 years into marketing, advertising, and brand management. He has led major campaigns at top corporate firms like Tata Teleservices. Now heading I Think Productions, he provides consultancy to leading D2C brands and continues to contribute to academia by teaching at institutions like MIT and FFIB. Once again, a very welcome to all the session speakers present here. Now, I would like to request our moderator to please open the discussion.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let's start with a quick flashback to a few months. Remember the viral campaign where Blinkit promises to deliver mangoes, cosmetics, and even iPhones in just 10 minutes? It wasn't just about speed. It was about how they made it feel urgent, fun, share-worthy on Instagram, Reels, and Twitter. Now contrast that with the beauty industry. 10 years ago, building a skincare brand took years. Today, with a few viral videos, powerful influencer collabs, founder-led content, and sharp D2C execution, brands like Mamaearth, Arata have become household names. The food and nutraceutical industry, once considered boring, is now treading in the same path. Think The Whole Truth, The Good Bug, Blue Tribe, Slurp Farm, all disrupting food space through storytelling, content, and digital-first distribution. And that's what makes the topic so exciting. The scope of D2C in food is massive. People no longer want to taste just tasty food. They want clean labels, purpose-driven brands, and quick, direct access to what they consume. Whether it's protein bars, herbal drinks, or functional foods, your brand is no longer what you say it is. It's what your content makes people feel. Today, we're joined by some brilliant minds who've built, marketed, and scaled such ventures using sharp branding, social media intelligence, and e-commerce strategies. So with that, let's explore how product, price, promotion, and place blend together into acceptability, affordability, accessibility, and awareness in the new digital ecosystem. So let's start with our first question. Vivek ji, how can food startups test product market fit early on before they invest heavily into branding and distribution?
So a startup obviously is constrained. So I think the first thing they need to, once you have decided what is the minimum scale at which you have a product that you want to take to the market, and once that's there before you, the strategy will depend on that. So if it's a very small quantity with which you're able to, take to a test market, then your geography and the area and your segment that you want to test market in is much simpler. For certain products, it may be much larger. Today, the opportunity to test market it is very much simpler. You can take a small geographic area, even within a large metro, and test market your products, consumer reactions in a very small segment. You can probably take one sector or two sectors within, say, Noida or Gurgaon, and you will have a pretty good idea of what is the product acceptance. So you therefore don't need to really, and you can actually, without creating a full brand image to a large extent, you can, through normal social media channels, within that small geography, get a pretty good idea. You don't need channel partners, etc., and you can do a test market. This is typically true if the scale at which you need to bring the product to market is much smaller. So this is probably the way I would suggest somebody, you get a good feel of what your customer reaction is. Obviously, you're going direct to customer. You can't go through the channel. Channel will not accept you early on, so that option is ruled out. And trying to go directly on e-commerce for a product testing is also not a great idea because the total scale you require is much higher there. So just go directly, find some mechanism of putting your products before a group of consumers directly in a small segment of area. And you'll get a pretty good idea of what they're looking at, what is their reaction to it.
Very well said. I think NIFTEM also has some program that Akash maybe you want to talk about.
हेलो हाँ सो आई थिंक निफ्टम में ऑलरेडी यहाँ पे पायलट प्लांट है और मे बी निफ्टम के स्टूडेंट ऑलरेडी यहाँ पे प्रोड्यूस करके सेल कर रहे हैं तो आई थिंक बहुत सारे स्टूडेंट जो एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप में इंटरेस्टेड है तो वहाँ से ही स्टेप 1 स्टार्ट कर सकते हैं और इनको मार्केट एक्सेस तो दिल्ली में बहुत सारा है और अगर इनको इस एरिया के बाहर मार्केट करना है तो जो भी कोवर्किंग स्पेस है वो भी आपको वहाँ पे प्रोडक्ट रखने के लिए अलाउ करते हैं तो यहाँ से शुरू कर सकते हो आप.
Thank you both of you. So, Rajat ji, was there a moment where real customer feedback changed your product or branding strategy completely?
Hello NIFTEM. So how many of you are the MBA guys? Hands up. कि भाई इतने ही है? Engineering? Good. You know, after engineering, when I went to the shop floor, the first job I had, क्या था? 90% of the engineers get a sales job. I did my MBA from IMT Ghaziabad, scholarship, went to Airtel. All my colleagues were from IIMs. पहले 2 साल हम सबने क्या करा? Sales, business development, बेचना. अगर आपको बेचना नहीं आता तो कुछ नहीं आता. Make sense? Now, as Yashna said, feedback. Now I will give you real life examples. I'm a sales guy. I can sell anything. I learned that skill in last 25 years, goes to colleges and teach them now. आप रेलवे स्टेशन गए हो? हाँ या ना? बस स्टैंड गए हो? चाय पी है? अगर चाय खराब लगी और उसको फीडबैक दिया तो चाय वाला क्या करेगा? उसे पता है ये कस्टमर नहीं आएगा वापस. आपके फीडबैक को वो लेके डाल देगा. Depends your market. So the feedback is only valuable if you want a repeat order. Again, location. Now let me give you 2 examples. आप तो food से हैं. So there is this lady in Indore. थोड़ी सी aged हैं, अम्मा बोलते हैं सब उनको. At the ripe age of 63, 64, she started the pickle company. उनका अचार बहुत अच्छा था. Everybody liked in the neighborhood. The moment she started getting complaint was बहुत तीखा है. Then she started selling it to Gujarat side. And the complaint was थोड़ा मीठा बना सकते हो. Now, अगर वो सबका फीडबैक लेते तो क्या होता? उनको समझ नहीं आता. Now she evolved her product into 3 categories: mild, classic, and organic. From 5,000 rupees sales, she gone to 5 lakh rupees sale. Right? So depend आपका feedback क्या है. Now let me give an extreme example. Interested? So there is this wonderful restaurant in Mumbai. It's a high-end restaurant called the Bombay Canteen. It was started by an Indian and a European entrepreneur, chefs. And both of them wanted to have a fusion food. आप भी सोचते हैं ना fusion food करेंगे. बड़ा अच्छा ढिंग चैक सा रेस्टोरेंट बनाया जुहू के अंदर. बहुत पैसा लगाया. Marketing करा. All sort of marketing. And they started having customers coming in. They were happy. Then suddenly after 3 months they realized repeat customer नहीं आ रहा. वो परेशान हो गए. फूड बिजनेस में अगर रिपीट कस्टमर नहीं है और आपका रेस्टोरेंट जैसा बिजनेस है, आप गए. दे वेंट बैक. तो उन्होंने सर्वे करा, कस्टमर सर्वे. एंड दे फाउंड, कस्टमर कहता है सर आपका है ना ये फ्यूजन फूड तो अच्छा है, साथ में दाल मखानी भी दो ना, नान भी खा लेंगे ना इसके. एंड दे रियलाइज्ड whenever people want to come for repeat, they want certain things which they are familiar with. Not every time they want to experiment. Experiment एक बार कर लिया, हो गया. Repeat नहीं आया. So whenever you have a feedback, and the feedback loop only comes with 2 mechanisms. First, the repeat purchase. If you do not have a repeat purchase in your business, that means there's something problematic. Second, customer doesn't complain, he walks away. Customer doesn't complain, he simply walks away. That's the second feedback. अगर आपके ये दोनों लूप काम कर रहे हैं, then you are on the verge of making a good startup. And maximum startups, क्योंकि resources कम होते हैं, so you have to decide, you have to invest your time in understanding the customer. उसे फ़ोन करके पूछना पड़ता है. So there is a startup in Delhi, Dish Out. They were making nice chicken, amazing chicken, right? And these guys thought कि ये तो बिक जाएगा. नहीं चल रहा था. Then they started calling the customer, and the customer started realizing कि मैंने ये consume करा है, मुझे पसंद था. तो आपको बार बार कस्टमर पे जाना पड़ता है एज ए स्टार्टअप बताने के लिए मैं जिंदा हूँ, मेरा प्रोडक्ट है, मेरे दिमाग में नहीं है, उसे खरीदो दोबारा, और नहीं खरीद रहे तो क्या कारण है। उसके लिए मल्टीपल चैनल्स आप यूज़ कर सकते हो, बट द मोस्ट इफेक्टिव चैनल इज़ यू। अगर एज अ स्टार्टअप फाउंडर आप फ़ोन उठा के दिन में 15 कस्टमर से बात नहीं कर रहा है, स्टार्टअप मत करो भाई, नौकरी कर लो, क्योंकि वहाँ भी वही कराएंगे आपसे। लेकिन वहाँ पे उसका आपको पैसा मिलेगा, एक लेबल मिलेगा, तो आप खुश हो जाओगे। बट इफ़ यू वांट टू डू अ स्टार्टअप, मेक श्योर you are going and reaching out to your customer time and again, every day, 24/7, like a religion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And actually that's where the product market fit comes in. ठीक है, आप वो पहले से ही अपना रिसर्च वगैरह कर लो so that your startup doesn't really fail. And this is always going to be a feedback revision process. So never stop doing that. Always call your customers. Vivek ji, what pricing strategies help food startups balance affordability for the mass market with the need to maintain profitability, particularly for 2 to 3 tier cities?
So I'll take this question the other way around, that as a startup, what is the imperative to look at tier 2 and tier 3 markets? If you take most food brands, if you take even one of the more famous ones that we keep referring to, say, Maggi. Maggi in its heydays didn't start for tier 2 and tier 3 markets. They're today. So why do you need to go to tier 2, tier 3 when you are a startup? Those are things you normally will need to worry about when you're more mature and you need larger volumes. A new food product, you should look at where you're going to get quick returns, quick acceptability. If you want to build, affordability, pricing strategy, etc., sustainability is something that you can look only when you have very large volumes. And that's a totally different ball game, particularly in the food sector, which is, in my opinion, a bit hard to play against the well-established brands. The opportunity space today in the country for food products is tremendous, particularly in the tier 1 cities, with the urban upper middle class. It's probably the most exciting place on this planet to be, India, where you have this hugely growing middle and upper middle class, and they are restless to spend their extra purchasing power, which has dramatically changed in the last 20 years and is changing every 2 years. So the opportunity is so much there. They are willing to spend a little bit here, there, extra, pay the premiums. It's one of the things they love. The first 1,000 rupees they have extra, they'll spend it first on food compared to anything else. So I'd say, why don't spend too much energy on trying to rush to tier 2, tier 3. Focus on getting a reasonable business going with the urban upper middle class. That's the first target, and you have a huge opportunity space today. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Sanjay ji, does a lower price guarantee more sales in online food retail, or can storytelling justify the premium pricing?
Hi, thank you very much for having me here. Now, let me ask you one question, these guys. If I ask you name 3-4 food brands in India, what comes to your mind first? Anyone can answer? Any brand? Food brand? No brand is coming to your mind? Nestle, good. Anybody else? Students? Parle, Britannia, Cadbury's, Mondelez, right? No, no one has given any brand which is a startup. And prior to this session, there was a session happening on innovation, wherein one panelist said that we should make millet Maggi. He didn't say millet noodles. You know, that is the power of branding. You know, products are made in factories. Brands are made in the mind of people. Now, being a brand and marketing person, I would say that it is very difficult to get the mind share. You know, market share and mind share are linked. First you get the mind share, then you get the market share. Now, coming back to the question, that, pricing, the role of pricing. Now, again, I'll just share one thing with you. आप लोग सब आटा खाते हैं घर में, हम लोग रोटी बनती है, पराठे बनते हैं, आटा खाते हैं. आटे का रेट क्या होता है? 1 किलो आटा कितने का मिलता है? एनीबडी? अप्रॉक्सीमेटली? सॉरी, 40 रुपीज़ पर केजी. आशीर्वाद, अन्नपूर्णा, ब्रांडेड, पिल्सबरी, 50-60 rupees per kg. Now there is this brand called Two Brothers Organic Farm. How many of you have heard of this company? I think not many, but you should. Two Brothers Organic Farm was started around 8-9 years back by two brothers, of course, who came from US, and they decided to make some original, authentic Indian brand. You know how much price they are charging for 1 kg of atta? They are charging 2,000 rupees for 10 kgs, 200 rupees, which is around 3-4 times of what you guys said. Ghee. Now, how much a 1 kg ghee cost, desi ghee cost in India? Average price, Amul, etc. Anyone? 600 rupees, 700 rupees, 1100 also. They are charging 3,200 rupees per liter. Now, not that they are not earning money, they are a profitable startup, right? So, pricing is just one part of the entire ball game. Not that it is not important, it is very important. What is most important is to believe your target audience that you are serving value. There are two concepts, because यहाँ पर students बैठे हैं, mainly हमारे B.Tech के बच्चे हैं. There is something called value for money. पता होगा आप लोगों को? Value for money is कि सस्ता होना चाहिए, affordable होना चाहिए. There is another concept called money for value. That अगर मेरे को अच्छा value मिल रहा है, I am ready to pay whatever you ask for, right? So you need to define which kind of strategy you want to follow. There is something called blue ocean strategy, red ocean strategy. आपने अगर management पढ़ा हो, marketing पढ़ा हो, तो उसमें आप जानोगे. There is something called red ocean, जहाँ पर बहुत competition है, बहुत बुरा हाल है. मतलब pricing में आपने price किया 50, किसी ने कर दिया 40, तो आपका market share खत्म हो गया. There is something called blue ocean strategy, wherein you define your market. You jump from red ocean to blue ocean. That happens only when you are authentic, you are having a story, you are convincing your target audience. Before convincing, you should know who your target audience is, right? So pricing does play a role, of course it does, but what is most important is to get the mind share of consumer, and to get the mind share, you need to have a proper storytelling, because people don't buy products, they don't buy atta, they buy brands. No, a few years back, I stayed in Taj Hotel, so there was a placard like this kept. It was written, you stay with us, we stay with you. इसका मतलब क्या है कि जब आप हमारे साथ हमारे होटल में रहते हो तो हमारा एक्सपीरियंस आपको भूलने नहीं देंगे हम. We will stay with you forever. So that line मेरे दिमाग में बस गया as a brand marketing person. I appreciated that line. So to cut it short, because there are a lot of things to be talked about, pricing is very important, but what is most important is how you are gaining entry into the minds of consumer. Like today, nobody talked about a food startup. Everybody talked about Britannia, Nestle, because these guys have invested a lot of money into gaining entry in our minds. So pricing is important, but most important is how you build your narrative, how you build your story, how you connect with your target audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much. How many of you have heard about the whole truth? Raise of hands. Have you all seen how beautiful storytelling they do? And their products are fantastic, right? So that's the kind of storytelling that you need to build a brand to a certain level, to have it memorable.
एक और पॉइंट मैं यहाँ बोलना चाहूँगा, जलजीरा सब पीते हैं, हम लोग बचपन से जलजीरा पीते आ रहे हैं। एक ब्रांड जिसने जलजीरे को ब्रांड किया और बहुत पॉपुलर बड़ा ब्रांड बन गया, कोई बता सकता है? सॉरी सर, लाहौरी जीरा इज नाउ गेटिंग इनटू इट। पेपर बोट, नाउ आम पन्ना, जलजीरा, food and stories, food and memories. So they kind of took us back to our memory lane when we used to have jaljeera, aam panna, you know. So paper boat का नाम किसी ने नहीं लिया because you know अभी आज के समय में they are not spending so much of money in advertising, but this is how you build connect with the people. Lahori Jeera is one big brand, of course. These days they are getting very aggressive, and today they are getting aggressive because they have waited for long for this moment. They have run a film also, हर कोई पी रहा लाहौरी जीरा, आपने देखा होगा LinkedIn पे film वगैरह. So that's very important. Sorry to interrupt.
No, not at all. So in the interest of time, we'll try to keep our answers a little bit more crisp. We've covered pricing, we've covered about the product. Now we're going to be talking about the accessibility part of it, the place. So Rajat ji, when launching a new food brand, how should founders decide between focusing on D2C channels versus partnering with a large marketplace like Amazon, Blinkit, Big Basket, Flipkart?
I mean, that's a very valid question. To all my young friends, अगर आपको दिन में 8 घंटे 10 घंटे सड़क पे खड़ा होना पड़े, आप खड़े होगे? After doing your MBA and engineering, yes or no? Just नहीं, वही सेल्स है. अब जो इन्होंने क्वेश्चन पूछा, आपने स्टार्टअप लगाया है, आपको अपना मटेरियल बेचना है, आपके पास 2 ऑप्शन हैं. Zomato है, Amazon है, जो आपसे 25% ले लेंगे, 25% they take from you. But you are saving the time and hassle getting the customer, going to market. At an early stage, it is advisable you use them. Why? It saves you tons of time. They have invested money on their platform. They are getting tons of customers. Convert them. Start increasing your revenue. Focus on your product. Like Sanjay said, focus on your branding. Once you reach a certain stage, then you can get into other market segments like distribution, channels. So the very important advice, first decide, are you a tech company or a food company? In Delhi, Mumbai, wherever I go for consulting, I find this, many of the startups, they are confused. Sir, हम ऐप बनाएंगे. आप ऐप बनाने के लिए आए हो या एक अच्छा फूड स्टार्टअप बनाने के लिए आए हो? Focus. If you are making an app, you are competing with Zomato. If you are making a nice something which can be sold in the market on multiple platforms, you open up a large channel. That is what, as a startup, you need to decide. Most of the time, I just ask them 2 questions. कहाँ बेचोगे और कैसे बेचोगे? अगर आपने चीज़ 2 फिगर आउट कर ली, आपका स्टार्टअप सक्सेस होने के चांसेस is more than 90%.
Thank you so much. And आपने बहुत एक अच्छा पॉइंट बोला इनिशियली कि स्टार्ट विद द मार्केट प्लेस, बिकॉज उनके पास ऑलरेडी एक अच्छा डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन चैनल है, तो आप उसको लेवरेज करो. सी हाउ योर प्रोडक्ट is getting feedback, are people accepting it, not accepting it, and then accordingly maybe you can go on to your own website, because that's not it. They also need, there's a lot of work that's needed in a website. There's SEO, you have to be very active on social media, there's blog writing and whatnot, and it takes about a year for your website to rank.
इसमें और एक पॉइंट ऐड करने के लिए, अभी शार्क टैंक में जितने भी फूड ब्रांड्स आए हैं, अगर आपने नोटिस किया होगा तो उनका ऑलमोस्ट 50 to 60% सेल अमेज़ॉन से ही आता है. और अमेज़ॉन पे और एक बात है, अगर आप जब स्टार्टअप होते हो, आपका नाम किसी को भी पता नहीं है, अगर वो आपके वेबसाइट के भी ऊपर आ रहा है, उसको ट्रस्ट नहीं है कि भाई अगर ऑर्डर किया तो प्रोडक्ट आएगा नहीं आएगा. बट अमेज़ॉन ने, मतलब हम सबकी हैबिट है अमेज़ॉन से ऑर्डर करने की. अगर आप न्यू ब्रांड भी हो, अगर आप अमेज़ॉन पे लिस्ट हो, तो बंदा एक बार ऑर्डर करेगा, चाहे एक बार सही बट ऑर्डर करेगा. तो अमेज़ॉन मतलब फर्स्ट जो लोग स्टार्टअप कर रहे हैं उनके लिए तो बेस्ट प्लेटफॉर्म है.
My next question is addressed to Vivek ji. What should startups keep in mind while designing the delivery experience from packaging to last mile logistics?
Okay, so for a food startup, when we're looking at the last mile delivery, the important thing is whatever you've planned as your product, how you want it to be comparable, you benchmark it against a retail shelf. The customer must receive it in the same manner that he'll see it on a retail shelf in La Marche or the equivalent. So your packaging for delivery, whatever mechanism you put together, should be able to at least deliver that so that when he opens it, he gets the product in the same manner. Now, the product that you're looking at for how should your package be, you have to stand out. So that packaging, etc., can again, you have to benchmark against whatever competition is looking at. Today, for various mechanisms, it would be very useful and customers are increasingly looking at it. Obviously, you'll balance cost, capability of the product and eco-friendliness. The last mile delivery, when it reaches home, customers, everybody is looking for, is my packaging that is coming to me eco-friendly? If you can add that, I'll put that as number 3. I wouldn't necessarily give it the number 1. It's an extra add-on that customers desire. They're not going to pay you dramatically more for it. And if you deliver it shoddily, they'll reject you. So you must deliver it perfectly. If you can add on eco-friendly packaging, they love it. So you can keep all these factors in mind when you're looking at what kind of packaging material you're looking for the delivery experience. The last part of the delivery experience, of course, typically all your last mile delivery partners give you all the customer experience of from the moment you're ordering it till you receive it. And then you open the pack and what kind of experience you get out of that. If you can add on some things to it to make that experience even more exciting, as soon as you open a product, your packing gives you that extra feel, it adds a lot more. Those are some of the things you could look at.
Absolutely. So basically, end of story is that have a good logistics partner because we don't want your shipping to get messed up. My next question is to Sanjay ji. We're talking about promotion, awareness. So what affordable yet effective promotional tactics would you recommend to build initial awareness for a food startup in the crowded digital space?
Okay, before I answer this question, no, with food, सबसे important बात क्या होती है? We have got 5 senses. Before our tongue tastes the product, our eyes consume it. We smell it. So, if it is not looking good, if it is not packaged good, the chances are that you will say, यार अच्छा नहीं है, मज़ा नहीं आ रहा है. Taste तो अच्छा होना ही चाहिए आपके food का, but it should be presented well also. Now coming to the question, like we have in the previous session, we have heard notable speakers talking about bootstrapping. You have to put your own money and make it successful. So of course, from the day one, you would like to save a lot of money, and still you want branding and communication to be done effectively. So for any startup, you should have a good website, a good platform where you can invite people to at least see your product. This is after the stage that the product is ready to sell in the market. So if you are having an organic, your Instagram page, your Facebook page, because these days, Gen Zs or millennials, they are mobile first kind of consumers. Even I have 2 daughters. If I ask them something, before even I wait for the answer, the one is they have started searching it on Instagram or Facebook, and they are very quick in answering. So our first platform is Instagram or Google to whenever we want to discover any product. So have a very nice, clean Instagram page and a website, and keep posting nice, beautiful content. Not only just the videos, but build up a community of consumers who tomorrow, if you want to spend money and put some ads, so they know that brand at least. At least your community should know that brand. So invest in a good page, invest in good designing and shooting of videos, find out good testimonials, get it run, you know, like sir said, you know, आपको अपने प्रोडक्ट को कुछ लोगों से टेस्ट करवाइए, उनके एक्सपीरियंस नोट करिए, उनका वीडियो बनाइए, keep posting that video on your Instagram and ask people for their feedback organically, and then slowly you can start running your Instagram ads. I hope you know the difference between organic and inorganic advertising. All engineers, students, no? So organic is when you don't spend money on Facebook, you don't pay Facebook. You have your own channel, you have your own platform, and therein through your advertising you are getting consumers. That is organic. And when you run paid ads on Facebook, that is called paid advertising. So before you get into paid advertising, my suggestion is to explore and exploit your own organic channels. And one important thing which आज से 20 साल पहले या 15 साल पहले नहीं होती थी, आज आपको माइक्रो इन्फ्लुएंसर्स मिलेंगे. लाइक पहले हम लोग जब गांव में जाते थे तो गांव में जब हम रूरल मार्केटिंग करते थे तो गांव के प्रधान को गिफ्ट दे देते थे, तो वो जाके 4 लोगों को बोलता था सर बड़ा अच्छा सामान है इनका. तो आज के समय में क्या हो रहा है, वी हैव गॉट माइक्रो इन्फ्लुएंसर्स who work on barters. You give them some product samples and they talk about your product and they taste your product and talk about it. So use all these low ticket items, low ticket media to build awareness to start with, and slowly and gradually you go into running ads on the medium.
Thank you so much.
Yashna, I would just like to add one thing. अरे यार आप जगह हो ना, MBA चाय वाला किसने सुना है? अरे हाथ उठा लो यार, MBA चाय वाला, वो डिजिटल मार्केटिंग है. समझ में आया? कहने का मतलब यह है, हाउ कैन यू रीच टू द माइंड्स ऑफ योर कंज्यूमर? सिंपल. प्रोडक्ट आपका है, चीज़ आपकी है, आप कैसे उसके दिमाग में पहुंच पा रहे हो. सो लाइक संजय सेड, यू कैन डू मैनी थिंग्स अराउंड इट, बट करना क्या है वो आपको करना है, कोई और नहीं करेगा.
सो आई जस्ट लाइक टू ऐड ऑन टू दैट कि प्रोडक्ट मार्केट करने से पहले आप उसको प्री मार्केट करो. बेसिकली क्या होता है, जब आप वो PMF प्रोडक्ट मार्केट फिट की जब हम बात कर रहे होते हैं, तो उसी टाइम पे आप उस टाइम को यूटिलाइज करो टू प्री मार्केट योर प्रोडक्ट, सो दैट बाय द टाइम इट्स ऑलरेडी देयर अवेलेबल इन द मार्केट, लोगों को ऑलरेडी पता है. तो जो आप उस टाइम मेहनत करोगे उस प्रोडक्ट को पुश करने के लिए, वो पहले ही हो चुकी होगी. So my next question is to Akash. For a newly launched food brand, what are the 3 essential tactics to build brand visibility online in the first 6 months?
आज के ऑनलाइन मार्केटिंग के ज़माने में ना SEO बहुत अंडररेटेड वर्ड है, ठीक है, क्योंकि SEO में रिजल्ट जल्दी नहीं मिलते हैं. पेड एड्स वगैरह सब करते हैं, और ये जो पेड एड्स में ना मतलब डे बाय डे ये एड्स एक्सपेंसिव होने वाले हैं, क्योंकि ज़्यादा ब्रांड्स आ रहे हैं जिनके पास ऑलरेडी बजट है, वो लोग उन कीवर्ड के ऊपर और बीड कर रहे हैं, और उसके लिए आपको वो कीवर्ड के ऊपर टॉप पे आने के लिए आपको ज़्यादा ही पैसा पे करना पड़ेगा. ठीक है, तो SEO में आपको रिजल्ट जल्दी नहीं मिलेगा, 3-4 मंथ्स बाद मिलेगा. तो आपकी जब भी वेबसाइट बन जाएगी तो उसमें सबसे पहले गूगल मर्चेंट सेंटर आप आपके वेबसाइट में इंटीग्रेट कर लेना. उससे क्या होता है, जब भी कोई यूज़र, जब भी कोई आपका कस्टमर गूगल पे कोई शॉपिंग वाला कीवर्ड सर्च करता है, फॉर एग्जांपल मिलेट आटा 1 kg, ठीक है, तो उसमें रेक्टेंगल में जो आपके सामने रिजल्ट्स आते हैं, सबसे पहले तो आपके सामने स्पॉन्सर आ जाएगा और उसके नीचे ऑर्गेनिक रिजल्ट आएगा. ठीक है, तो ऑर्गेनिक रिजल्ट में आपका ब्रांड आने का चांसेस बढ़ जाएगा. और बस उसमें इंटीग्रेट मत करो, उस पेज को आपको ऑप्टिमाइज भी करना है. आपको चेक करना है कि बायर क्या कीवर्ड सर्च कर रहा है. ठीक है, वो एक बार कीवर्ड एनालिसिस कर लिया, उस हिसाब से आप आपके पेज को ऑप्टिमाइज करो. ठीक है, और मतलब आजकल सच में अगर आप किसी मोबाइल के स्क्रीन के ऊपर आना है ना, एक काफ़ी एक्सपेंसिव चीज़ है, और SEO वो चीज़ आपको फ्री में प्रोवाइड कर रहा है. तो उसका जितना ज़्यादा आप यूटिलाइज कर सकते हो वो करो, वो आपको लॉन्ग टर्म में 100% बेनिफिट देगा. और सेकेंड चीज़ है, आपने कहा कि गांव में सरपंच होता है जो ये बोलता है कि ये चीज़ अच्छी है. ठीक है, अब एक तो हो गया सोशल मीडिया की, भाई मैं मेरा खुद का कंटेंट क्रिएट कर रहा हूँ, मैं मेरे प्रोडक्ट के बारे में बात कर रहा हूँ, लेकिन अगर आप मेरे बारे में बात करते हो कि भाई ये आकाश बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहा है, तो ये सब लोग मानेंगे, ठीक है। तो सेम चीज़ मतलब ये जो आजकल यूजीसी चल रहा है, यूजीसी मतलब यूज़र जनरेटेड कंटेंट। अब ये आपको ढूंढना है, आपके ब्रांड को जो लोग रिलेवेंट है वैसे लोग आपको इंस्टाग्राम पे ढूंढने हैं या लिंक्डइन पे, मतलब सॉरी लिंक्डइन तो नहीं चलेगा फूड में, तो इंस्टाग्राम पे ऐसे लोग ढूंढना है जो लोग आपके थॉट्स के अनुसार कंटेंट क्रिएट कर रहे हैं, आप उनको अप्रोच करो। और वो तो मतलब आपको जस्ट आप उनको प्रोडक्ट भेज दो, वो आपके लिए रील बना देंगे, या अगर कुछ थोड़े से ज़्यादा फॉलोइंग है तो कुछ फीस दे दो, ठीक है। तो ये तो रहा, ये तो कोई भी इनिशियल ब्रांड बहुत इजीली कर सकता है। अगर आपके पास थोड़ा बहुत बजट है, ठीक है, तो थोड़े इन्फ्लुएंसर लोग हायर करो जिनको ज़्यादा फॉलोइंग है, 50 के 100 के, ठीक है। और एक चीज़ इसमें बहुत लोग मिस्टेक करते हैं, जब भी आप यूजीसी या इन्फ्लुएंसर हायर करते हो, आप उनसे बस एक कैंपेन करवाते हो, उससे फ़ायदा होगा नहीं। आप उनसे ऐसा डील करो कि वो आपका कंटेंट 4, 5, 6, 8, 10 बार उनके पेज पे शेयर करेंगे, तभी जाके उनकी जो ऑडियंस है उनमें ब्रांड लॉयल्टी बनेगी, ठीक है। तो वो चीज़ आप अच्छे से करो। और थर्ड चीज़ आ जाती है पेड एड्स। देखो पेड एड्स तो आपको करने पड़ेंगे, चाहे आप कम बजट में करो लेकिन करने पड़ेंगे। अब इसमें भी आप प्रेफरेंस सेट कर सकते हो। अगर आपकी वेबसाइट बहुत अच्छी है, अभी बहुत अच्छी मतलब फॉर एग्जांपल जो भी शार्क टैंक पे काफ़ी सारे ब्रांड आए हैं, तो उन्होंने शॉपिफाई के ऊपर वेबसाइट बनाया है, ठीक है। यूआई यूएक्स अच्छा होना चाहिए, अगर कोई अजनबी वेबसाइट पे आता है तो उसको ट्रस्टेड लगना चाहिए वो चीज़, ठीक है। तो अगर वेबसाइट अच्छा है तो आप फिर मेटा ऐड चालू कर दो, जो तो आपके यूजीसी कंटेंट क्रिएट कर रहा है उसके ऊपर आप ऐड रन कर दो, क्योंकि उसका कन्वर्जन रेट काफ़ी ज़्यादा होता है। और अगर आपको ऐसा लगता है कि आपकी वेबसाइट उतने मतलब टॉप ऑफ द मार्क नहीं है, तो आप अमेजॉन ऐड रन कर लो। और अमेजॉन ऐड में कीवर्ड वाइज भी हो सकता है, मतलब ब्रांड वाइज और नॉन ब्रांडेड कीवर्ड। अगर आपका कोई फॉर एग्जांपल XYZ मिलेट आटा है, आप बस मिलेट आटा के ऊपर ऐड रन करो, ताकि जब कोई समझो टू ब्रदर ऑर्गेनिक फार्म का आटा उसको लेना है, ठीक है, लेकिन वो बंदा आपका भी आटा ले सकता है क्योंकि आप भी टॉप में आ रहे हो। तो ये कुछ ऐसे इनिशियल चीज़ें हैं जो आप शुरुआत के 6 मंथ में यूज़ कर सकते हो आपका सेल बढ़ाने के लिए।
जस्ट एक्सपैंडिंग ऑन टू दैट, यहाँ पे स्टारबक्स कितने लोगों ने मतलब स्टारबक्स की कॉफ़ी कितने लोगों ने पी है? आप लोगों ने फ़ोटोज़ भी लिए होंगे, इंस्टाग्राम वगैरह पे अपलोड भी किया होगा। आई थिंक दैट इज़ वन ऑफ द लाइक द मोस्ट आउट लाउड फॉर्म्स ऑफ यूजीसी। उन लोगों ने कभी कोई कैंपेन्स वगैरह रन नहीं करे कि आप हमारा कप का कप टेबल पे रखो एंड देन यू टेक अ फोटो। No, but that's the kind of aura they have created for themselves. So ideally UGC is not really paid, लेकिन आज की डेट में वो paid हो चुका है. And also when you're running campaigns with influencers and these creators, आप अपने दो तीन हीरो प्रोडक्ट्स को recognize करो और उन्हीं को ही बार बार उन कैंपेन्स पे चलाओ। अगर आप सारे के सारे चला दोगे तो किसी को कुछ याद नहीं रहेगा, लेकिन अगर वो एक ही चीज़ बार बार देखते हैं तो उससे ज़्यादा याद रहता है। सो माई नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन इज़ रिलेटेड टू AI एनहांसमेंट हियर। हम लोगों की जनरेशन में AI इतना कॉमन हो गया, चैट GPT आई एम श्योर सब यूज़ करते होंगे। सो माई नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन इज़ एक्चुअली एड्रेस टू संजय जी। AI tools like ChatGPT, Canva, Copy.ai, Midjourney, Notion, they're all revolutionizing the content creation and customer engagement. How can food startups integrate these tools while maintaining authenticity in the brand voice?
See, all of you must be knowing these AI tools, of course, because you must be doing it something or the other, right? Right or wrong? So, it seems as if ऐसा लगता है लोगों को that these tools are like your slaves and you can replace a human being and these guys can do, these tools can do a wonderful job for you. No, until you know what you want, you will make a fool of yourself and these guys can ruin you. So I do use these tools for my clients and to generate content. एक एग्जाम्पल मैं आपको देना चाहूँगा। एक बंदे ने एक ब्लॉग लिखा और वो एक डॉक्टर थे हमारे क्लाइंट, उनके लिए एक ब्लॉग लिखा फॉर सम प्रोसीजर। वो ब्लॉग इतना गंदा था, हालांकि उसने खुद नहीं लिखा था, ऑफ कोर्स चैट GPT से लिखवाया था, But because he was not aware of basic English, that guy who generated the blog, he shared that blog and it was pathetic. So the message is, if you do not know how to run a car, and if you are running on a driving seat, there will be accident for sure. So now coming back to the question, if you want to write a good story, if you want to write a good post for Instagram, not necessarily that you will get a right output. So you should know how to use it, what do you want. So there is something called prompt engineering. The way you explain a thing to a 5-year-old or a 10-year-old kid, you need to explain that way to that AI. So that is one part. Second part is this, that I was building one website. So what happened that I asked these, it's a milk brand. So मैंने उनको बोला कि मेरे को कुछ फोटोग्राफ चाहिए आपके सेटअप के, आपके जो दूध वाले आ रहे हैं वो दूध आपको वो कर रहे हैं, and he could not give me photographs due to some reason or the other. So what I did, and there was other photographs I required for the website. So I generated few nice photographs from Canva and applied those on the website, and it is absolutely awesome. So it is not that I gave the command and it gave me the photographs or images. No, I need to run lot of times, lot of photos I have rejected. So ultimately I got a fantastic output. But why I got the fantastic output? Because I knew what I wanted and I knew how and what command I need to give in order to get the right output. So it's a very fantastic tools until you know how to use them. So these are means AI, whether you want to write something or you want to generate. Okay, recently we were pitching for one client, Delhi tourism, just to, so they said that we need a plan around it. So as an additional thing, we created one radio script for them. And radio, not only a script plus recorded script. We went to 11 Labs and other tools, and we created a fantastic song. And you will be surprised to know that they said, okay, in this very short span of time, how did you do it? So they were so impressed with our pitch. We are going to get that business for one of my client. So we generated a whole song from that tool, whole song with music, background music, the singer, content I wrote, the song I wrote. So if it's a very good tool if you are a good master.
Thank you, Sanjay ji.
Just one thing, I know we're in time, but still, friends, आप लोग तो बहुत रेस्टोरेंट में भी गए होंगे. Which is the India's #1 restaurant software? Which, yeah, he said right. कौन सा सॉफ्टवेयर ऐसा है जो लगभग सभी रेस्टोरेंट में चलता है? जब आप खाना ऑर्डर करते हो वो सब करते हैं. It's called Pet Puja. Pet Puja, right? Now why it is important? जब आप स्टार्टिंग में स्टार्टअप बनाते हो आप बहुत कुछ नहीं कर सकते, थोड़ा करो, अच्छा करो. There are already tools available in the market. Pet Puja is a very wonderful tool. They give you complete back-end integration. आपका सब कुछ इंटीग्रेटेड होता है, पूरा सप्लाई चेन. They give you a front-end integration. आप उससे सारी मार्केटिंग कर सकते हो, सारा डिजिटल कर सकते हो. Why is that important? Because as a startup, you are only 1 or 2 people. You have limited time. Use these tools, and these tools are already AI integrated today with the back end and the front end.
Thank you, Rajat ji. And I think one of the most important parts in the food industry is regulations. So Vivek ji, what are some common compliance mistakes that early stage founders make, and how can they sort of gain customer trust in the long-term brand reputation and not make those errors?
Yeah. So as far as regulations go, I don't think food startups have a dramatically, or it's a marginal difference between any other startup. All startups typically go easy. They don't spend enough energy on looking at their total compliance, which would be all these, your Companies Act, your ESI, PF, GST, all those things. It's a word of caution, useful, do comply with it. hypothetically, after X years, you want to get out of your startup and move ahead, you will never have, these will always chase you in the Indian context till you practically go to heaven. So it's very useful. Have a good, you can typically use a good auditor make him your friend, let him nag you and do it. It's a laundry item. It's not your main focus. So keep to that. The other thing is about, from a food startup's point of view, maintaining brand trust. The key in the first 1 year, 2 years is the freshness of your product on the retail shelf. When you don't have high volumes, that's a very big challenge on the retail shelf. Customers will buy, perhaps will be okay to buy a Maggi noodle whose shelf life is another 1 month away. But if you're a new brand, they want to see at least 4 months away, literally. So you need to, when you're early on, monitor this very carefully. The retailer is least bothered for you. You need a team. You need to physically do it yourself. You need, customers are very particular about that, and you should keep that in mind and spend a lot of energy on monitoring this. A lot of it is probably physical yourself.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So today's discussion has reminded us about early testing, using authentic stories, using AI tools smartly, taking care of the regulations, and having a good brand experience, and pricing and affordability and all of that. So let's give a huge round of applause to all our panelists here, and we can open up for one question because we're out of time.
So Sanjay sir, you spoke about, I want all of you to answer please. So you spoke about value for money and money for value companies. So do you think most of the legacy companies that we have in food here are all value for money, Britannia, Britannia, Parley or any of those? Do you think ever a company which is money for value can have a brand awareness similar to that of the legacy brands? And would it be relevant for those companies to try to achieve brand awareness similar to those companies?
Okay, so when we say value for money, it becomes a mass brand. And when we say money for value, it becomes a niche brand. So unfortunately, for a money for value company, it is not viable for them to be a mass player. So no point wasting or splurging so much of money doing mass advertising. So not that Britannia and Nestle do not have money for value product. They have expensive cookies as well. Like when I was on a flight, so they were doing testing of one product of, I think ITC launched one biscuit, which was a very premium biscuit. So they were doing sampling. I never saw a mass ad of that. So it is very difficult for a niche product to be mass marketed, because then you are spending a lot of money, which is not going into the right, because you need to put money where the mouth is. So that way.
So if you would allow, I have one more question.
Can I just add to that?
Sure, please.
Is Haldiram's money for value or value for money?
Value for money?
Yeah, it is. So why do we only talk about the MNC brands? And it's come to our mind only in the last 15 years. So the opportunity is there. How we take it forward, we have to decide.
So I will just like to add over here one thing. As they rightly said, it's all in the mind. Haldiram Kaju Katli cost you 1400 rupees a kg, right? अगर कस्टमर पैसे देने को तैयार है और ख़रीदने को तैयार है, आप वही मार्केट में पैसा लगाओगे. सिंपल. आप स्टार्टअप कर रहे हो, लेट्स कीप इट टू स्टार्टअप. नेस्ले ब्रिटानिया बहुत बड़े नाम है भाई. पहले आप 1 करोड़ का टर्नओवर कर लो. सिंपल. If you can do a turnover of 1 crore, first find the right thing to get the money from people's pocket. आपकी जेब से 2 रुपये निकलवा लूँगा ना, आप घबरा जाओगे ऐसे. So बड़ी बड़ी बातें नहीं, सब करो. क्या बेच रहे हो जिसके लिए पैसा देगा, वो बताओ.
For your next question, let's take that off stage because we're running out of time here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, the speakers, for this engaging and wonderful session. I'm sure our audience have learned a lot from you all. Now, I would like to request our moderator, Ms. Yashna, to felicitate our speakers one by one. I would like to invite Mr. Sehgal to please come forward. A big round of applause, everyone. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Akash Chakor to come forward. I would like to invite Mr. Rajat Agarwal to please come forward.
जो दिखेगा वो चलेगा, आपका सब जगह ऐड लगा हुआ है, और जो चलेगा वो दिखेगा, जो दिखेगा वही दिखेगा.
Next, we have Mr. Sanjay. A big round of applause, everyone. Now I request our coordinator for today, Dr. Vikas Kumar, to felicitate our moderator, Ms. Yashna. May I request all the session speakers to please come and have a group photo.
Thank you very much.
Thank you once again to all our guests and attendees for being a part of this inspiring session. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, sir. And congratulations, sir. Congratulations for what, sir?
हो गया सर. क्लाउड सेशन हुआ? हाँ. तुम लोग माइक लेके घूमे? अब ये मैं आपको देख रहा हूँ. जाओ. ज़्यादा सोने पूरा हैंग हो रहा है. एग्जॉस्ट हो गया माइंड पढ़ के. नहीं न्यू.
कुछ चीजें सिर्फ महसूस की जाती। हमारा म्यूजिक, हमारा कल्चर, योगा, मेडिटेशन, हमारे फेस्टिवल, ये सब हजारों सालों से इंसान की अंदर की भूख को पूरा करते आए हैं, वो जो महसूस की जाती है। Society for the Promotion of Indian Classical Music and Culture Amongst Youth, Spic Macay, उन लोगों से बनी है जो महसूस करते हैं या करना चाहते हैं। बच्चे, बड़े, स्टूडेंट्स, प्रोफेशनल्स, टीचर्स, डॉक्टर्स। फर्क ये नहीं पड़ता कि आपकी उम्र या प्रोफेशन क्या है। सवाल ये है कि आप अपने को समझने के लिए किस हद तक जाएंगे। Spic Macay का लोगो है दी वर्टिकल आई और द इनर आई, द आई ऑफ परसेप्शन एंड इंक्वायरी। हमारे लिए म्यूजिक, कल्चर, आर्ट, हमारी सभ्यता, फिलॉसफी वो जरिए हैं जिनसे हम अपनी अमूल्य सांस्कृतिक धरोहर को समझ पाते हैं। वो धरोहर जिसको हम वक्त के साथ साथ किसी हद तक भूलते जा रहे हैं। Spic Macay के हाथ और कंधे हैं Spic Macay के वॉलंटियर्स, वो लोग जो इस तेज रफ्तार जिंदगी के बावजूद अपनी विरासत, अपनी आइडेंटिटी, हमारे देश की आत्मा और स्वरूप के साथ जुड़े रहना चाहते हैं। हर साल Spic Macay के देश भर में फैले वॉलंटियर्स स्कूल्स, कॉलेजेस, इंस्टीट्यूशंस में हजारों इवेंट्स ऑर्गेनाइज करते हैं। इन इवेंट्स से हमारी सभ्यता और संस्कृति वहां पहुंचती है जहां हमारा भविष्य है, हमारा फ्यूचर, हमारा यूथ। फिल्म, थिएटर, म्यूजिक, डांस फॉर्म्स, फोक आर्ट और इन जैसे और माध्यमों से हम लाखों लोगों तक अपनी हजारों साल की विरासत को पहुंचा पाते हैं। वो विरासत जो सिर्फ हमारी है, वो विरासत जिसको बचाना या जाने देना सिर्फ हमारे हाथ में है। वो विरासत जिसको आज हमारी जरूरत है।
ऑडियंस लाइट बंद कर दे। हाँ, स्टेज की चालू छोड़ दे, बाकी तो सर जो लाइट पीछे वाला है ना, हाँ उसको बंद करो, तेज करो। हाँ ठीक है, बंद था ना, नीचे वाला बंद था ना, तुम लास्ट उसकी बंद कर दे सारी ऑडियंस की, बीच में चस्दी रहेगी, बीच वाली रहेगी चस्दी, बीच में ये तो मैंने स्टेज वाली कर दी। हाँ बस जब वो ऑन करवानी है तो इस पे ऑन कर दो, ठीक है, जब लाइट ऑन करवानी है।
Good evening, everyone. In shortly, we are going to have a performance by Spic Macay. So all are requested to maintain silence during the performance, and it is a kind request just please keep your flashlights off during the performance. And after the Spic Macay performance, immediately we are having our NIFTEM group performances, the cultural event. So all are requested to be seated and maintain silence during the program. Thank you.
पहला तो रिकॉर्डेड है, आ जाओ, पहला पिक रिकॉर्डेड है, उसके बाद भी लाइव है। यहीं पे बैठ जाओ क्या करें, पहला रिकॉर्डेड है। कितना टाइम? हाँ है 5 मिनट, 5 मिनट में होता था, आ जाओ टाइम में खत्म हो जाएगा आज।
There is an announcement. The director sir is reaching in 5 to 7 minutes. So please maintain silence.
वही लगा रखा है, स्टार्ट तो होगी उसी लैपटॉप में ही, बॉक्स वाले में ही। एक्सटेंड कर ले इसको, विंडो की एक्सटेंड है।
All the faculties are requested to please keep their kids in order for the cohesion and for their own safety. Thank you, everyone. Attention all faculties, you are kindly requested to please keep your kids in order for their own safety and for the cohesion of the event. And they are requested to not come in front of the stage to block the dignitaries' views. I repeat, सभी faculties को respectfully request करा जाता है कि वो अपने बच्चों को संभाल के रखें ताकि ये event में कोई भी बाधा ना आए. Thank you.
Please keep your mobile phones in silent mode. And do not flash your mobile phone when the dance recital is going on. These are two very minor requests. Please adhere to this.
कुछ चीजों को हम छू सकते हैं, कारें, फोन, कंप्यूटर्स, आपके हाथ में लगातार चलती पेंसिल, रीबॉक के लेटेस्ट जूते, आज का अखबार। कुछ चीजें सिर्फ महसूस की जाती हैं। नई कार में बैठकर सपने पूरे होने का एहसास, नए फोन पर पहली बार अपना मनपसंद गाना, लगातार चलती पेंसिल से बना नया स्केच, आज के अखबार की हेडलाइन पढ़कर आया गुस्सा। कुछ चीजें सिर्फ महसूस की जाती। हमारा म्यूजिक, हमारा कल्चर, योगा, मेडिटेशन, हमारे फेस्टिवल, ये सब हजारों सालों से इंसान की अंदर की भूख को पूरा करते आए, वो जो महसूस की जाती है। सोसाइटी फॉर द प्रमोशन ऑफ इंडियन क्लासिकल म्यूजिक एंड कल्चर अमंगस्ट यूथ, स्पिक मैके, उन लोगों से बनी है जो महसूस करते हैं या करना चाहते हैं। बच्चे, बड़े, स्टूडेंट्स, प्रोफेशनल्स, टीचर्स, डॉक्टर्स, फर्क ये नहीं पड़ता कि आपकी उम्र या प्रोफेशन क्या है। सवाल ये है कि आप अपने को समझने के लिए किस हद तक जाएंगे। स्पिक मैके का लोगो है दी वर्टिकल आई और द इनर आई, द आई ऑफ परसेप्शन एंड इंक्वायरी। हमारे लिए म्यूजिक, कल्चर, आर्ट, हमारी सभ्यता, फिलॉसफी वो जरिए हैं जिनसे हम अपनी अमूल्य सांस्कृतिक धरोहर को समझ पाते हैं, वो धरोहर जिसको हम वक्त के साथ साथ किसी हद तक भूलते जा रहे हैं। स्पिक मैके के हाथ और कंधे हैं स्पिक मैके के वॉलंटियर्स, वो लोग जो इस तेज रफ्तार जिंदगी के बावजूद अपनी विरासत, अपनी आइडेंटिटी, हमारे देश की आत्मा और स्वरूप के साथ जुड़े रहना चाहते हैं। हर साल स्पिक मैके के देश भर में फैले वॉलंटियर्स स्कूल्स, कॉलेजेस, इंस्टीट्यूशंस में हजारों इवेंट्स ऑर्गेनाइज करते हैं। इन इवेंट्स से हमारी सभ्यता और संस्कृति वहां पहुंचती है जहां हमारा भविष्य है, हमारा फ्यूचर, हमारा यूथ। फिल्म, थिएटर, म्यूजिक, डांस फॉर्म्स, फोक आर्ट और इन जैसे और माध्यमों से हम लाखों लोगों तक अपनी हजारों साल की विरासत को पहुंचा पाते हैं। वो विरासत जो सिर्फ हमारी है, वो विरासत जिसको बचाना या जाने देना सिर्फ हमारे हाथ में है। वो विरासत जिसको आज हमारी जरूरत है।
The director, sir, is just about to come.
Ladies and gentlemen, Director NIFTEM. Please settle down. Request permission to start, sir. Jai Hind to all of you. Secretary MOFP, Director NIFTEM, faculties, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Spic Macay, मैं आप लोग सभी का इस इवनिंग में बहुत बहुत इस्तकबाल करता हूँ। स्पिक मैके इज सोसाइटी फॉर प्रमोशन ऑफ इंडियन क्लासिकल म्यूज़िक एंड कल्चर अमॉन्ग यूथ। ये संस्था एक एनजीओ है जिसकी शुरुआत डॉक्टर किरण सेठ, जो कि आईआईटी दिल्ली में प्रोफेसर थे, उन्होंने 1977 में की थी। 4 मित्र बैठे हुए थे और उनके सामने ध्रुपद संगीत हो रहा था और उनको महसूस हुआ कि उनको इस संगीत के बारे में कुछ पता ही नहीं है। तो वहीं से हमारी सांस्कृतिक विरासत की खोज शुरू हुई। एक मूवमेंट शुरू किया गया स्पिक मैके, जो कि आज इंडिया के 800 सिटी चैप्टर्स में फैला हुआ है और विदेश में करीब 80 चैप्टर 80 यूनिवर्सिटी में स्पिक मैके के इवेंट्स होते हैं। सबसे बड़ी ख़ास बात स्पिक मैके की है कि इसके सारे मेंबर उसके वॉलंटियर्स चलाते हैं। आप लोगों की जानकारी के लिए मैं 81-85 IIT दिल्ली का हूँ और मैं स्पिक मैके से 1983 से जुड़ा हुआ हूँ। मेरी तरह स्पिक मैके में करीब 60,000 वॉलंटियर हैं। हम लोग स्कूल एंड कॉलेजेस में जाते हैं, रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं कि स्पिक मैके के प्रोग्राम उनके स्कूल और कॉलेज में हों और वहाँ हम देश के जो सबसे बड़े परफॉर्मिंग आर्टिस्ट लोग हैं, चाहे वो डांस के हों, चाहे वो वोकल हों, चाहे वो कर्नाटिक वोकल हों, चाहे वो इंस्ट्रूमेंटलिस्ट हों, चाहे वो फोक थिएटर में हों, चाहे वो कव्वाली हों, चाहे वो एमिनेंट स्पीकर्स हों, हेरिटेज टूर टॉक्स हों, ये सारे इवेंट हम स्कूल एंड कॉलेजेस में लेकर जाते हैं। स्पिक मैके में सिर्फ 60,000 में सिर्फ एक आदमी को तनख्वाह मिलती है और वो हमारा अकाउंटेंट है और किसी को नहीं मिलती है। ये खासियत है स्पिक मैके की। आप लोगों का ज़्यादा वक्त नहीं लेते हुए मैं एक चीज़ बताता हूँ। स्पिक मैके का एक फ्लैगशिप इवेंट होता है, एनुअल कन्वेंशन। इस बार एनुअल कन्वेंशन IIT हैदराबाद में है 26 मई से 1 जून तक। इसकी पूरी डिटेल हमारी वेबसाइट www.spicmake.com पर है, आप उधर जाकर वॉलंटियर कर सकते हैं। आपको 6 दिन गुरुकुल इन्वायरमेंट में हमारा हेरिटेज, हमारी सभ्यता क्या है, उसकी पूरी जानकारी मिलेगी। अब स्टेज में देता हूँ। प्लीज़ ज्वाइन आवर मूवमेंट एज वॉलंटियर। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Good evening to our distinguished guests, respected faculty members, dear students, and our vibrant performers and organizers.
It is our honor to welcome you to the cultural evening of SUFALAM 2025, hosted by NIFTEM-K.
And tonight, through music and movement, we celebrate the heartbeat of this nation, its culture. So let's dive into this colorful journey across India.
Let the rhythm rise and the light shine. We begin our first performance with Spic Macay, and then there will be a cultural program of NIFTEM-K students. As we have introduced Spic Macay, we now introduce our star performer, Mr. Rakesh Sai Babu, who is a Mayurbhanj Chau dancer based New Delhi. Mr. Rakesh is a recipient of prestigious Ustad Bismillah Khan Yuva Puraskar in the field of Chau dance, given by Sangeet Natak Academy in the year 2018 and 19. Please join us in warmly welcoming the internationally acclaimed Mayurbhanj Chau dancer, Shri Rakesh Sai Babu.
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभा निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा। गणपतये नमो नमः, श्रीसिद्धिविनायक नमो नमः, अष्टविनायक नमो नमः, गणपति बप्पा मोरया। ॐ गं गणपतये नमो नमः।
Namaste. Rakesh Sai Babu and his team will be presenting Mayurbhanj Chhau today evening. This beautiful dance form originated from Baripada, Odisha. We will start with a beautiful invocation piece. This piece is in praise of goddess Ma Bhairavi. Ma Bhairavi is a fierce goddess whose consort Bhairava, an avatar of Shiva. She represents strength, protection, destruction and regeneration. We present to you the invocation, The Goddess in Mayurbhanj Chhau by Rakesh Sai Babu and his team. next piece we will present to you is called Kshetriya Bandhu. There were 4 basic race in Vedic Varnashra system: Brahman, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas and Shudras. Kshetriya, the warrior class, were saviors of nature and they took part in administration and defense. We will be presenting Kshatriya Bandhu in the form of Mayurbhanj Chhau form.
Hey,
Nataraj. The Nataraj dance is a powerful and iconic representation of Hindu mythology, symbolizing the cosmic circle of creation, preservation, and destruction. Its influence can be seen in various Indian classical dance forms, and it continues to inspire artists, dancers, and seekers to this day. There are several types of Nataraj dance, each with its unique style and significance. Ananda Tandav, the dance of bliss, where Lord Shiva performs with joy and ecstasy. Tripura Tandav, the dance of destruction, where Lord Shiva destroys the three cities of the demons. Raudra Tandav, the dance of anger, where Lord Shiva performs intense energy and power. We present to you Nataraj, the dance of Lord Shiva performed by Sri Rakesh Sai Babu. Martial art, one of the most prominent dance of Mayurbhanj Chhau. Martial movements as a means of entertainment and celebration, displaying the heroic array of attack and defense movements. The dancers use talwar and dhal, sword and shield, to portray this style like the warrior on the battlefield. We present to you the most dynamic martial art. This will be on an audio track, Martial Arts in Mayurbhanj Chhau.
से इसके बाद हमारा क्लास परफॉर्मेंस है, ऑल डांसर्स गोइंग टू ऑन स्टेज एंड मैं थोड़ा सा छाव के बारे में दो शब्द बोलना चाहूँगा बिकॉज दिस इज समथिंग न्यू, एवरीवन शुड नो क्या हम कर रहे हैं, क्या क्यों कर रहे हैं. सो छाव डांस इज बिलोंग टू 3 states, उड़ीसा, बंगाल, बिहार. There is a Purulia Chao, there is a Saraikala Chao, and there is a Mayurbhanj Chao. So this is also one of the folk and semi-classical dance form, also coming in the martial art dance form. Like all the martial arts in India, तो ये जो हम चीज़ें जो भी करते हैं अपने अंग चालन से, अपने बॉडी मूवमेंट से, द पावरफुल, बिकॉज ये डांस पहले हमेशा राजाओं के लिए ही होता था. दिस इज नॉट अलाउ फॉर एनी पब्लिक. After independence, they said no, should be flourishing everywhere. It's a 300 years old back dance form. लेकिन आज भी हमें बहुत लोगों को नहीं पता है क्या, कौन सा स्टेट, क्या लैंग्वेज, कैसे क्या. सो दिस इज हमारा इंडिया में इतनी सारी चीज़ें हैं. सो दैट्स ब्यूटी ऑफ इंडिया. एंड ये जो चीज़ थी ये थी उड़ीसा से. आई बिलोंग टू उड़ीसा बट ब्रॉट अप इन दिल्ली. एंड ये हमारा छाव आज जो कर रहे हैं वो मयूरभंज छाव है. तो थोड़ा क्लियर होना चाहिए, लाइक इन ओडिसी, भरतनाट्यम, कथक, 9 classical. So this is also form a classical dance form which is established by Sahitya Kala Parishad but not by Sangeet Natak Academy. But हमें डांस दिल से अच्छा लगता है तो वो हमें देखना चाहिए. ये नहीं पूछना चाहिए क्या है, कैसा है, फोक हो, क्लासिकल हो, कुछ भी हो, इतनी सारी खूबसूरत चीज़ें हैं, वो हमें एंजॉय करना चाहिए. सो दिस डांसेस के लिए थोड़ा जोर से भी कोशिश करूँगा. थैंक यू सो मच. अब हम ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं लेंगे. एक आखिरी डांस हमारा है, कॉल्ड चक्रव्यूह, जो अभिमन्यु वध के ऊपर हुआ था. अभिमन्यु जी को जिन कौरवों ने मिलके एक उसके ऊपर एक हमारा कुरुक्षेत्र स्टोरी है इतना सुंदर महाभारत का, तो वो हम दिखाने जा रहे हैं. सो जस्ट इन 2 minutes वी गोइंग स्टार्ट द लास्ट सीक्वेंस. थैंक यू सो मच.
We will conclude with a famous Chakravyuh. Abhimanyu Vad is an important event in Mahabharata, where Abhimanyu, the son of Arjuna, is killed by Kauravas. In the battle of Kurukshetra, during the 13th day of Kurukshetra war, the Kauravas formed the Chakravyuh, countering the Pandavas. Abhimanyu volunteered to lead the attack. Abhimanyu successfully breached the outer layer of the Chakravyuh, but the Kauravas, led by Dronacharya, trapped him inside. Despite his efforts, Abhimanyu was surrounded and outnumbered. This piece will be performed by all the artists. We present to you Abhimanyu Vad, Chakravyuh.
What a mesmerizing performance! Please give them a huge round of applause with a standing ovation.
I request everyone to please stand on your seats and give a standing ovation to them.
और तालियां ऐसी बजे कि समस्त सभागार गूंज उठे.
बाहर तक पूरी निफ्टम में आवाज आनी चाहिए. Following this vibrant and captivating dance performance, I would now like to take this opportunity to invite our esteemed director, sir, and secretary, sir, to say a few words about the performance. I request you to kindly come to the stage to present a token of appreciation to our talented performance in the recognition of their hard work and dedication. Thank you, sir.
After the marvelous performance, we now move on to the cultural program by NIFTEM students. Please put your hands together for your talented peers.
We begin on a melodic note with the NIFTEM-K choir, a harmonious blend of voices that represent unity and passion.
Their voices echo the core spirit of SUFALAM.
Let the music fill the room and your hearts. A big round of applause for our choir.
माइक लगाना और एक मिडिल में भी रखना है।
हेलो
इसमें निकल जाएगा। टेप दे। ये मिड छोड़ दे। तबले से तबला तबला क्या हुआ?
हेलो हेलो हेलो
What a soul-touching start. Thank you, Akoy, for that uplifting performance.
मुझ में वेद पुराण ये जन्मे ऋषियों का मैं देश हूँ, कुरुक्षेत्र का महासमर मैं गीता का उपदेश हूँ, मैं राघव की मर्यादा मैं ही लंकेश विशारद हूँ, पहले था गुरुदेश कहाता अब कहलाता भारत हूँ, आदि योगी मैं महाकाल हूँ, बैठा हूँ जो ध्यान में, यूं ही लहरे सदा तिरंगा भारत माँ की शान में। तो अब प्रस्तुत है तिरंगे के रंगों जैसी 3 बेहतरीन नृत्य कलाएं। हर नृत्य शैली अपने आप में परंपराएं और भावनाएं संजोए हुए है।
This fusion of Bharatanatyam, Lavani and Odissi weaves devotion, energy and elegance together. Welcome.
A celebration of tradition and grace. Let's witness this incredible classical fusion.
चंद्रचूड शिवशंकर पार्वती रमण निनगे नमो नमो चंद्रचूड शिवशंकर पार्वती रमण निनगे नमो नमो सुंदरकर विरागधर सुंदरकर विराग धर गंगाधर गज चर्मांबर गंगाधर गज चर्मांबर चंद्रचूड शिवशंकर पार्वती रमण निनगे नमो नमो
चुया चले जा चले नैनु तले धुआं चले कुंजिरी रंजी कुंजी क्यों मुंदिरी मुत्तुली जिंदी क्यों मुंजनी वन्न चुंदरी वावे कांदिन कत्तगदिमी आरुं लंगदी रावे तंग पुलसल्ले कुरुगु कुइलल्ले मारन मइलल्ले तंग पुलसल्ले कुरुगु कुइलल्ले मारन मइलल्ले
वाह, बहुत खूब। जोश, उत्साह और परंपरा का क्या बेहतरीन संगम है। भारत के विभिन्न स्थानों की ये विरासत भारत की अखंडता को समर्पित है।
Next up, from the deserts of Rajasthan comes a performance full of color, tradition, and folklore.
This dance captures the essence of Rajasthan, its royalty, festivity, and fearless spirit.
तो आइए अब हम चलते हैं पश्चिम की रक्त रंजित धरा, रजवाड़ों की विरासत राजस्थान की ओर। वो भूमि जो डूबी है वीर गाथाओं में और प्रसिद्ध है उसकी परंपराओं और रंगों से।
जाओ जी मन दीद कराओ जी, अरे क्यों तरसावे हो मन सकल दिखाओ जी। थारी शरारत सब जानू मैं तो धरी, हर सले उन्हें पंगा दी मैं कह लगे मर बड़े में जागी दो कणी चंदा में थारी चांदनी मन दामन में पा भी खुशी रे झुम 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 ओ मेरे जीवन में जागी धोकनी चंदा में थारी चांदनी मन दामन में बाधी खुशी रे झुम 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 झुम।
Whoa, that was Rajasthan in all its glory, rich, radiant, and rhythmic. Next up, we revisit Tamil Nadu, where folk dances mirror the heartbeat of rural life.
Rooted in agricultural tradition, this dance reflects the pride of Pongal and village festivities.
जहां हर सुर ताल में जैसे एकता और आनंद झलकता हो, तो आइए तमिलनाडु के इस अलौकिक नृत्य का आनंद लें।
நானே ரணனே நானண்ணா பச்சிகளாம் அம்மா பறவைகளாம் தத்தினம் வேலை பறவைகளாம் எல்லாம சொல்லு பலவிதமாய் வந்து அங்குதம்மா பிச்சையில்லா 2 மணிப்புறவா தத்தினம் வேலை மணிப்புறவா எல்லாம சொல்லு இன்பமுற கவர செய்யுதம்மா மாடப்புறா கண்ட மயிலினங்கள் தத்தினம் வேலை மயிலினங்கள் எல்லாம சொல்லு காட்டை விட்டு வந்து ரங்குதம்மா
celebrate the land that hosts us, Haryana, where every beat echoes strength and tradition.
आइए आज की शाम को और भी खूबसूरत बनाते हैं, वहाँ जहाँ हम और आप एक ही धागे में पिरोए हुए हैं, ठीक यहीं हरियाणा में, जहाँ हर सुरताल जैसे परंपरा और एकजुटता को दर्शाता है।
रुको जरा, सबर करो।
रतन कोई न रोका पण ठणका आइए रालू गया मैं, कोई न रोका पण ठणका आइए रालू गया मैं, नाच नाच गदर मचाइए रालू गया मैं, नाच नाच गदर मचाइए रालू गया मैं। हो रुका पट्टे गाबल मां जब आऊंगी लुगाया मैं, रुका पट्टे गाबल मां जब आऊंगी लुगाया मैं, नाच नाच गदर मचाऊंगी लुगाया मैं, नाच नाच गदर मचाऊंगी लुगाया मैं हो। ठुमक के चली रात में गाना चला पड़ा यो, तेरी कमर लचीली मेरी कमर पे बाजा नाड़ा यो, ओ तू ठुमक ठुमक के चली रात में गाना चला पड़ा यो, तेरी कमर लचीली हल्ली रा, मेरी कमर पे बाजा नाड़ा यो। तू घूंघट में ऊपर ना ठाइए रा लुगाया मैं, घूंघट में ऊपर ना ठाइए रा लुगाया मैं, तू नाच नाच गदर मचाइए रा लुगाया मैं, नाच नाच गदर मचाइए रा लुगाया मैं।
What a powerful and joyous performance. Haryana's heart truly came alive on stage.
We now head to the lush landscapes of Kerala, known for its serene backwaters and cultural richness.
ये नृत्य कला केरल के लोगों की उल्लास से भरी जिंदगी और खूबसूरत समुद्र तटों को सुर, ताल और संगीत से जोड़ती है।
With grace and tradition, Kerala takes the stage.
കാന്താ ഞാനും വരാം തൃശൂർ പൂരം കാണാൻ, കാന്താ ഞാനും വരാം തൃശൂർ പൂരം കാണാൻ,
പൂരമെനിക്കൊന്നു കാണണം കാന്ത,
പൂരമെനിക്കൊന്നു കാണണം കാന്ത,
പൂരമെനിക്കൊന്നു കൂടണം കാന്ത,
പൂരമെനിക്കൊന്നു കൂടണം കാന്ത,
തിമിലയെനിക്കൊന്നു കാണണം കാന്ത,
തിമിലയെനിക്കൊന്നു കാണണം കാന്ത,
തിമിലയെനിക്കൊന്നു കൊട്ടണം കാന്ത,
തിമിലയെനിക്കൊന്നു കൊട്ടണം കാന്ത.
അടുത്തൊരമ്പലം വേണം, പാലിങ്ങു ചേർന്നൊരു കുളവും വേണം. കുളിപ്പാനായി കുളം വേണം, കുളത്തിൽ ചതാമര വേണം, കുളിച്ചു ചെന്നകം പൂകാൻ ചന്ദനം വേണം.
ഈ താരകാതുരനെ വടിവേലിൽ പോക്കാനല്ലോ തിരുവന്നൂരിൽ വടിവേലൻ വന്നു. ഈ ശൂരപത്മന്റെ ശൗര്യമടക്കാനല്ലോ സേനാപതിയായി തിരുമുരുകൻ വന്നു. പടിയാറും കേറി ചെന്നാൽ അമ്പലമുണ്ടേ, തേരും തിറയുമുണ്ടേ. മുടിവട്ടം മുടിയിൽ കാട്ടുന്നു തോക്കെല്ലാം തെയ്യത്തിന്റെ ഹരിയുണ്ടേ. വെട്രിവേൽ മുരുക മുരുക വേൽ മുരുക ഹരോ ഹരാ ഹോ, വേലായുധ ഹരോ ഹരാ വേൽ മുരുക ഹരോ ഹരാ ഹോ, വേലായുധ ഹരോ ഹരാ.
ആടുകേറാ മാമലയിൽ ആടുകളി കണ്ട് താമസിച്ചേ, കുയിലുകേറാ പൊന്മലയിൽ കുയിലുകളി കണ്ട് താമസിച്ചേ. കൊക്കുകേറാ പൊന്മലയിൽ കൊക്കുകളി കണ്ട് താമസിച്ചേ, കുതിരകേറാ മാമലയിൽ കുതിരകളി കണ്ട് താമസിച്ചേ. വന്നുദിച്ചേ നിന്നുദിച്ചേ ആദിത്യ ഭഗവാൻ, ഭഗവാൻ വന്നുദിക്കാൻ തുലങ്ങളിൽ മരം കൊയ്ത്തും കഴിഞ്ഞ് കൊല്ലത്തിലും കുട്ടലിലും നെല്ലും കെട്ടിയെടുത്തും കൊണ്ടോരായിരം കുലക്കയ്യും വീശി വരും കാരണോരെ പെരുമയും ഭൂമിയിലും കുലയോരെ കഥ പറ. കുലമകൾ സരസ്വതി നാവിലാണ് കഥ പറ. കുളതമരെ നിൽക്കുന്ന കാലകണ്ഠ വരമ്പത്ത് കീഴ്ത്താളെറിഞ്ഞു പോന്ന കുലങ്ങളുടെ പഴം കഥ പറ പറ കഥ പറ. ആദി ഭഗവാനെ പറ പറ കഥ പറ. ഐക്യര കാരണോരെ പറ 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 കഥ പറ 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 കഥ പറ 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 കഥ പറ 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 കഥ പറ 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 കഥ പറ കഥ പറ. ഇന്നേ ഭഗവാനും വന്നുദിക്കാൻ ഇത്ര താമസിച്ചേ,
വന്നുദിച്ചേ നിന്നുദിച്ചേ ആദിത്യ ഭഗവാനോ, ഇന്നെന്നെ ഭഗവാനോ വന്നുദിക്കാൻ ഇത്ര താമസിച്ചേ.
A beautifully composed tribute to Kerala, calm, captivating, and full of charm. And now we conclude with a powerful performance by the AMD group.
A contemporary blend of classical and modern, this performance reflects SUFALAM's soul, innovative and grounded.
A performance that dares to mix styles, emotions, and generations. Let's welcome Team AMD!
आए बदेरा धमक धमक गूंजे बदला के डंके चमक चमक देखो बिजुलियां चमके मन धड़काए बदरवा मन धड़काए बदरवा
मन धड़काए बदर मन मचल मचल नयो चल संभल संभल
गए दिन बदल तू घर से निकल
बरसने वाला मेरे पे
यही किसान जो बारिश की एक एक बूंद के लिए तरसता है और वही सीमा के और जवान दुश्मनों पे आंधी और तूफान होके बरसता है। ठेकेदार जी, इस साल भी बारिश की एक बूंद भी नहीं हुई। देखो पूरा का पूरा खेत सूखा पड़ा हुआ है। मुझे कुछ और दिन की मोहलत दीजिए। मैंने आपसे लिया हुआ आपका पूरा पैसा मैं चुकता कर दूंगा ठेकेदार जी।
बिल्कुल नहीं। कल के कल तुमने लिया हुआ कर्जा अगर वापस नहीं किया तो तुम्हारी जमीन और खेती दोनों जब्त की जाएगी।
ऋषि कुनी सान थोर नाही सुन्या काळजाची तुझ्या कानी जाई वाळून उधळतो जीव माय बापा मन वायोरी पेटला
यही किसान जो अपनी मिट्टी का दर्द महसूस करता है तो वही जवान अपने मिट्टी की रक्षा के लिए शहीद हो जाता है।
सबसे प्यारी तेरी सूरत प्यार है बस तेरा प्यार ही माँ तुझे सलाम माँ तुझे सलाम अम्मा तुझे सलाम
What a finale! A bold, expressive, and memorable performance.
Before we close, it's time to express our heartfelt gratitude to the hands and minds behind tonight's celebration. A special thanks to respected Secretary Sir and a warm thank you to our respected Director, Dr. Harinder Singh Oberoi Sir, for his constant encouragement and visionary leadership.
Our sincere appreciation also goes to Dr. P.K. Nema, Dean of Student Welfare, for always supporting student-led initiatives with unwavering enthusiasm.
Special thanks to our cultural coordinator, Payal Ma'am, for her steady guidance and endless patience.
We also extend our thanks to the Sarang coordinators. Your mentorship and motivation has been instrumental to this evening's success.
And of course, to our incredible volunteers, backstage crew, technical team, and the student performers. Your dedication and energy brought this event to life and truly made it unforgettable.
Thank you so much.